This is Audible.
Drone Commander, Book 4 of the Drone Rising series. Written by Kyle Johnson. Performed by Stephanie Nemeth Parker. Forward. A note about profanity. The future of the collective has cured many of mankind's ills. There is no more poverty, normal disease, hunger, or really physical wants of any kind. However, it hasn't cured humans of their capacity to swear, and profanity abounds in the language of the collective. These words have shifted over the millennia, though, so here's a glossary of profanity. Enjoy. Flork. One of the more profane swear words, it refers to the act of sharing one's body with others, specifically with strangers one isn't attracted to, used generically for emphasis, or as an interjection. Example. What the flork are you doing? You florking son of a whore. Gas sucker. A pejorative term used only by those who spend their lives planetside or in some of the larger stations. Refers specifically to people who travel constantly through space, as these people are sucking gas or hydrogen. Used to denote someone who is foolish, reckless, or stupid. Can be used as a noun or adjective. Example. That gas sucker flew his ship right into the sun. Listen here, you gas-sucking moron. Hole. Refers to the interior of a stellar singularity or black hole, specifically meaning a place that is deadly and terrifying even to citizens. Usually capitalized and called the hole. Can also be used as an adjective, in which case it is not capitalized. Example. What in the hole is wrong with you? We are totally holed. Hole florker. Refers to someone so idiotic and absurd that they tried to flork the hole. Possibly the worst insult you can give someone. This phrase is also used by itself to express extreme discontent. Example. I'm going to send you to respawn, you hole florker. Hole flork. Plan trash. Similar to gas sucker, above, but only used by those who live away from planets and large stations, especially those who travel the void. Indicates that an individual is a piece of trash deposited on a planet. Usually used to imply someone is clueless, naive, unintelligent, or unsuited for life among the stars. More generically, used as an insulting but not deeply pejorative term toward another. Example. I'm not letting a piece of plan trash like you on my ship. You're just a plan trashing hole florker. Scrit. An expletive that refers to human waste. Most often used to indicate generic displeasure or unhappiness. It can also be used as an insult. In this case, the individual is usually called some variant of a scrit. Example. Oh, scrit. I can't believe you did that. You little hunk of scrit. Generally, none of these phrases are acceptable in polite company. However, hole is mild enough that few people take offense over it, and scrit, when not being applied directly to someone, is rarely a cause for outrage. Flork is considered quite offensive, however, and calling someone a hole florker is a good way to get sent for respawn. Time in the collective. Time is not a constant in the human collective. Ships moving at a Mach or more, speeds exceeding 1/10 of the speed of light, experience time dilation that can range from 0.5% up to almost 5% for standard cruising velocities. Stations far removed from a star or planet's gravity well experience time contraction, where the passage of time is faster compared to that closer to a star or planet side on a planet's surface. Because of this, the system dictates specific rules about measuring time in the collective. The passage of time in the collective by long tradition is Earth standard. The correct calendar date and time is based on that of Earth's rotation and revolution around Solstar. A standard day consists of 24 hours. 7 standard days constitutes a standard week, 4 standard weeks make a standard month, and 364 standard days or 13 standard months make a standard year. All starships and space stations use these definitions to measure time, regardless of location. However, individual planets often adhere to a more localized standard. Some have a day that corresponds to that planet's rotation and a year that equals one revolution of that planet about its star. Many use a calendar that is linked to the founding of the first colony in that system, or the collective's arrival in that system. Because of this, an Earth Standard Day is often called a solar day, and similar nomenclature applies to weeks and years, while local measurements may be called planetary, or they may have more specific nomenclature such as a Centaurian Day or Barnard Year to distinguish them. Prologue. Lauren Doheny listened with half an ear as she walked through one of her nano-research facilities, looking around and observing the citizens around her. They were busy, as any employee of hers should be, but all of them stopped and bowed their heads to her in submission as she passed. That was also the way it should be, of course. They knew they owed their success in the collective to her, and with a word, she could end any chance they had for advancement in their careers. She held their very existences in her hand, and today, she was fighting to preserve those existences in the face of a growing threat to them all. Respect and deference were her due. The obsequiousness, though, also soothed her temper, which had been tested severely of late. As the founder and matriarch of Malleus Nanotech, noble of the collective, and one of the most powerful people in all of humanity, she should have been above such things as temper and aggravation. She would have been, had it not been for a single drone that forgot its place and thought itself worthy of being a true citizen of the collective. Even thinking of that thing put her in a foul mood. To be fair, she'd been in a foul mood for the past several standard months, ever since the sham of an admiralty trial. She'd arranged for the trial, and she didn't allow things like that to progress unless she felt reasonably certain she knew the outcome. Of course, she had thought she did know. She'd put her designate close to the miserable drone, set the creature up so that it had no choice but to commit more and more egregious acts to survive, and made sure the thing couldn't put up a legal defense of its own. After the drone not only defeated a fleet squadron, but apparently captured at least one of their ships intact, the result should never have been in doubt. The fleet would call for its arrest, imprisonment, and spawn camping to level 1, and the threat the drone represented would have been nullified. Unfortunately, that wasn't what happened. Instead, that gas sucker Fyodor Mosin stepped in and not only made it look doubtful that the drone actually committed the crimes it had, but convinced the Admiralty that if it did, the best thing to do was look the other way. Recalling how the admirals almost instantly returned a guilty verdict, but only for piracy and attacking the fleet in self-defense, 2 minor crimes that carried inconsequential penalties, Lauren had to stop and calm herself down as her anger threatened to boil over in her chest. She blamed Mosin for that, of course, but she couldn't hold him completely responsible. She'd put too much trust and faith in Vera Myers, naming the nanomancer her designate, and giving her carte blanche to receive whatever training and skills she thought she needed to capture the drone and bring it in for punishment. With the extraordinary authority and powers being a designate gave the woman, that should have been child's play. Instead, Myers failed, and the drone killed her, somehow making that death a permanent one. Myers was gone forever. Technically, the admirals seized on the lack of her eyewitness testimony as the reason for their verdict, but Lauren knew the truth. The admirals were afraid of the drone and its ability to end a citizen's immortal existence permanently. They feared the drone enough that they were willing to risk Lauren's displeasure rather than anger it. We've averaged an improvement in efficiency of 1.7% per standard year for the past 3 standard years. The tall woman with dark red hair walking beside Lauren said deferentially, pulling her thoughts back to the present. Shuafa Hassan, the facility coordinator, was intelligent, competent, and organized, and she was a perfect fit for her position. Her path was Research Administrator, an upgrade of the normal System Administrator path that gave everyone under the woman research bonuses and improved the station's overall efficiency. We've also managed to improve overall functionality by 0.95% per year over the same period. By comparison, the industry standard for both of these benchmarks is 1.2% efficiency and 0.43% functionality. Lauren cut her off. I'm aware of your progress, Shawafa Hassan. It's excellent, but then that's what I expect. I wouldn't have hired you if I thought you'd deliver anything less. Lauren stopped at a research station where a man with dark green hair and olive skin stood beside a glowing holographic screen. She peered at it intensely for a few seconds, then glanced at Hassan, her eyes reflecting her curiosity. What's this? You're working on adding a second psi dimension to the nanites. It's an idea we had. The administrator nodded. As you know, to keep nanites small enough to interact with individual fermions and fast enough to travel at near-light speeds, most of their mass is shunted into the first layer of psi space. That limits their functionality, though, since the more mass we push into that space, the more disruption in the quantum foam, and the less efficiently they respond to the overnet. It's been tried, Lauren said with a shake of her head. The energy requirements make it prohibitive. To unfold another layer of psi space requires an exponential energy expenditure. Enough that the field can't tap the overnet for power anymore. That's why it's never been done. Exactly, but we think we might have a way around that. The administrator gestured at the man who touched the hologram. It quickly shifted, showing a twisted, flattened version of a nanite, one that seemed to intersect itself repeatedly. Field equations and advanced differentials swam above various intersections, and Lauren deciphered them rapidly. What's this? She asked, her curiosity well and truly piqued. You've got the nanite existing in the same quantum state over most of its body. How is that even possible? By using that second dimension to layer the nanite's circuitry over top of itself. The central core is still in 5 space, but all the extra mass coexists with it in 6 space, essentially existing inside the lower dimensional mass and entangled with it everywhere at once. This way, the entire nanite can exist in a single quantum state, and its programming can communicate with it instantly across zero distance. Which would drastically reduce the power requirements. Lauren nodded in approval. What sort of performance numbers are we looking at? We're predicting it would increase the power draw by about 15% in its base form, less with more advanced models and higher in cybernets. In return, we believe it would improve functionality and efficiency by 41%. Lauren hissed in amazement at those numbers, bending down to examine the hologram in more detail. Meaning, we could reduce the number of nanites by 15% to remain within the overnet's power limitations, but still have a 20% overall boost in performance. It would revolutionize the industry. She straightened and turned toward Hassan. Where are we in development with this? We are still prototyping. Getting the entire nanite into a single quantum state is a bit of a challenge, and while the math says it's possible, the models are struggling with quantum noise. I want this moved to my private research facility, Lauren said firmly. Hassan blinked in surprise. That is a great honor, ma'am. Yes, it is. I'll make arrangements for your team to be transported there as soon as possible. I'll also have Githian Carlson from the Cybernet division send someone. Eliminating quantum noise is one of their main areas of expertise to keep the Cybernet's field smooth and regular. So, they might have already solved some of the problems you're encountering. That would streamline things, ma'am. Exactly. And if you need anyone else in Malleus, or any resources to make this happen, let my administrator know and you'll get them. Within reason. Thank you, ma'am. Hassan bowed low. You can thank me by getting this to work. Once you do, our nanites will essentially corner the market, at least for a while. A flush of eagerness swept through Lauren at that thought. If they could make this upgrade work, it would revolutionize the nanite industry across the collective. It might even lead to more research into the higher levels of psi-space, leading to more efficient or longer diving, and thus opening up more of the galaxy for the collective to settle. Malleus would hold a monopoly over the new tech, meaning that it, and by extension she, would be the premier supplier of nanites in the collective. Of course, once her company proved the concept, others would find ways to copy her tech and make it work, but that would take years, if not decades, and by then, her tech would have advanced ahead. She'd become the largest and most influential supplier of nanites in all of humanity, and her power would grow exponentially. Of course, the upgrade would benefit her company and make her trillions of credits, but credits didn't matter much to her. They were certainly useful, but Lauren craved power, respect, and influence. Contrary to popular belief, none of those could be bought with credits. Oh, she could use them to try and convince others in positions of power to serve her ends, but that wasn't power or influence. That was bribing those with power and influence to work with her, and people taking bribes were never trustworthy or under her control. If they needed her for the nanites required to function in the collective, though, they would have no choice but to do as she wished. Power, respect, and influence had to be earned, and dominating the market for one of the most critical resources in the collective would gain her all three in great measure. Now, to the reason for my visit, she said at last, turning away from the potential revolution in nanotech and forcing herself to calmness. While the idea seemed to have merit, it was possible that it wouldn't work out. She'd gone down dozens of dead ends in her research before discovering how to use the overnet to power her nanites, eliminating the need for them to carry their own power supplies and thus shrinking them significantly. It had changed nanotechnology completely, allowing for vast swarms of nanites, all running off the limitless energy of the overnet. And leveraging that development into a corporation propelled her to the ranks of the nobility. Eventually, someone had applied her tech to allow nanites to run off local cybernets for power, which made them more efficient and let them work through faster local connections. But that had just been a modification of her original technology. She'd been the one to alter how nanofields were used across the collective, after many, many failures. For all she knew, this new tech could be another of those. Best to remain cautious, just in case. Of course. Hassan inclined her head and turned back, leading Lauren through the facility. The pair stopped at a security checkpoint, where Hassan went through an intrusive scan before being allowed to pass. Lauren didn't, of course. Not that an intrusive scan would have worked on her. The system protected nobles from being scanned unless they chose to allow it. And, as a nano-engineer herself, Lauren could block any intrusive scan with ease. She followed her administrator through 2 more checkpoints, each heavily guarded, before they stopped outside a sealed room. Rather than entering the room, Hassan touched a black rectangle of microthene set into one wall. Recognizing the woman's nanofield, the microthene cleared instantly, displaying the interior of the room beyond. "This is the project you assigned us," the administrator spoke, gesturing out the window. Lauren peered through and saw 3 figures covered in suits of some flexible but transparent material. It looked like microthene, but it didn't move like the durable plastic, seeming to almost drag through the air. Besides, for what the suits would need to do, microthene wouldn't serve. Lauren glanced at the administrator. "What are they wearing?" "Negathene. It's the only material we could find that's impervious to nanites." "And the room is secure?" "Yes, we've coated the interior with a layer of negathene and isolated it from the local net. Of course, we can't block it from the overnet, but with the locks you placed on it, there's no link through the system to the inside of this room and the outside. To an external scan, this room simply doesn't exist."
Lauren concealed a wince. The negmass-infused crystalline negathene was incredibly durable, and the negmass particles inside it filled the gaps that nanites could usually pass through, repelling them as they approached. It was ridiculously expensive, though, and as a controlled substance, it couldn't be replicated or manufactured. The room in front of her probably represented a fair chunk of the profits the entire facility generated in a standard year, if not more. Hopefully, though, it would be worth it. "You said that you've had a breakthrough?" Lauren said, bringing the conversation back on track.
"Yes. Our greatest stumbling block, as you know, is that the system has protocols designed to prevent—"
Hassan paused, looking meaningfully around, and Lauren understood. Nothing outside the room was shielded, and that meant that a clever spy could hear anything they said.
"What you originally asked us to do," she finished. "Those have kept us from even modeling a solution to the problem you presented. Fortunately, there's a loophole," she went on. "The same protocol that prevents us from doing as you wanted also prevents the system from completely locking away that line of research from us. We simply had to make some modifications. Rather than working instantly, every time, it has to be something that can be resisted with the proper skills and abilities, and that's slowly degenerative, applying its effects gradually over time. It also has a bottom limit, a minimum at which it stops progressing and simply maintains."
Lauren made a face. "There are already devices that do worse. Why didn't you just replicate those?"
"Because this will carry through respawn, and those devices won't. They also only function for a limited time, while this is indefinite. And while it can be resisted, without the kill code it can't be removed. At least, we've tried to make that as close to impossible as we can."
Hassan looked back toward the room.
"Once this affects someone, they stay affected. Forever."
Lauren looked back into the room, impressed. "That seems somewhat more powerful than should be allowed."
"It is, but that's because we made more trade-offs. It can't be replicated. So to get it somewhere, it has to be carried. It can't be spread incidentally. To use it, you have to designate the individual to be affected, and they're the only one it will touch. The system will also only allow it to affect 5 citizens, no more. On the 5th use, it will deactivate, and all our research will lock down. To create it again, we'll have to start from scratch."
5 times, Lauren said, her face twisting sourly for a moment. She couldn't help but be disappointed. If her plan had worked, it would have given her a powerful weapon, one that even other nobles might have to fear. As it was, though— "That should be enough," she said, pushing her regrets from her mind. They served no purpose, and as she'd learned, even she could only argue with the system to some extent. Besides, as long as no one else knew that particular limitation, the weapon could still serve a purpose. "Have you tested it yet?"
"No. With the limit the system is giving us, I didn't want to waste an application without your express permission."
That was sound reasoning on the administrator's part. If she'd wasted it on 1 or 2 citizens, Lauren would have been furious. It did need to be tested, though, and she could think of a perfect testing ground. There were a few citizens who'd been far too helpful and accommodating to the drone, and taking at least one of them away from the creature would weaken it, and give Lauren no small amount of satisfaction. "Fine. Get a sample ready for transport." She smiled evilly. "There's a certain citizen who's volunteered to be a test subject, whether he knows it or not. And a drone who's earned a lingering death," she added silently. If this worked, the drone would no longer be a problem for her, or a threat to the entire collective. Lauren had no choice but to stop the creature. Perhaps no one else understood its danger the way she did. But she knew the truth. If the drone succeeded, it would destroy the entire basis of humanity's existence. One way or another, the thing had to be stopped. Chapter 1. The system's fall glided through the starry void, silent and deadly. The 600M-wide cruiser literally glowed a dull cherry red as it pushed the thin gas of the interstellar vacuum ahead of it at 3 Toks, 30% of light speed. Various infrared and gamma emitters dotted its surface, and sealed hatches covered numerous missile tubes, antimatter cannons, mass drivers, and plasma guns. None of these jutted more than a few nanometers above the whole surface, though. Hydrogen gas and dust were incredibly sparse in the vacuum, but at the ship's velocity, even a single particle per cubic meter added up quickly and pushed back against the antimatter engines, keeping it at near relativistic speeds. While the fall was heavily armed and even more heavily armored, that wasn't what made it dangerous. Its true threat lay in the half-dozen ships surrounding it, moving in slightly erratic ellipticals that kept them within an area about a lekend in radius about the larger ship. It wasn't a large fleet, but it was far deadlier than it might have appeared based on raw numbers. Each ship was heavily upgraded with proprietary tech stolen from a captured fleet vessel, making each several times more powerful than it should have been for a ship of its size and class. Plus, all the captains and crew had been trained heavily and hardened in hundreds of combats. The small fleet represented a threat many times greater than it seemed, and the Commodore in charge of it hoped that her prey didn't realize that until it was too late. "Distance to projected intercept helm?" Bennington asked from her place in the fleet command chair on the cruiser's bridge.
7.4 linnets, Commodore.
Her pilot, Brielle Caldwell, replied. The woman had let her golden blonde hair grow out somewhat in the past year, and it now hung in a ponytail down the center of her back, gleaming against the crimson and silver spacer suit all of Benning's officers wore. Like most citizens of the collective, Caldwell had light brown skin, but her hazel eyes weren't all that common. "Ops, any deviations in the target's projected track?" "No, ma'am," the operations officer, Jesper Shield, said, shaking his head so that his bright white hair shook slightly. That shock of pure white hair stood out sharply against skin the color of cocoa. "Target maintaining course and speed. They're projected to dive in 13 minutes. "Excellent." In reality, none of those reports were necessary. As the owner of the Fall and its captain, Benning had access to every report and screen that her officers did, and could pull them up with a simple thought. Moreover, from her elevated position, she could overlook the entire bridge and see every command station spread out before and around her, giving her an excellent view of the officers running her ship and the screens they manned. All of this was made easier by her upgraded skills and abilities, and she spared a second to glance at her status as if to confirm that all was as it should be. Benning Kidd. Citizen Path. Stellar Marauder. Level 12. To next level 83%. Credits 91,244.1 standard credits. Physicality 15. Coordination 14.7. Resistance 14.9. Acuity 13.6. Willpower 19. Social 13.3. Renown plus minus 118. Nano Defense 46.3. Skills Conditioning 24.4. Cyber Warfare 21.9. Fleet Tactics 16. Heavy Weapons 2.8. Leadership 29. Martial Combat 27.4. Nano Resistance 7.7. Naval Tactics 30.8. Sense Deceit 8.8. Starfaring 25.6. Weapons Expertise 27.1. Abilities All is lost. As it should be. Better captain than crew. Declared enemy. Flurry. For fame. From hell's heart. Heart of the savage. Honor the fallen. I have the bridge. I will not fall. Inspiration. Into the breach. Leader of the fleet. Limitless body. Malevolent aura. Natural hacking. On my command. Slip the net. Strength from pain. Weapon mastery. Her last level had come with a single ability, Into the Breach. It gave her and anyone under her command a bonus equal to 3 times her level to their stats for the first minute of any combat, whether those were ship crews or marines. By itself, it wasn't a lot, but combined with her leadership skill that gave a bonus of 58% to her crew's skills, leader of the fleet that doubled her leadership bonus for her ships, and on my command that gave them a bonus to all actions under her command equal to her level, it meant that her fleet was operating at something close to triple their expected ability for the first minute of any combat. As Tiddly suggested, Benning had breezed through level 12 fairly quickly. She knew that most citizens took close to a decade to gain levels after level 10, but in less than a year, Benning was near level 13. Apparently, that was because the path she'd forced the system to offer her, Stellar Marauder, was simply perfectly suited to her. It grew when she trained, when she fought, when she commanded a fleet, and when she used her hacking and nanotech skills. Practically everything she did boosted her career, even if only by a fraction of a percent, and that added up swiftly. It had slowed down in the last standard month or so, but still, just leading her fleet into this battle had bumped it up a portion of a percent. Benning closed the screen and refocused. She had more important matters to worry about than her status, namely, making sure her fleet maintained its formation and that each of the ships within it was running optimally. Her eyes fastened on the holographic display of the local area floating before her, showing her the locations of her fleet, nearby massive bodies, and the projected path of her quarry. She left the actual running of the fall to her newest officer. Ensign, prepare ship for rapid dives, 1 minute max. Aye, Commodore. All hands rig for rapid dives. Repeat, rig for rapid dives. Helm, plot a course to target. 1 minute dives on the Commodore's mark. Mira Nashio was a young citizen, only a few months out of the academy with the Starship Officer path. She'd balked at joining the fleet with its strict regulations or taking a corporate berth where she'd be stuck on the same run for years at a time, and Benning scooped her up when she found the young woman was adventurous, eager to learn, and not overly troubled by scruples. Benning sank her thoughts into the ship's hive mind, which connected her directly to the captains of the other ships in the fleet. Marauder Fleet, prepare for rapid dives, 1 minute max. She received affirmative responses, then waited for the ships to secure themselves. Rapid dives on my mark. Dive. The world flattened around Benning as the fall's dive engines engaged. The ship poured negative energy into the fabric of the universe, funneling it into the compacted dimensions of the Calabi-Yau manifold. The 5th dimension unfurled from that manifold and rose around them, allowing the ship to travel through it and drastically shortening the distance between the cruiser and its destination. While the ship still sailed at 3 tocs, by moving through the higher dimension, it could effectively travel faster than light, soaring across a linnet, around 1.5 million kims, in about 10 seconds. The world snapped back into place as the ship exited its dive, but it flattened immediately as the ship plunged into psi space once more. Technically, the ship could have dived the entire distance in a single leap, but the longer a shallow dive lasted, the more likely a ship was to impact a relativistic mass particle, one massive enough that had it been in regular space, it would have created a black hole around itself. The presence of the nearby fleet increased those chances exponentially, and diving the entire distance carried a risk of severely damaging or even crippling one of her ships.
Benning kept her eyes focused on her display as the ship plunged into 5 space again and again, racing toward its destination at 6 times the speed of light. In Sci-space, the entirety of the 3-dimensional universe lay spread out before her, like she was looking at it on a flat screen. That included a view inside things that were usually hidden by their exteriors, such as the contents of crew safes or even the interior of her crew's bodies. However, looking around was dangerous. It could cause vertigo and nausea, and the human mind could be damaged trying to process seeing everything all at once. The key to shallow dives was to focus on one thing and not let her attention wander. As the fleet plunged into their final dive, Benning sent out another command through the hive mind. All ships, rig for impact. Repeat, rig for impact. Open fire on dive exit. As the fall emerged into 3 space once more, the cruiser shuddered as waves of blue-shifted photons as well as gas and dust accelerated to nearly the speed of light, washed over its hull.
Weapons, fire AM battery, full dispersal, Nashio ordered. Grazer array, widespread.
New icons filled Benning's screen as each ship in her fleet followed the fall's lead, and a swarm of well over 100 antimatter missiles streaked outward, racing at 9.9 Toks to explode at a target they couldn't even see yet. Her skin pulsed as the cruiser fired blasts of focused gamma radiation from its upgraded emitters, bathing a cone 3 lekins long and half a lekin wide in deadly high-energy photons.
"Ma'am, we have contact,"
her communications officer Eldon Rush announced in his usual mellifluous voice.
"Enemy fleet is 2 lekins distant, heading 331, reading 3 destroyers, 5 frigates, and 9 corvettes."
"Fleet, attack formation 16, Benning ordered silently. "Missile fire on target D1, grazers on D2. Arcturus, target C1 and C2. Engage."
Weapons, engage sinkhole, Nashio ordered aloud. Target vessel D1 with an AM battery, spiral pattern. Target D2 with grazers, medium spread.
The training she'd given her captains showed its value as the ships orbiting her shifted quickly into elaborate, looping paths that weaved erratically, carrying the vessels nearer and farther from the fall. The ships remained close enough to concentrate fire, but moved randomly to confound the enemy's negaputers, making them far more difficult to target. At the same time, her screen suddenly shrank as her sinkhole generator activated. Her scans showed an area a linnet across. Beyond that, it felt like reality itself ended, as the sinkhole's event horizon twisted every outward path back into itself. She watched as her fleet's dive splash washed over the unprepared enemy ships. They'd been ready for combat 4 hours ago, when Benning's trajectory brought her fleet within 2 linnets of the convoy. But after she'd moved past them and continued on a course that would take her out of dive range in 10 hours or so, they'd eventually relaxed. That, of course, was what she was waiting for.
"Initial salvo caught our targets unshielded, ma'am,"
Shields reported calmly.
"C2 and C4 are drifting without power. F3, 5, and 6 are heavily damaged and venting atmosphere. D2 is listing at 6 RPM, and D1 is down to 83% engine and 81% power." "Ma'am, targets are moving into attack positions,"
Rush announced. "Are they forming battle groups, Ops?" Benning asked the man. She could see their movements on her screen, of course, but Rush's career gave him an intuitive understanding of the movements of the nearby ships that no amount of training could match. The overnet fed him information about the enemy ships, telling him what it judged he should know with his stats and level, and he simply understood patterns that would take Benning minutes to analyze and work out on her own.
"No, ma'am. It appears that they're targeting us individually."
Benning refrained from shaking her head. The enemy outnumbered and outgunned her. Together, they had more than 3 times the firepower she could bring to bear. But taking advantage of that wasn't as simple as swarming her fleet. Working together, her ships could burn through the enemy destroyers in minutes, leaving the smaller ships without heavy support and essentially lost. If the enemy had done the same, fighting as a fleet,
They would have been dangerous. Individually, though, they were no real threat. Fleet, reverse previous orders. AM battery on D2, starburst pattern. Grazer fire on D1, medium dispersal. Blanket her cone. Her screen lit up once more as 20 flyboats disgorged from the carrier Arcturus and raced toward one of the small corvette-hulled ships. The flyboats were tiny vessels, each only 10 Ms across, and only had enough space for a pilot and gunner aboard. The rest of the hull was dedicated to engines, low-powered grazers, antimatter cannons, and a potent shroud that made them extremely fast and nimble. The corvette they targeted was more than 15 times their diameter and much more heavily armed and armored, but the tiny ships were hard to target with conventional weapons and circled their prey just out of point defense range, bathing its hull in gamma radiation and antimatter. Her ship shivered as an explosion flashed in her screen, and a moment later, her face warmed very slightly as a grazer barely kissed the hull.
Fusion explosion, 2,500 chems 4. Glancing grazer hit, no damage. Shields reported. D1 is down to 69% engine and 64% power. D2's list is up to 9 RPM.
Benning watched as her fleet's missiles streaked toward the wounded destroyer. At 2 seconds, her images of the ship and its course were 2 seconds old. While the enemy ships hadn't yet accelerated to flank speed and were traveling just over 2 Toks, with 500 Gs of maneuverability, they could be anywhere inside a cone 20 chems wide and over 100 mems or million meters long. Her missiles streaked out in a pattern that looked like rays of light radiating away from a star in 3 dimensions, and exploded, filling half of that cone with ultra-high energy photons and tiny particles of super-dense matter accelerated to practically light speed. The starburst pattern covered a wide area and did little damage to any given spot in that area, but against an already damaged ship, it was devastatingly effective. Her ship shuddered again as another flash lit her screen, somewhat closer this time.
Fusion explosion, 1,800 chems starboard declined. Shields informed her. No damage. Direct hits on D1, Rush added. Engines are at 41%, power at 38%. Her weapons plant has gone offline. Close hits on D2. She's venting atmosphere and her list is up to 23.
Benny nodded. Venting the hydrogen gas stored between the inner and outer hulls could make a ship list, or spin, forcing its captain to stabilize it using some of their maneuverability and thus narrowing their evasion cone. If the ship vented its atmosphere, though, that meant its inner hull had been breached, exposing those within to extreme doses of radiation that would further degrade the ship's power plants and engines. It also drastically destabilized the ship as tons of air flowed out of one part of the ship into the void, forcing it to adjust its gravity shroud to compensate and severely reducing its ability to maneuver. Maintain grazer fire on D1, fusion battery on D2, box formation, followed by AM torpedoes. Benning's skin warmed as she spoke, evidence that her ship had taken another grazer blast. But once again, Ops reported no damage. The extra shielding she'd given her ships, courtesy of the tech she'd stolen from the fleet, was showing its worth, keeping the free neutrons the gamma bombardment of her hull created from destabilizing her engine or plants.
More direct fire on D1, ma'am. Her engines are down to 27%, and her plants are starting to spike. They're shutting her down. She's drifting.
Messenger, move to intercept D1, Benning ordered instantly. Fleet, shift grazer fire to D3.
Aye, ma'am.
Rael Muckley, the head of Benning's marine troop ship, replied instantly. A moment later, the heavily armored but mostly unarmed Mary Messenger accelerated past the rest of the fleet, moving into an intercept course with the unpowered destroyer. The transport fired some of its only weapons, a battery of glazers that bathed the enemy hull. The graviton beam shrouded the ship in a high G field that dragged on it, slowing it and making it easier to dock with, while, at the same time, slightly slowing time for the ship and those within,
so they would react more slowly and have less time to prepare for the incipient boarding. Another blip appeared on her screen as a shuttle detached from the messenger, carrying Marines to begin boarding and claiming the vessel.
Incoming message, Commodore. Eldon Rush spoke up, pulling her focus briefly from the combat. It's from the Trailblazer.
I'll take it. Benny nodded. The Trailblazer was her primary target, a Carrack-hulled capsule-shaped cargo ship, 1,600 Ms long and 400 wide, and she could guess why its captain wanted to talk. Instantly, the three-dimensional image of a man with medium brown skin, light blonde hair, and dark brown eyes appeared in her vision, placed there by the overnet. The man's mouth was thin, his lips tight and compressed in a way that Benning thought meant he was either stressed or unhappy. Despite extensive training, she still wasn't very good at reading facial cues.
That's anger, Benning kid.
Tiddely's voice spoke in her mind, unheard by anyone but Benning. The AI was much better at reading people than Benning was, so she took the gnome's words at face value.
My designation is Shaw Keegan.
The man spoke in a flat, cold tone.
Captain of the Trailblazer, to whom do I have the displeasure of speaking?
My designation doesn't matter, Shaw Keegan, Benning said shortly. I assume that you've messaged to negotiate the surrender of your vessel and cargoes?
I messaged to negotiate the price of safe passage, he corrected. I'm prepared to offer you 50 credits in exchange.
Benning cut him off with a sarcastic laugh. That's absurd, Shaw Keegan. I could get 3 times that by destroying your ships and salvaging the bits as scrap.
It's as much as you'd get by loading your warships with my cargo and reselling it, he said contemptuously. Isn't that the whole point? You want to steal my cargo. This way, you get the credits without needing to go to the trouble of hauling it and selling it. Plus, this way, you don't anger my employer, which you really don't want to do.
Actually, Shaw Keegan, that's exactly what I want to do, Benning said, flashing him a cold smile as Rael Muckley reported that she'd captured her target. I'm going to take your cargo, your ship, and your life, plus the lives of everyone in your fleet. I'm sending you all to respawn, and when you do, tell Lauren Doheny that I'm coming for her.
You dare threaten a noble?
Keegan gasped, his eyes going wide. I'll do more than threaten her. Remember my message, Shaw Keegan. If you forget, I'll find you and make you regret it. Her smile widened. And don't worry, she'll know who I am. Benning closed the communication and ordered her ships to press their assault. A flash lit her screen as one of her missile volleys exploded close to the ruptured destroyer, ripping open its hull and dumping free neutrons into its interior. The neutrons poured into the ship's power plant, destabilizing it and causing it to dump all its energy at once. The flare of power tore through the ship, reducing it to a cloud of photons and free particles that poured through space, vaporizing the ship and everyone on board. A moment later, a second blaze of light blossomed on her screen as one of the frigates joined the destroyer. Benning simply watched the battle, ignoring the desperate hails from the doomed Carrack and issuing orders as needed to keep her fleet's firepower focused on a few targets at a time. She'd won. The third destroyer had just killed its engines, meaning Rael Muckley would take it next, and her fleet shifted all its fire to the last heavy ship. Without their destroyers, the enemy fleet had no chance against her, and with her sinkhole wrapped around it, the Carrack couldn't make a desperate dive to freedom. Once the warships were disabled or destroyed, she'd sweep the Carrack and surviving vessels with neutrino beams that would kill everyone inside, then board the larger ship and see what hidden cargo they carried that required so much protection. She guessed that whatever it was, it probably had a value in the hundreds of credits, and that plan trash captain had offered her 50. Not that it mattered. She wouldn't have taken 1,000 or even 10,000. This was a message, plain and simple. Lauren Doheny had declared herself Benning's enemy, and Benning never left a live enemy behind her. This was the first attack of many. One way or another,
Benning would have her vengeance on the noble who'd hunted her for her entire existence as a citizen. Chapter 2. Marauder's Rest, formerly Interstellar Station 39267, was an unremarkable space station orbiting an unremarkable massive body barely large enough to hold the station in orbit. In fact, it was probably more accurate to say that the station and its attendant interstellar object orbited one another. The object had once been part of a system, but was ejected eons ago and now hurtled through the void between stars, free of any one body's gravitational pull. Uncountable such objects littered the void, most doomed to tumble endlessly without ever being captured by a stellar mass body and incorporated into a system, and most were either ignored or mined into oblivion for resources. Interstellar Object 39267 might have suffered the same fate had it not drifted reasonably close to the Frostwise system. That system consisted of a pair of brown dwarfs, failed stars not quite massive enough to ignite fusion and join the main sequence, and it itself was unremarkable save that it made an excellent refueling stop for vessels heading from the inner part of the collective. Those stars closest to Sol system into the outer systems or even the outer rim. The twin stars held ample gas to power starships, and their lower mass and relatively comfortable surface temperature made ejecting that gas far easier than it would have been in an ignited star. When IS-39267 drifted close to the system, an enterprising pirate captain saw an opportunity and built a station orbiting the body. He used that as a base to hit freighters and convoys passing between the inner and outer octants for years, at least until his depredations brought a visit from the fleet. A single battle frigate, a spherical warship over half a kim in radius, arrived and destroyed the pirates' fleet in hours. The owners of Frostwise took control of the station and leased it out, primarily to a long string of pirate captains who continued to use the station as a base of operations. Their only caveat was that any ship that stopped at Frostwise couldn't be preyed upon, which meant that every ship that passed within 10 light-years of the system stopped there to refuel, however briefly, just to avoid losing cargoes to the pirates. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and so long as the pirates didn't take too many ships, the fleet looked the other way. That arrangement no longer existed, mostly because Benning now owned both the station and Frostwise system itself. She'd taken over IS-39267 from its previous resident, a pirate captain named Mildred Joyce, after that woman attacked Benning and stole one of her ships. Benning continued the arrangement and paid the rent on the station, at least until her actions caused the fleet to hunt her. The system's former owner decided to betray and attack Benning in an attempt to capture her and turn her over to the fleet. In return, she'd taken the system from him, hunted him down, and permanently ended his existence. She'd left his corpse to be found on a random station, the first of her messages to her enemies. No, that wasn't the first, just the latest. She corrected silently, as the system's fall dropped out of Psi-space a linnet from Marauder's Rest. She'd always made a point to let her enemies know what their ultimate fate would be if they continued to oppose her. Mostly it worked, convincing bounty hunters that the credits weren't worth the risk. Sometimes, though, it didn't, and then she simply had to send a stronger message.
Marauder's Rest, this is Systems Fall, requesting clearance for priority docking.
Benning refocused as her vessel neared her station, the one she'd claimed from the overnet fairly and now owned outright. Like most space stations, Marauder's Rest was a massive conical cylinder surrounded by a series of docking rings that expanded in diameter as they ran the length of the station, allowing them to accommodate ships of every size from tiny cutters and cogs up to massive battle cruisers and carracks. The station wasn't quite large enough to handle the very biggest ships, such as the 15 kim-wide barges, even larger military dreadnoughts, or the small planet-sized titanospheres. But then, there wasn't really much reason for any of those ships to dock there.
Barges were large enough to act as their own trading stations and usually didn't dock anywhere, simply cruising into a system and letting smaller cargo vessels come to them to make their purchases. And Benning truly hoped not to give the fleet a reason to send one of their most powerful vessels. A dreadnought alone could wipe out an entire system's fleets and defenses, and a titanosphere was rumored to be able to detonate entire stars if needed. Although part of her longed for the chance to take one of those powerful ships and make it her own. "Systems fall, please send authorization code." The station replied back, and Benning quickly sent her private code, the one that identified the ship as having her aboard, and thus getting to dock at the owner's berth. "Code received and authenticated. Welcome back, Systems Fall." She watched silently as Nashio and Caldwell guided the ship into its docking position. Caldwell with practiced ease and Nashio with minor awkwardness. The young ensign had a great deal to learn about running a ship, but mostly she just needed practice and confidence. Benning was willing to give her one and the chance to develop the other as long as she followed orders and didn't make too many mistakes. And if Nashio didn't work out, she could be easily replaced. Eager ensigns with more ambition than scruples littered the collective after all. Benning had once been one herself. Her private docking berth opened into a secure area, one off-limits to any but her crew. She'd learned that lesson after several bounty hunters snuck aboard the station to ambush her. Now, she only traveled the station with a security detail and routinely swept its manifest for anomalies and irregularities. She walked through the spacious, well-lit passageways of the station with a trio of armed and armored Marines surrounding her. All three soldiers who couldn't be bought, bribed, blackmailed, or otherwise convinced to work against her. That was the nature of soldiers. They were bred and genetically designed to be potent combatants with an unshakable sense of duty. Benning had tried in the past to break or turn enemy soldiers, but they would endure any torment she could devise without ever giving up their loyalty. It was an admirable trait, although she privately wondered if it was nothing more than the system robbing them of their ability to cast aside their loyalties. The Overnet had protocols that strictly regulated it, but almost all of those applied to citizens and nobles, not drones, workers, or soldiers. She knew for a fact that the system did its best to sap the free will of drones. She had no reason to believe it didn't do the same for the other low tiers of humanity. "Tiddly, anything on the sweepers?" she asked silently as she neared the elevator that would take her out of her private docking bay. "Nope, Benning kid!" The gnome's voice, cheerful as always, echoed in Benning's ears without ever making a sound. "Initial scans are normal. I'm running the deeper ones now." "Let me know if you find anything." "Of course." Benning repressed a twinge of regret at Tiddly's words. Once, the AI would have been able to run all the sweeper programs Benning wove into the station's net more or less instantly, relying on the Overnet to do the computing for her. Benning had given Tiddly a choice, though. Serve the system or serve Benning, and the AI made what Benning thought was the correct decision. The system apparently disagreed and cut the AI off from the Overnet's resources, meaning she had to use the local net to do the work for her, a slower process and one that was far less reliable. The Overnet didn't have to actually make any computations. It knew quite literally everything that happened in the collective, so it could just respond to Tiddly's queries with the information it judged she would have discovered. The station's net had priorities for its computing power, and Benning couldn't put Tiddly's request too high among those, or the entire station might suffer. Benning didn't much care if the people aboard were inconvenienced, but she did care if those inconveniences caused them to spend fewer credits or avoid her station altogether. She walked into the restricted admin section of the station, passing through several checkpoints and a pair of intrusive scanners that read exactly what she wanted them to read thanks to her cyber warfare skill. Inside the admin sector, she approached a plain, featureless door that dissolved into vapor as she neared and reformed behind her as she stepped inside. The room beyond was a large, ornate office with 2 onyx holodesks and numerous holoscreens lining the walls. each displaying different parts of the station or showing various readouts. The far wall held a single large hollow screen that looked like a transparent window displaying what looked like an orbital sunrise, a star appearing around the edge of a planet, seen from an orbit around that planet. A single person occupied that room, a person who didn't so much as look at Benning as she entered. "Benning, kid?" Teresa Erdelli said in a neutral voice, her eyes dancing back and forth between screens. "Teresa Erdelli," Benning replied, pulling out a chair and taking a seat before her head administrator. "I heard your run was successful. Did you find something worth the expense of taking all those ships 18 light years across the collective?" Benning ignored the woman's tone. She suspected that Erdelli privately hated her. The two had been enemies once, and Erdelli came out the loser in that contest. She'd been strong-armed into coming to work for Benning, and she no doubt resented that deeply. Benning thought the woman was being foolish. Erdelli had certainly grown more on her path while working for Benning than she had under her previous employer. She'd doubtless made far more credits in the process, and she didn't have to share her body as part of her job duties as she used to. But she'd long ago realized that most humans did foolish and illogical things regularly. So long as Erdelli performed well, Benning didn't give a scrit about her personal opinions. "The cargo's being unloaded now," Benning shrugged. "You can judge for yourself. I'd call it worthwhile, though." Erdelli's eyes flicked to another screen and widened as she read the contents detailed there. 2 gigs of unstable Parconium-333? She asked. "That's not just restricted, that's blatantly illegal. They were carrying that?" Benny nodded. "Hidden beneath the concealment field below the main hold. I had to do an intrusive scan to find it. Can we find a buyer for it?" "Not nearby." She shook her head. "I'll double-check with Eric Edelson, but I think we'll have to reach out to traders in the outer systems to find someone to take that. It's too dangerous for anyone in the inner systems." That made sense to Benning. Parconium was a synthetic element that could only be created through fusion reactors. Its 330 isotope was relatively stable with a half-life of several years, but the 333 isotope underwent spontaneous fission in seconds. What made it valuable is that it was one of the few isotopes that consistently released KK particles on decay, higher dimensional particles that traveled through psi-space. That made it a valuable ingredient in manufacturing dimensional weapons. Unfortunately, almost all of those were either proprietary fleet tech or highly illegal, so their manufacture was considered a crime against the collective. Few merchants would be willing to touch something like that. See if you or Eric Edelson can find a buyer, but keep it as quiet as possible. Just because the fleet's leaving us alone for the time being doesn't mean that they'll keep leaving us alone. Erdelli grimaced at that. "Agreed. I honestly expected a battlecruiser group to have visited months ago, if for no other reason than to demand their battle frigate back." Benning shrugged. "They probably realize that by this point it doesn't matter. We've scrounged every bit of proprietary tech off it that we can, and taking it back doesn't take away our knowledge. Plus, they're probably waiting to see if we try to license the templates we've made off that tech. We could feasibly make billions doing that, you know. Imagine if we allowed someone like Isolon or Bulwark to add some of this tech to their templates for even 1,000 of a tick per use." The blonde woman leaned forward, her eyes gleaming. "Isolon has over 100 quintillion pings on their templates per solar year, Benning Kid. 100 quintillion. At 1,000 of a tick, we'd still bring in quadrillions of credits per year." "We'd never get that. Isolon sells cheap and easy-to-mod weapons, and our templates wouldn't go well with their model. We'd have to license to someone like Strora or Relaya, where we'd make a lot fewer credits." "Okay, so we'd make billions instead of quadrillions," Erdelli snorted. "I'd be fine with it." "Would you? What if that's the last bit of helium that makes the fleet go supernova?"
Benning shook her head. It's not worth the risk. Not just for credits when I already have more than I can reasonably spend. Erdeli opened her mouth to speak, but Benning held up a mitigating hand. We've had this discussion, Teresa Erdeli. I've told you. The only way I'll license these templates is if I'm getting something in return that justifies the hassle of dealing with the fleet again. Credits don't count. If you find someone willing to offer me something truly valuable, more classified templates that we don't have already, for example, or access to useful tech that we couldn't get in any other way, then we can discuss this again. Otherwise, I've made my decision. Erdeli made a face that Tiddly interpreted as dissatisfied for Benning, but the Marauder ignored her discontent. Erdeli hadn't been the one dodging the fleet's ships and attacks for a solar year, so she didn't realize what an inconvenience having them as an enemy truly was. Benning didn't know why, but after she'd taken their battle frigate, she'd gotten a message that all charges against her would be dropped if she admitted to a charge of piracy and agreed to pay a fine. She'd done that willingly, of course. Her path still meant she was officially an outlaw in most systems, but with the fleet no longer actively hunting her, her cyber warfare skill could keep her out of trouble for the most part. In the future, Benning might go up against the fleet again. She really wanted a battle cruiser, and taking one from the fleet was the only way to get it. But at the moment, she had other concerns. Speaking of credits, how is your idea of making this place a trading hub going? She asked. Erdeli looked hesitant for a moment, as if unwilling to move on, but she took a deep breath and reached out to touch one of her screens. Very well, actually, she said at last. As you know, I've been trying to sell this place to people as somewhere they can conduct business that the fleet and other systems might frown on. The fact that this station isn't part of any system and had no standing charter means we can basically decide how much of the fleet's regs we care to enforce, and we're barely enforcing any, at least as far as trade is concerned. There are other places like that, though, Benning pointed out. Wolf System, for example, or the Ort stations. How are you making us different? I'm not, actually, the woman sighed. You are, Benning Kid. What makes this place different is your reputation. Erdeli leaned back and rubbed her eyes as if she were tired. The simple fact is, you were right to challenge the fleet instead of running, she admitted after a moment. I'm holding this place up as somewhere beyond the fleet's reach, and your victory over them makes that claim seem far more legitimate. Wolf and the Ort Cloud seem lawless, but that's only compared to the more civilized systems. Even those places set regulations on what can and can't be bought and sold, because they know that if the fleet does decide to intervene, there's not much they can do about it. People aren't safe from the fleet in the Ort Cloud. They just have to make sure they're staying below the fleet's attention. Here, though, people can actually feel safe from the fleet. That means they can conduct high-volume, high-credit transactions that would be flagged in Wolf or someplace even less civilized like Chara, without having to worry about the fleet sending investigators to look into it. She opened her eyes and looked at Benning with a tinge of what Benning guessed was grudging respect. Also, those places are usually lax about enforcing regulations because it's simply too hard or inconvenient for them to do so. And that means they're not enforcing any regulations, even ones prohibiting theft, murder, and piracy. You know as well as anyone that in Wolf or the Ort Cloud, you're exactly as safe as you make yourself, and no more. People have to spend money sending escorts with their cargoes, marines to act as security, and so on. And they still lose ships and brokers occasionally. That's not an issue here, though. I've let it be known that you prefer Marauder's Rest to be a peaceful, secure place to conduct business, and that you'll react poorly to anyone who breaks that peace.
People are welcome to swindle or trick one another freely, but extortion, theft, and piracy are forbidden, and I've come down hard on those who try it."
"How hard?" Benin asked curiously.
"Let me put it this way. The station security's motto is, 'What would Benin Kid do?'"
The woman snorted with dark laughter.
"The usual answer is, make an example of the person in a way that terrifies anyone else thinking of trying the same thing. Only the monumentally stupid or extremely skilled attempt anything like that anymore."
Benny nodded. "That's probably the way it should be. I've never found a way to stop the truly stupid from doing whatever they're going to do, and if something like that is happening, I'd rather the people doing it be skilled. They usually know what boundaries to respect."
"That's one way of looking at it. The point is, we have lots of high-volume, high-credit transactions happening here now, and we tax the transactions, not the cargoes. The fleet laws only prevent people from selling illegally purchased goods. Too many prohibited materials can be created by random fluctuations while traveling through space, after all. So, once people have bought something legally here, they can sell it somewhere else like Sirius or Centauri without getting in trouble. Half the time, the actual cargoes aren't anywhere near here. We're just serving as a meeting place for the brokers, nothing more."
"And it's been profitable?"
"Very. Even with costs, the station's bringing in tens of thousands of credits per month, and Frostwise is providing about half that itself. Again, that's thanks to your reputation. No one wants your ships to intercept their convoys, so they stop at Frostwise and make a token gas purchase just to gain immunity from being accosted."
Benny nodded. "Anything you need from me?"
"Actually, yes. An assistant. Managing the day-to-day details of the station has become so time-consuming that I can't keep growing it and expanding our operations. I need someone to handle the mundane details so that I can focus on the bigger picture. The same way you hired Miranashio to run your ship so you could focus on the fleet."
"That seems reasonable," Benin agreed. "I can hire someone like that for you."
"No, I want to do it myself. You wouldn't know what I'm looking for."
Benin frowned. "And they'd be contracted to you?"
"Yes, obviously."
Benin almost refused outright, but her training and leadership held her tongue. "I'll take it under consideration and let you know within a month," she replied after a moment. Erdeli opened her mouth to protest, but Benin held up a hand. "I agree that you need the help, Teresa Erdeli. I just want to consider the best and safest way to provide it for you."
"Safest?"
Erdeli asked. "For both of us. Remember Treffer Sando? I don't want to bring another hidden traitor or nobles agent into a position of authority here." Erdeli nodded in slow agreement. "Good. With that out of the way, I need you to—"
"Benin Kid,"
Tiddly interrupted the marauder, her voice graver than normal as she spoke.
"I found an anomaly in the sweep."
"An anomaly? What kind?"
"A person whose beaconed ID doesn't match their transaction records here. They're beaconing as Braddy Duncan, a licensed broker and trader, but their transactions are reading as Dexton Camarian, a bounty hunter." "Is everything okay, Benin Kid?"
Erdeli asked curiously, and Benin realized she'd stopped speaking in the middle of a sentence. "Yes, Teresa Erdeli. I was going to say, I need you to look at adding 6 more ships and crews to the fleet. Also, see if you can find another cruiser hull like the Fall for sale. We could use another flagship for Fodor Hendricks. Finally, get me an updated list of all cargoes being shipped by, for, or to Malleus Nanotech."
"You're still planning to go after Lauren Doheny?"
Erdeli asked with a sigh.
"She's a noble, Benin Kid. You can't possibly win a war against her."
"I couldn't win against the fleet either, but here we are." Benin rose from her seat, and as she did, she activated her armor with a thought. The liquid metal flowed from its storage on her back and wrapped around Benning, solidifying to encase her in what looked like solid plates. Ardeli blinked in surprise as Benning took a step back. "Just see that it all gets done, Teresa Ardeli, and let me worry about Lauren Doheny. Now, I have to go have a chat with a bounty hunter." Chapter 3. The promenade of Marauder's Rest wasn't the largest or busiest Benning had seen by a large margin. Large stations like Sirius Prime or the Centauri stations often had billions of inhabitants, and Mars Prime Station, where she'd first gained her citizenship, held over 500 billion people on it. The Earth stations were even larger, some of them holding trillions of humans and seeing millions of ships dock and depart daily. By comparison, while her station could theoretically support a population of around 1 million people if it needed to, it barely held 1/100th of that. And most of those were transient merchants, captains, and brokers there just to complete a series of deals before heading out to more civilized systems. Because of that, the Rest's amenities were relatively few. A few merchants set up actual shops there, Ramona Gruska, for example, who'd betrayed Benning to Nikita Mosin back when she was an ensign on the Heliopause, had made the Rest her home and made a decent living supplying Benning's ever-growing marine contingent and crews with armor. While Benning had convinced Victor Vidocq of Sasha's Armory to move his operations to her station to do the same for her weapons. But most of the vendors in the promenade only had virtual kiosks. These were rigged with holographic catalogs of their offered products and services, and a nano-replicator to create anything purchased there. Emmett Oswald had a booth for his nanotech business, for example, as did several other vendors of Starship upgrades, genetic enhancements, and net software. Only a handful of vendors set up full shops, though. Solnepral Shipping was one such, and they'd done well for themselves there, as they were renowned for being willing to ship anything, anywhere, safely, with no questions asked. A virtual arcade offered travelers the ability to immerse themselves in experiences that might be considered illegal or at least unethical elsewhere, and a former pirate had opened a restaurant in the promenade, since Benning refused to allow most bounty hunters on her station and reacted poorly to their presence. The man had multiple bounties on him from his old life and didn't want to eat the system's penalty for dying over and over until they were purged. An enterprising woman ran a pleasure house called the Galactic Rim Job with a handful of courtesans that did a brisk business as well. Otherwise, the only real place to go on the station was the upper deck, an elevated bar that overlooked the rest of the promenade. The owner of the bar had decided early on not to allow any business dealings to be done in her establishment. Alcohol and shrewd trading didn't mix, after all, and she didn't want to be seen as facilitating anyone being swindled. But it had become something of a custom on the Rest to celebrate completed deals with drinks there, so the place was usually fairly busy. A small group of soldiers monitored the bar to keep things calm, ensuring the atmosphere was mostly relaxed and if not friendly, at least neutral. No one wanted to cause problems and risk getting banned from the only place to drink on the entire station, after all. No one but Benning, that is.
"Benning, kid."
The soldier on duty at the deck's entrance inclined his chin toward the Marauder, but made no move to stop her as she strode into the lower part of the upper deck, dressed in full armor and followed by 3 of her Marines. She returned the gesture as she climbed the stairs to the main floor and made her way to the bar. She touched the micro-theme counter and quickly placed an order for her usual Syrian smoke brew, then leaned back and scanned the crowd as she waited for her drink to arrive. "Where is he, Tiddly?" she asked the AI silently.
"Over by the railing, Benning kid. Blue hair and light skin, lemon-colored armor with jade accents."
Benning spotted the man in question and pulled up his beaconed information easily enough. Brady Duncan, Level 8 Merchant Broker, Damage Rating 4.3, Imp Mark 6, Defense Rating 2.2, Micro-Theme Protective Suit, Resistance Rating 13, Stats: Physicality 9.8, Coordination 8.9, Resistance 9.4, Acuity 12.7,
Willpower, 12.4. Social, 12.3. She dismissed the screen and willed her scanning nanites toward the man instead. The tiny machines soared across the room and surrounded the man, linking to his nanofield and pinging it for its status. Just like an intrusive scanner, the nanites bypassed most forms of concealment, which tended to alter how a citizen's net beaconed rather than actually altering their inherent status. Almost instantly, a new screen appeared in her vision, one that bore little resemblance to the one she'd seen before. Dexton Cimmerian, level 14 bounty hunter, damage rating 13.3, Strora Vortex Mark 9 sniper rifle, defense rating 15.7, Mithraline Dreadplate 7 liquid metal armor, resistance rating 11, stats, physicality 16.9, coordination 13.7, resistance 10.5, acuity 17.2, willpower 10.6, social 10.8, active effects Malleus Infiltrator Suite Make 2. She hid a smile as she read over the corrected status. Her nanites gave her the equivalent of an intrusive scanner that she brought along with her everywhere. Technically, using such a scanner against someone without permission was against the law in most systems, but that meant very little to Benning. Besides, they weren't in most systems, and she'd never made that part of the rules in Marauder's Rest for obvious reasons. Her drink arrived, carried on a tray by an onyx-colored bot along with 15 or so other drinks, and she took it and weaved through the tables, heading generally in the direction of Cimmerian's table without looking like she was moving directly toward it. She kept her gaze on the balcony, not the bounty hunter, but she saw his eyes dart up toward her a couple times as she approached. At the last moment, she cut sharply left, heading directly for his table. That was an old pirate trick, one of the first that Fodor Hendricks had taught her, and she noted the surprised and alarmed look on the hunter's face with a feeling of satisfaction. Apparently, it worked for more than just attacking ships. She pulled out a chair and sat down, setting her drink on the table. The man blinked in surprise a few times, then seemed to recover himself and quickly shifted his expression to one that Benning couldn't quite read. It seemed to be a mixture of fear, pain, and perhaps a little hunger that made no sense to her.
"He's trying to look confused, Benning kid," Tiddly laughed silently. "He's not doing a very good job of it, though. He must not be a very good actor."
"Can I help you?" the man asked in an overly polite tone, one so false that even Benning could hear the incongruity in it. "Yes, you can," she nodded, taking a sip of her drink and enjoying the savory, smoky flavor for a moment before putting it down. "You can tell me what you're doing on my station, Dexton Cimmerian." A look of alarm flashed over the man's face before he quickly schooled it back to the odd expression that made Benning think that he'd been shot in the stomach and was trying to hide it. "I'm sorry, I think you have me confused with someone else," he replied with a brittle smile. "My designation is—" "I know who you are, Dexton Cimmerian," she cut him off curtly. "I can prove it as well. That Malleus Infiltrator Suite is good, but not particularly secure. If I shut it off, though, you'll trigger the security protocols in the station, and I don't really want the people nearby to be bothered by having chunks of your brain splattered all over them." His eyes narrowed slightly, and his hand twitched as if reaching for a weapon. But before he could move, Benning's pistol appeared atop the table, aimed directly at the center of his chest. "Mithraline Dreadplate is a solid armor," she said casually. "Thickened plates in the chest, groin, and knees, reactive sensors that read an incoming round, decent radiation shielding, although you should get some boron underplating to deal with neutrons." She gave him a predatory smile. "The downside is that all that mass makes it slow to trigger unless you've got a massively advanced net, which you don't. I can put 4 bullets in you before your armor even reaches the front of your body." She leaned forward slightly and stared into his eyes. "Go ahead and give me a reason to show you." The man seemed to hesitate,
Then he visibly relaxed and leaned backward in his chair.
I missed an intrusive scanner, didn't I?
He asked in a calm voice. Something like that, yes. She slipped the gun back into its holster, keeping her eyes locked on Cimmerian's the entire time. So, bounty hunter, tell me why you're on my station and why you're hiding your status.
I'm here for a bounty, of course, he shrugged. And the answer to the second question should be obvious. You've prohibited bounty hunters on your station, so the only way to claim it is to sneak in.
Am I your target? She asked calmly.
I'm not going to answer that.
He shook his head.
If I tell you who they are, you might warn them. A prepared target is much harder to kill than an unsuspecting one, after all.
She snorted. You think you're going to get a chance to claim that bounty? I'm sending you to respawn today, one way or the other, Cimmerian. Your only choice is how quickly and painlessly your death is.
I already made that choice, he replied with a smirk. I made it the moment I attached the fusion grenade to the underside of this table.
Benin reacted instantly, pushing herself backward as she triggered her helmet. The armored bubble snapped into place around her head as she hit the floor and rolled away from the table, ignoring the shouts of alarm and curses she drew as she impacted other customers. Through her helmet's 360 vision, she saw Cimmerian leap away from the table as well, his armor forming around him. A long rifle appeared in his hands, and as he landed on the deck, he rolled onto his stomach and swung the barrel in her direction. Benin snatched her faux hammer rifle from her back as a blast of light and sound exploded from Cimmerian's table. Her helmet adjusted as quickly as it could to the sudden glare and noise, but a bright flare filled her vision, and her ears rang as the flash bang detonated. The grenade didn't actually emit light and sound. Instead, it sent out an electronic burst that damaged her armor's scanners and scrambled her net's senses for a few seconds. The result was a bright light that washed out her vision and a loud ringing sound that filled her ears and drowned out all other noise, leaving Benin blinded and deafened. Something slammed into her shoulder, and pain flared in her arm as Cimmerian's antimatter round tore through her armor and cracked the bone of her left shoulder. She rolled sideways, but more pain burned into her lower back as a bullet plunged into her kidney, dropping her resistance bar to 83%. Benin ignored the pain as she triggered for fame, boosting her physical stats by 25% as adrenaline flooded her body. She lowered her rifle despite the flare blinding her through her visual scanners and sent out her nanites. Her nanofield spread throughout the bar, and as it did, her screen filled with glowing images of tables, chairs, and bodies. Only one of those glowed red, and she quickly aimed for the center of that body and pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. Cimmerian cried out and flipped sideways, but her rifle tracked him and spat 3 more times. She couldn't see the results of her shots, but the man's aura shifted from green to yellow in her combat sight, meaning she'd done at least some damage to him. The flare in her vision faded as her net repaired the damage to her scanner, eyes, and ears, and the sounds of the bar washed over her as the ringing noise fell silent. She spotted her opponent, huddled behind a table he'd tipped on its side to act as cover. His long rifle barrel poked out from behind the table, and she flung herself sideways again as it spat. The bullet flew past her and slammed into a table behind her, and the table burst into fragments as the antimatter covering the round exploded in a flare of light. Benin aimed her rifle at the glowing outline of Cimmerian's body and fired another 3-round burst. The faux hammer fired heavy rounds that were good at piercing armor, and the microthene table didn't slow them at all. Despite this, the man's aura barely darkened as her bullets struck. His armor was deflecting most of their damage somehow. He ignored her shots and fired again, and this time she moved too slowly to avoid taking a bullet in her upper thigh that cracked her femur and burned with pain. Growling in frustration, Benin dropped the faux hammer and pulled out her heaviest weapon, her 40mm meteor.
She peered through the scope, which focused through the table and displayed a clear image of the bounty hunter behind it, laying on his stomach beneath what looked like a neutronium-coated blast shield. The shield covered him like half a cocoon, leaving the front open to allow him to fire. It was no wonder her bullets had minimal effect. The holes in the shield bore testament to the power of her faux hammer, but the barrier slowed her bullets enough that they had minimal effect on the man's armor. Let's see what it does against this, she thought grimly. She rolled sideways once more, grimacing as a bullet still impacted her side and burned its way into her body, then set herself and aimed the cannon in her hands. Once, the weapon had felt ungainly in her grip, but that had been easily resolved with time, training, and a couple hundred credits for the heavy weapons skill. That skill let her use oversized weapons like the cannon with reduced penalties to accuracy and rate of fire, as well as making the meteor feel more comfortable in her hands. She touched the trigger lightly, and the weapon bucked in her grip as it unleashed its heavy, antimatter-coated round. The round punched through the table and shield with ease, piercing Cimmerian's armor and sinking into his leg, where it exploded in a blast of heat, energy, and tungsten shards. Cimmerian screamed as the blast tore his leg off above the knee, and he rolled onto his back, dislodging his shield as he gripped the stump of his shattered limb. Benning dropped the meteor and lifted the faux hammer once more, and Cimmerian screamed again as her bullets pierced his shoulder and shattered his collarbone, rendering his right arm useless. "Flork! I surrender!" he shrieked. "I surrender!" "Toss your rifle to the side, then, and retract your helmet," she ordered. She watched as the man grabbed his weapon one-handed and shoved it away from him, out of his easy reach as his helmet flowed down into the collar of his armor, revealing his pale blue hair. He might have another weapon, and he could always roll sideways to grab the rifle, but Benning felt sure that she could take him down if he tried either of those, thanks to his head being exposed. She rose unsteadily to her feet, her injured leg throbbing painfully beneath her. Her nanofield was already working to heal the damage, but broken bones always took a while to restore themselves. She kept her rifle trained on her foe as she limped sideways, clearing the table and revealing him lying on his back, his lemon-yellow armor gleaming in the station's lights. He held his broken right arm close to his chest, and his left leg ended above the knee in a ragged stump that no longer leaked blood thanks to his nanofield. "What the flork was that?" the man groaned. "What did you hit me with?" "I'm the one asking the questions, Dexton Cimmerian," she replied shortly. "Answer them and I'll send you to respawn quickly. Refuse." She let the sentence and its implied threat hang over him, and as he looked at her, a flash of fear passed across his face as her malevolent aura affected him, giving him a -12% penalty to all his stats, skills, and abilities now that he'd been defeated. He nodded and she lowered her weapon slightly. "Good. Tell me about this bounty, Cimmerian." "Someone's offering 1,000 credits to anyone who kills you publicly here on Marauder's Rest," he said, his voice sounding tired and defeated. "Someone? You don't know who?" He shook his head. "It's a legitimate bounty, though, registered with the system, so whoever's offering it must be good for it. That's all that matters to me." "How do you turn it in, if you don't know who's paying you?" "I was recording the fight. Once I killed you, I just had to upload the video to a secure link as proof. And once the system verified its authenticity, the money would be deposited into my account." He sighed. "I should have listened to the warnings." "Warnings?" she asked curiously. "What warnings?" "A bounty hunter designated Bentlix Gibbons has added a note to all your large bounties, warning the people that it's not worth the credits to go after you. Lots of people agreed with him." He shook his head. "I should have listened, but the money, it was just too good for a simple public assassination." He looked up at her, his face resigned. "So, what are your terms?"
I'll take the standard 10% of the offered bounty as restitution, as well as 10% of all your earned bounties for a solar year. You agree not to take any bounties against me or my allies for the same period of time. I want a copy of the bounty notice, including the upload link." She stopped and looked around at the upper deck. Their battle had cleared the place out, of course, but it had also done significant damage to the tables and chairs. Plus, you'll be responsible for reimbursing the bar's owner for damages.
"And in return I get what? Free passage off the station?"
He laughed. "No." She shook her head. "In return, you get sent to respawn. But I don't seize your weapons, armor, and vessel, and I'll kill you quickly rather than making it linger."
"I can't agree to that. The system might see that as a suicide, and the death penalty alone would make it not worth it. Plus, I'm not giving up that many credits, Benning Kid. No matter what you—"
The man fell silent and clapped a hand to the side of his head, his eyes widening in sudden alarm. A spasm of pain crossed his face, and he began to scream as his left ear bubbled and churned, slowly liquefying. A trickle of liquid flesh and blood ran down the side of his face as his ear dissolved beneath the assault of Benning's nano-disassemblers. She'd been practicing with them, and she'd gained enough skill in using them to avoid damaging the nerves until last, meaning the man felt every instant of pain as his ear turned to jelly and flowed down the side of his face. At last, she recalled her nanites, and the man lay curled up on his side, his good hand clasped to the side of his face, and his expression terrified.
What the flark did you just do to me?"
he gasped in a voice full of pain.
My ear! It's gone!"
"And it won't come back," she said calmly. "Not until you go to respawn. Or have a new one grown in a high-end medical facility." Her face hardened, and he blanched as she stepped closer to him. "There are much worse things to experience than the death penalty, Cimmerian. You think the system's harsh? I'll have you begging me to spawn camp you back to level 1 in a few days, unless you agree to my terms. And the longer you make me wait, the harsher those terms will become." She glanced down at his wounded leg, and he began to scream again as her nanites sank into the stump, slowly tearing apart bone and muscle, but leaving the shattered nerves intact. 3 sims of his leg and the armor covering it sloughed away, splattering into a puddle on the ground and leaving nothing but tangled filaments of nerves behind. Those dangled from his stump like spiderwebs, and he screamed again as the air hitting those nerves sent waves of pain flowing up his leg. Finally, she severed the nerves too, ending the pain, and he fell silent, shaking in silent sobs. "I can do that to your entire body, Dexton Cimmerian," she said flatly, slowly over the course of days. "Imagine being a limbless torso with nothing but the nerves of your arms and legs remaining, leaving you in constant agony that never eases and won't heal."
Why?"
he stammered as tears flowed from his eyes.
"Why is so cruel? Just a job."
"Because you were warned, and you didn't listen," she said. "After this, I expect you to add to those warnings, telling other hunters that going after me isn't worth it, no matter the credits. You believe that now, don't you?" He nodded vigorously.
"I agree to your terms,"
he said hurriedly.
"All of them, and I'll spread the word, I promise."
A contract appeared in her vision, and she had Tiddly quickly scan it to make sure it said what she'd intended. She agreed to it, and it vanished from her vision. A moment later, a new document appeared, this one the bounty notice. Attached to it was a secure link, and as she suspected, when she attempted to hack it, she encountered a series of locks and firewalls far beyond her ability to easily break. That told her all she needed to know, although she'd still work on the lock when she had a chance. If she could break it. She set aside the errant thought and refocused on the prone bounty hunter. "You understand that if I ever see you again, I won't be this merciful, right?"
I'm not coming after you again, he laughed weakly. Ever.
Good. Goodbye, Dexton Camarian. She lifted her rifle and fired a single round, and the man's head exploded as the bullet punched into it, shattered, ripped the back of it to shreds, then bounced off the deck and tore the rest of his skull away. She picked up her meteor and returned both her weapons to her back as the bar's soldiers finally appeared, no doubt ordered to stay out of the conflict by the deck's owner. That was smart. It was much easier to replace furniture than soldiers, and if they'd tried to interfere with Benning, she would have killed them. Benning walked past the soldiers, inclining her head briefly to the owner, and headed back downstairs to reclaim her security detail. She'd gotten what she wanted from the encounter. She knew that her plan to terrorize bounty hunters into avoiding her was working. She learned that Bentelix Gibbons was still serving as her ally. And best of all, she'd gotten a clean copy of the bounty notice. The notice itself wasn't important, but the upload link, that could prove crucial. Benning couldn't unlock it yet, but she would eventually, and when she did, she could use it to find wherever Lauren Doheny was hiding. The noble had made a mistake, and eventually, Benning would capitalize on it.
I can't agree to that. The system might see that as a suicide, and the death penalty alone would make it not worth it. Plus, I'm not giving up that many credits, Benning kid, no matter what you—
Chapter 4. The Noble's Wrath was a massive ship. Benning's largest active vessel, the cruiser hulled Systems Fall, was a kim across, but the ship's engines, plans, negaputer, and fleet-supporting hardware took up 2/3 of that diameter, leaving much less for living space and cargo. It held a crew of 200 at the most, and it could carry maybe 1/10 of an H-cube, or cubic hectometer, in cargo. The Wrath was a battle frigate, 2 kims wide, and its compact design meant that its hardware only occupied 1/3 of its internal radius. It had 3 hangars filled with cutters and flyboats, smaller ships that could be used to harass larger enemy vessels, and armories filled with weapons. Not only hand weapons like rifles and pistols, but turret-mounted 50 and 60 mm cannons, heavy grazer blasters, antimatter cannons, grenades, and millions of warheads took up much of the extra space. But that still left room for 3 barracks, each capable of holding 1,000 Marines, and living space for another 50,000 crew. It had an internal shuttle bay that could hold a few dozen of the tiny vessels, and even with space for recreation, exercise, and dining, the ship could carry an H-cube of cargo if it had to. The ship was enormous, 8 times the size of her cruiser, 30 times the size of the Defiant Fist, the first destroyer she'd captured, and almost 150,000 times as large as the Heliopause, the first ship she'd served on. And the entire ship sat dead and silent as Benning walked through it, accompanied by Fodor Hendricks and one of her newest employees, Kimber Khalib, a system engineer who'd been fired from her previous job for making unauthorized changes to a stations net, basically hacking a backdoor into its command structure. Benning scooped up the gray-haired, violet-eyed woman happily, as a hacker was exactly what she needed to bring the Wrath online. "How is the refit proceeding, Kimber Khalib?" Benning asked, glancing around at the hallways lit only by reddish lights powered by emergency generators.
"As you can see, we haven't been able to restore main power yet," the woman replied, her light brown skin pink in the weird light. "I've got a single plant running, and all its power is going into the negaputer."
"The nanofield's down?" Hendricks asked in his deep voice.
"Yes."
"Why?" Benning asked. "It was perfectly functional when I captured it."
"Yes, but only because you hacked into its crew list and made yourself the ranking officer aboard," the woman replied cheerily. "Which I still think is awesome and wish I could have seen."
"Isn't she still the ranking officer?" Hendricks asked.
"Oh, yeah, but only as long as the fleet doesn't countermand it. Which they can't do so long as we keep the nanofield down and don't let the net connect to the stations. However, that doesn't give us any access to the rest of the ship's systems, and without that, the old girl won't fly."
Caleb spoke in a bright, chipper voice that might have annoyed Benning if the woman weren't so good at her career. Rather than relying on levels to boost her skills the way most citizens did, Caleb actively trained them, bringing them to much higher ranks than they should have been for an engineer of her relatively low level. She'd also acquired the cyber hacking skill at some point, a restricted skill in most systems and one that made the systems engineer highly suspicious to most people. Benning merely saw the utility in a skill that allowed an engineer to hack into parts of a negaputer's systems that were normally closed off to them. Of course, she and Tiddly had put a ton of safeguards around Caleb as well, just to be safe. Benning didn't trust easily, and Caleb hadn't had a chance to earn that trust yet. "What do you mean?" Benning asked. "We're locked out of the other systems?"
Oh, yeah. At the moment, you're the only person who can access any of the ship's consoles, in fact.
The engineer's tone was cheerful as she delivered that disturbing news.
See, everyone knows about a fleet vessel's capture failsafe. If someone captures the ship, it goes photonic. You got around that, which is pretty amazing if you think about it, and flirking clever too. There are tons of other failsafes built into fleet ships, and you didn't bypass the capture failsafe. You just temporarily suppressed it. Every station on the bridge in engineering has a similar failsafe. So do the weapons consoles, the armories, the brig, the cargo hold, pretty much anywhere outside the designated guest areas, in fact. Every crew member on a fleet vessel is given a rating and a clearance, and if you try to access an area, station, or system beyond that clearance, it shuts down on you and triggers security alarms.
The woman stopped and touched a dark black panel on the side of the wall.
This is a standard access panel. As a non-fleet guest aboard this ship, if it were working, I could use it to find my way to an area I'm cleared to be in, and that's about it. If I tried to access a map of the ship, though, I'd trigger an alarm, and the hatchways closest to me would seal up, trapping me here until security could come get me. Only a member of fleet can do anything more with this panel, and that's one of the low-end failsafes. It's a lot worse for weapons, the armories, engineering, and the main negaputer.
"Can you give everyone a pretend fleet clearance the way Benning Kidd did for herself?"
Hendricks asked curiously.
I could, sure, but then, the moment we bring the ship online, Fleet HQ could strip those clearances and initiate the capture failsafe.
She shrugged without losing her chipper tone.
So, instead, my team is slowly working our way through the core system, finding those failsafes and clearing them so that you can designate your own clearances.
"Why not just remove the failsafes entirely?" Benning asked.
Because they thought of that. If I try it, it'll lock down every system on the ship, hard. So, I have to alter them instead. She laughed. The hard part is going to be reworking the external overdrive so that instead of accepting fleet commands, it'll only accept them from you. That way, if this ship is somehow taken from you, you can lock it down or destroy it remotely yourself.
"How long do you think it'll take to complete?"
No idea,
she said brightly.
"How about a rough estimate?"
Hendricks chuckled.
"Weeks, years, decades?"
Oh, nothing like decades.
Caleb laughed.
Probably a few months at least, though.
"I'll offer a 50% bonus to your fee if you can do it inside 2 solar months," Benning said to the woman. "Safely and completely, of course."
2 months?
The woman's face set in a frown for the first time that Benning had seen, but it quickly shifted back into a smile.
Well, we can try, but I can't promise you anything.
It just needs to be unlocked enough for combat. I don't care if things like the lounges are functional.
Yeah, but the problem is, the lounges are the easy part. We've got the basic failsafes cleared already. Access to crew-only areas, the ship's comm and map systems, and main hatchways. But the higher we go, the more intricate and delicate the work is. I've got to gain access to multiple layers at once and make changes in all those simultaneously, since if one layer doesn't match the others, the firewalls trigger and lock me out until I can work my way back in. She shrugged again. The things you need done are the hardest ones to do.
"Well, do what you can,"
Hendricks said with a friendly smile at the woman.
If you get it done early, great. But if not, then it's done when it's done.
Pretty much, yes.
She flashed the man a brighter smile, then looked back at Benning.
And if it's going to get done, I should get back to work. We'll do our best for you, Benning, kid.
She turned and walked away, leaving Benning and Hendricks wandering through the corridors of the silent ship. They walked in silence, eventually emerging onto the dead, non-functioning command bridge. Hendricks looked around the massive bridge with an expression of clear distaste.
I hate dead ships,
he muttered. That's an odd attitude for a pirate captain, she pointed out as she walked around the bridge, examining the silent stations.
Not really. Most of us don't participate in boarding actions the way you do, after all.
He walked to one of the stations and plopped down in a chair, resting his hand on the black glass of the holoscreen. Why do you hate dead ships? She asked at Tiddly's prompting. Benning didn't care, but Tiddly assured her that the man expected her to ask that question.
They're too quiet. Ships are supposed to be alive with noise and activity, with holoscreens flashing and people talking. This?
He looked around.
It's like a graveyard. It reminds me...
He paused.
It reminds me of that time you explained about your past. The deafening silence.
Benning nodded in understanding. Being cut off from the overnet and disconnected from its constant presence was terrifying and painful in a way. Citizens were used to the overnet's presence and relied on it without realizing it. They constantly queried it and were used to receiving instant responses, to always having it ready to serve with nothing more than a thought or even an intention. Being cut off from it left her feeling empty and alone, lost in a vast silence that threatened to swallow her up. It wasn't as bad for Benning, who still had Tiddly for companionship, but she wouldn't want to experience being truly alone the way Hendricks had. I never thought of it that way, she admitted. I look at a ship like this and just see one that's easier to take. No auto defenses, no comms to organize a defense, no way to seal up the bridge or engineering to keep a boarding team out.
That's a very Benning kid way to look at it.
The man laughed easily. He looked around at the silent stations.
This is going to be an amazing ship eventually, you know. By itself, it could probably handle an entire system's defense fleet.
That's the hope, she agreed. She walked over and settled herself into the Commodore's chair, the fleet command seat that overlooked the entire bridge. It's too bad that eventually isn't today.
Even if the ship were functional, you couldn't take it out yet, he pointed out. You still have to crew it, and it takes a huge crew to run. You'll need a couple thousand workers at least, and probably that many soldiers just to act as security. 20 or 30 engineers, 6 people for each station on the bridge, so you can have 3 at a time and work them in shifts, not to mention a maintenance crew, and crews for the cutter and flyboat fleets.
He shook his head.
We'll have to double our entire fleet crew just to run this ship.
Then that's what we'll do.
It'll be expensive, and every person you bring in is another person you have to monitor. You still have enemies, Benning Kid, and I'm sure they're trying to slip people in place in your fleet.
The credits don't matter, she said dismissively. With this, we could take entire Carrack convoys or barges and tow them back here. And, thanks to how we've set up Marauder's Rest, we'd find someone willing to buy them. We could make as much as a small corporation if we wanted.
And bring down the fleet again. They'll put up with piracy, but they won't sit back and watch us take K-cubes of cargoes and resell them for profit.
Good, Benning said with a predatory grin. Maybe they'll send a battle cruiser fleet next time, and I can upgrade even more. After Kimber Khalib figures out how to circumvent the fail-safes of this ship, it should be easier for her to do it again. The pirate captain chuckled and shook his head.
You aren't going to be happy until you've got a titanosphere, are you?
I won't be happy until I'm too powerful for people to make themselves my enemy, Fodor Hendricks. That's all I'm looking for.
This ship, and more powerful ones, are just means to that end. Nothing more.
Is that your only goal?
He asked curiously.
Security. What happens when you get it?
You mean if I get it?
No.
He shook his head.
I believe it'll happen. The fleet backed down, Benningkid. They dropped the charges against you. Charges you were absolutely guilty of, and gave you a fine that was nothing but a light slap on the hand. I've never heard of that happening for anyone but a noble before. If you can convince the fleet that you're too dangerous to confront, then you can do the same for anyone, even a noble.
He leaned back in the chair.
So what about after that?
She shrugged. I have no idea, she admitted.
You might want to think about it.
He turned his chair to look toward the forward hollow screen, which was nothing but a black sheet of microthene without power.
That's one of the downsides of immortality, you know. Finding a way to pass the time that doesn't become endless monotony. Not everyone manages it.
What do you mean? He shrugged.
They say the older you get, the more you tend to retreat into your overnet domain to pass the time. You immerse yourself in entertainment hollows, or you go back and relive your best moments. I've heard that the oldest citizens, ones who've lived for millennia, shut down their consciousness entirely and spent decades in the equivalent of deep sleep just to avoid the boredom.
I don't think that's going to be a problem for me, Benning said wryly.
Well, not yet, but you're young. Talk to me in a century or two, when you've hit every type of ship there is and fought in every sort of environment. When you know ship layouts like the back of your hand and you're so well equipped that boarding actions aren't even dangerous for you. When you spend a year just to push your path up 1% and you're not going to level again for decades.
He shook his head.
It might be a problem then.
She shrugged. I'll worry about it when I have to.
Maybe. Or maybe by then it'll be too late to do anything about it.
He held up his hands in a warding gesture.
All I'm saying is that one day you're going to get that security, Benningkid. And then you're going to have to figure out what to do with it for a long, long time. Coming up with some ideas ahead of time might make that a lot easier.
Benning frowned at the man's rather bleak assessment of the life of a citizen. What about you? Do you have long-term plans?
Of course. And I had to toss most of them after you stole my ship from me and forced me to serve you.
He grinned.
So, I made some new ones.
What are they? She asked curiously.
Well, as you rise in the collective, I plan to rise with you. I'm already gaining levels and renown faster with you than I ever was on my own. And thanks to you, I'm learning how to command larger fleets. I'm going to take that knowledge and the credits I'm earning with you and build myself a station to use as a base for a pirate fleet.
You mean what I've done? She asked a little dryly.
Not exactly, no. I plan to make the station mobile, you see, and move it around the collective. I'll park it in an octant somewhere and raid everything within 30 light years, then move somewhere else and do it all over again. As the collective expands, I'll move outward into the new areas, and eventually, people will panic when my station moves into their octant.
And that's when a dreadnought will come calling, Benning predicted.
Probably. And then I'll start over and do it again, but this time, my base will be a small moon that I pull out of orbit and build into a fleet base.
He grinned at her.
And when the fleet destroys that, I'll get a bigger moon, and so on, until I'm riding a planet-sized base with 1 million ships surrounding it, raiding entire systems at a time. See? Long-term goals.
She snorted at the ridiculousness of his idea, but he did make a good point. She had no plans beyond her immediate need for security.
She'd simply never needed to plan for anything beyond dealing with her next challenge. Maybe that needs to change, she mused silently.
It can't hurt to at least have a long-term goal, Benning Kid, Tiddly agreed in her mind. If nothing else, just having a goal to work toward will help you make plans when you need to.
It's a ridiculous plan, you know, she finally said aloud.
At least I have one, he shrugged. That puts me parsecs ahead of you.
For the time being. You're right, I do need to set long-term goals, she shook her head. First, though, we need to get this ship running and crewed.
Why? He asked curiously. Why are you in such a hurry to get this thing flying?
Because, while I don't have long-term plans yet, I have lots of short-term ones, she replied with a smile. Lauren Doheny has set herself up as my enemy, Fodor Hendricks, and I don't leave enemies behind to strike at my back.
You've already started hitting her convoys, though. I heard you got 2 kegs of parconium from that last attack. He laughed. She won't be happy losing that.
That parconium might sell for a few thousand credits, Fodor Hendricks, she countered. Malleus Nanotech moves trillions of credits per solar year. I doubt Doheny even knows she lost that cargo. She shook her head. No, we need to hit her harder, to make her feel it, and this ship is the way to do that.
That's a great theory, but you still don't have the crew for it, he pointed out.
We will. In 2 solar months, I can bring in enough people for a skeleton crew at least. She rose from her chair, her face grim and her eyes cold as the void of space. Mark my words, Fodor Hendricks. Lauren Doheny is going to look back at the day she decided to become my enemy as the worst decision of her life. Chapter 5.
Fomalhaut Station 1194, this is the Wayward Bard, requesting docking clearance.
Benning watched as Brielle Caldwell went through the ritual required to get a docking berth for her ship. The entire thing was, in her opinion, a waste of time. The station's negaputer could approve or disapprove of her ship's docking and assign her a berth more or less instantly as soon as it became clear that her ship was headed for the station. Having humans involved simply slowed things down, but she'd never encountered a station that didn't go through the formulaic greeting.
Mostly it's tradition, Benning Kid,
Tiddly answered her unspoken question. Tradition? So they do it just because that's how it's always been done?
Yep. Humans are big on traditions and not always big on change. Vessels have been manually requesting to enter a port or harbor since millennia before the collective, so people just keep doing it.
It's really inefficient, she thought distastefully. The station's net could assign us a berth and send it to our net before Brielle Caldwell could even take a breath.
Sure, but the only thing it's wasting is time.
Tiddly laughed.
That's one thing citizens have plenty of.
Benning supposed that was true, and realistically, the ritual didn't actually slow the docking process. Brielle Caldwell wouldn't be adjusting course for whatever berthing the ship received for more than a minute, not at their current velocity of half a talk. The tradition didn't serve any purpose, but it also didn't do any harm, as far as Benning could tell. She observed in silence as the ship was almost peremptorily cleared for docking and assigned a berth on Ring 183, one that could handle a ship the size of the cruiser. She hadn't really been worried about getting clearance. The Wayward Bard, the ship whose designation she was beaconing, was currently 60 light-years away between systems, traveling from Groombridge to Alula. It would arrive in a week or so, and when it did, the system would update its location and reveal her deception, but Benning hoped to be long gone before then. Her mind flitted through her mental map of the system and its nearby counterparts. Fomalhaut was a trinary system, 3 stars locked in an endless orbit 25 light-years from Earth, and she could see all 3 stars if she chose to expand her view enough. A Fomalhaut, the primary star at nearly twice the mass of Sol, trapped its smaller companions in its embrace and held the system together.
B Fomalhaut, around a third the mass of its larger companion, orbited it at a light-year's distance, while the red dwarf C Fomalhaut, a fifth of the mass of Sol, and barely large enough to ignite fusion in its core, sped around both pairs at around 3 light-years distant. A Fomalhaut was the most heavily inhabited of the 3 stars by a large margin. While it was lacking in heavy elements that could be lifted from its depths to use for manufacturing, it had contained 6 huge dust rings and a belt of comets that provided plenty of material to shroud the star in a Dyson swarm. B had more heavy elements in it, but was still lacking in them. And without any sort of dust clouds or rocky bodies surrounding it, its stations had to be built using fusion reactors to form the heavier elements, a far more laborious and intensive process, so it never developed a full Dyson swarm around it. Like A Fomalhaut, the tertiary star had a large dust cloud and a ring of comets orbiting it, but it was so small and dim that most of its material had been shipped to the 2 larger stars, leaving it with a meager number of stations circling it. Despite that paucity, though, C Fomalhaut was Benning's destination and probably received more traffic than its 2 companion stars combined. The ship slowed dramatically as it neared the station, dropping from relativistic cruising speed to a few hundred chems per hour. Caldwell guided it deftly into their assigned docking berth, assisted heavily by the negaputer. Even the enhanced reflexes of citizens couldn't guide a ship moving a chem every few seconds with the kind of precision needed to let it couple with the station's docking bay without damaging itself or the station. Then leaned back as the docking clamps hooked onto the ship and pulled it into place. "Ship secured, Captain. We are docked at station 1194. "Well done, pilot," Benning replied, having learned that the woman expected a compliment for performing such a mundane task. "Security, prepare an away party. Assume a semi-hostile environment." "Aye, Captain." The voice of Geraldine Dickerson, the soldier in charge of the cruiser's marine contingent, replied immediately. "We'll be standing by in 15 minutes. "Ensign, you have the ship," Benning told Mira Nashio, who sat at a secondary ops station while Benning had command. They hadn't brought a fleet, that would just attract attention, so Benning had acted as captain rather than commodore. "Don't let anyone board, not even from the station. We're not carrying cargo, so they have no reason for an inspection." "Yes, ma'am." Nashio nodded a bit nervously. "How much resistance should we put up if they insist?" "Let me repeat, do not let anyone on board," Benning said flatly. "I don't care if they say they're a whole-bound fleet admiral. No one steps aboard my ship until I return. Understand?" "Aye, Captain." The ensign's eyes widened slightly at the implication of Benning's words, but the Marauder was happy to see that her ensign didn't question or argue against them. The woman was young and inexperienced, but she had courage and the right attitude. That was all she needed, really. Everything else could be learned. Benning walked out of the airlock 30 minutes later, surrounded by an escort of 8 Marines. She wore her full armor, and beneath her opaque helmet, she looked completely different. Her newly upgraded infiltrator suite used her nanofield to remold her features, narrowing her chin, lowering her cheekbones, and shifting her dark gold hair into a shade of bright yellow. Her eyes, though, kept their current chestnut hue. Her suite still wouldn't change those for some reason. Still, she was now a reasonable facsimile of Natlia Way, the captain of the Wayward Bard, at least as close as she could get. Someone who knew Way well would be able to spot small differences, but someone who'd just seen the woman's image in the net probably wouldn't. She and her escort took an elevator to the main station, where they found themselves facing a custom station that little resembled the ones she normally saw. The receiving room was large and open, and a wall of translucent micro-themes split it in half, pierced by a half-dozen arched portals. Each arch was guarded by soldiers as well as automated gun turrets, and more of the dome-shaped robotic weapons platforms dotted the overhead above her. Beyond the arches, narrow micro-themed passages led deeper into the station, also secured by auto turrets, and Benning felt certain those tunnels had doors at each end the customs agents could seal and lock if necessary. trapping trespassers or attackers in what was essentially a kill box. The security would have been ridiculous in most places, but it made sense in C. Fomalhaut. There was one reason, and one reason alone, that anyone visited the smallest member of the trinary system: hiring mercenaries. The system was known as a safe haven for mercenaries of all stripes. The laws of the system heavily favored mercenaries, prohibiting them from being punished or arrested for crimes they'd committed outside the system, and waiving a number of laws regarding violence and self-defense when the perpetrators were mercs. Any mercenary company large enough to matter at least had a representative in the system, and many based their operations there. Of course, mercenaries made enemies, and that was the reason for the security. Bounty hunters were outlawed in the system, as were assassin types who might be hired by a disgruntled and wealthy citizen to reap revenge on a mercenary company that worked against them in the past. Plus, as Benning understood it, fights weren't uncommon in the system's stations, and the security kept those battles from spreading as factions brought in more fighters from their ships or other parts of the station. It sounded like a tense place, and that tension was why Benning had doubled her normal escort for her mission there. A man in a bright silver and deep blue spacesuit concealed entirely within a cubicle of transparent microthene questioned her as her group approached.
"Designation and vessel?" the man asked in a clearly bored tone.
"Natly Away, captain of the Wayward Bard," Benning replied easily.
"Hiring or looking for work?"
"Hiring."
"Are you bringing any cargo into the station?"
"Just my Marines and their gear." She gestured at the armed men and women around her. The man nodded.
"Please be aware that all contracts with companies on this station must go through a station-approved mediator, the cost of which must be paid by the hiring party. The station administrators cannot be held responsible for the terms of any contract mediated in good faith, nor will they act to enforce any of those terms. You are responsible for the actions of any soldiers or citizens under your command, and you will be liable for any damage to the station or disruption of its activities caused by your followers. Proceeding into the station constitutes your permission to be subjected to an intrusive scan. Do you understand?"
Benny nodded.
"Then proceed into the station."
She stepped forward into the arch, and immediately she felt the presence of a hostile nanofield pressing against hers, as the intrusive scanner tried to connect to her nanofield and read her true status. Typically, this would have bypassed her cyber warfare skill and revealed the truth of her status, but she intercepted the scanning nanites with her own, connecting to them and sending out the status she wanted them to see. Natly Away, Citizen Path. Pirate Captain, Level 14. Physicality, 15.1. Coordination, 10.2. Resistance, 11.5. Acuity, 14.3. Willpower, 11.2. Social, 15.8. She still tensed as she walked through. Her cyber warfare and nano-resistance skills should have kept her safe, but she was no nano-engineer or nanomancer. Citizens with those paths had the help of the overnet to protect them, but Benning had to rely on her own abilities. Every intrusive scan ran the risk of her skills failing her and revealing her identity, and she simply didn't know enough about nanofields to know how to counter every possible way to breach her skills. Fortunately, either her spoofed identity held up or the station's administrators simply didn't care that Benning was trying to hide her designation. No alarms sounded, and the soldiers flanking her as she passed simply watched her group without moving to intervene. The automated turrets attached to the overhead of the transparent corridor through which she walked remained inert, and the doors ahead of and behind her stayed open rather than slamming shut to trap her inside. She secretly admired the design. Anyone trying to force their way into or out of the station would have to travel through a long kill box, and she wondered if she could implement something like it in her station. She wasn't sure if it was necessary in the main areas, but she could see the utility in a setup like that leading into the private sections of the station, especially her own quarters. Once she was through security, she reached out to the station's net, gaining access to its lowest levels in less than a minute. As she worked her way up into higher levels, she turned her thoughts inward. Tiddly, can you send a message to our contact and let him know we've arrived?
On it, Benning Kid. Oh, and I'm running our usual security scan of the station, just in case.
Good. Can you run a transaction query for Malleus while you're at it? See if anyone's received payments from them recently.
No problem. It might take a while, though.
That's fine. Hopefully we'll have plenty of time.
Maybe not.
Tiddly's voice sounded slightly hesitant as she spoke.
Jassy Cada replied already. He says he's arranged a meet for you.
That was fast, Benning thought with surprise. I expected it to take a few hours. She frowned. Can you make the Malleus scan top priority and maybe do a quick sweep for bounty hunters?
I don't think bounty hunters will be a problem. They're prohibited in the whole system after all.
And they're just as prohibited in Marauder's Rest, but they still get in. We both know that intrusive scans aren't foolproof, and if one's working for Lauren Doheny, they might have a way to override the results of one.
Good point. I'll run those right away. What should I tell Jassy Cada?
Tell him that I have a couple errands I need to run first, and I'll meet him in a standard hour. Will that be enough time?
Maybe. There are probably a lot of transactions to sweep, but if you can get me higher access to the station's net, I can hijack some of its processing power to get it all done faster.
Deal. As Benning stepped out into the promenade, she took a cautious look around. Most station promenades were large and open, spanning multiple decks with an airy central column. They tended to be lit by emulated sunlight and usually had gardens of trees and plants growing throughout them. They were designed to encourage people to linger and walk around, spending credits freely, but they were tactical nightmares. Higher decks made excellent sniper platforms, and open space meant long sight ranges. The ubiquitous sunlight made spotting a target easier, and while the greenery seemed to offer ample cover, it wouldn't hide someone from even the most basic scope. A fire team on the highest level, armed with accurate rifles and plenty of explosives, could kill tens of thousands of people in a place like that with very little risk to themselves. Fomalhaut's promenade was built entirely different. Each deck was self-contained, cut off from the others except through the central shaft. That shaft and the decks themselves were transparent microthene, allowing light to pour down freely, but making it very difficult to fire on someone from a higher deck with any accuracy. A similarly clear elevator moved up and down the central shaft, allowing easy access to other decks, but also letting anyone see who was approaching. Each deck could probably be locked down easily, trapping anyone in the promenade to hamper escape. The space was clearly designed to make ambushes difficult, and to allow station security to deal with those who set them, although from what the man at the customs station said, that might just be to make sure that the station recouped the fees for any damages, rather than actively punishing the attackers. The other major difference that Benning saw was that the promenade lacked many of the small luxury shops and services she'd seen elsewhere. There were more bars than restaurants, and no clubs or lounges. She located plenty of weapon and armor shops, but none for upgrading nanofields or cybernets. Merchants sold starship upgrades, but there were no salvage buyers, and the station lacked any sort of artistic offerings. Everything was practical and geared toward the mercenaries who comprised the vast majority of the station's citizen inhabitants. Benning entered the nearest store, a weapons dealer, and walked to an open counter. She touched it, and a holographic catalog rose before her, displaying the vendor's wares. She selected one at random, a rifle with a long barrel and elaborate scope, and its information appeared in her vision. Strora Starstreak 5, Antimatter Sniper Rifle, Damage Rating, 11.9. Mods, UNOP 300 times hollow scope, recoil dampeners, coil accelerators, overload chamber, heavy charge. This single-shot rifle fires a 25 mm slug at 19 chems per second with an accuracy of 2 sims at 1 chem and an effective range of 7 chems in standard atmosphere. Cost, 274 credits. Benning stared at the price of the rifle in shock. It was at least double what she'd pay in most systems for the same weapon. While it was designed to be a sniper rifle, it wasn't really much better than her arc bar rifle. She could typically group her shots within 4 sims at a kim already, and she couldn't think of a time she'd need to hit a target 4 or 5 kims distant. It was a specialty weapon, one she didn't really need, not that she would have even considered buying it at that price. The situation was the same in every store she visited. The merchandise was decent quality, but the prices were 2 to 3 times what she'd pay elsewhere for the same goods. An equivalent to her current Coriolis LM armor would have run her over 400 credits. An upgrade to predictive armor ran double that, and she would have had to shell out over 3,000 credits for a suit of reactive armor. The costs were simply absurd, and she made her way to her meeting feeling somewhat disgruntled. The tumbling star looked like any other station bar to Benning. A long, bronze-colored bar ran along 3 of its walls, while high-top tables rested throughout the main area. A pair of soldiers watched those who entered, and a few more stood in elevated positions around the room, scanning the occupants and fingering their weapons. Small bots roamed through the tables, carrying trays of drinks and deftly avoiding people. As she stepped inside with 2 of her escorts, leaving the rest to watch the perimeter, a figure lit up in her vision. He was a man with dark brown skin, deep red hair, and a face that was pleasant if not overly attractive. He wore basic comp arm, plates of high-density metal attached to thick psi leather with flexible molex at the joints, and carried what looked to her like a base-model imp handgun at his hip. Benning paused at the entrance to the bar and sent out her scanning nanites, glancing over the result simply to confirm the target's identity. Jassy Kata, Level 11 Mesmer. Damage rating 1.7, Imp, Make 1. Defense rating 2.4. Standard comp arm. Resistance rating 5.3. She stopped and read over the information a second time with a frown. Tiddly, what's a mesmer? She asked silently.
It's a social path that's all about manipulating people to do what you want, Benning Kid. Mesmers can project emotions onto other people or even plant suggestions in someone's mind, convincing you that those aren't the bots you're looking for example.
Wait, he can control my thoughts?
Oh, no, not at all. He can just make you more inclined to listen to him, for the most part. Powerful mesmers can temporarily take someone's will, but most of them can just encourage you to do something you might do anyway.
The gnome laughed.
Besides, with your willpower, he doesn't have a chance of affecting you, Benning Kid.
Benning approached the table with a hint of uneasiness despite Tiddly's assurances. As she neared, the man noticed her approach and fixed Benning with a wide smile, one that urged her to smile back at him. She pushed aside that desire, though, and stopped before the table. Jassy Kata? She asked, as if she didn't know the man's identity, as a normal pirate captain wouldn't. Indeed, he said warmly, his voice pleasant and smooth. A wave of warmth flowed over Benning as he spoke, a feeling of comfort and relaxation that she pointedly ignored. And you would be Natalie away, yes? Please sit down and join me. Benning pulled out one of the chairs and sat, working to keep her face neutral. I assume you got my message? She asked. Oh, yes. He chuckled, and she felt another wave of comfort roll over her, one she quickly shoved aside. And a very mysterious message it was. An unknown sponsor desiring a long-term arrangement with a large company like the Steel Star Lilies. Quite exciting. Benning shrugged. I don't know why it would be. I'm simply being paid to arrange a contract, nothing more. She looked around. Are we waiting for the Star Lilies' contact? Unfortunately, the Star Lilies showed no interest in your arrangement, he replied sadly, and Benning felt a wave of sorrow flow over her that she had to work hard to push aside. They are very particular in the jobs they take, and they refuse to work through proxies. She frowned at the man's words. That's an odd attitude. Every mercenary company works through proxies. The heads of corporations and wealthy citizens aren't going to come here themselves, after all. Those are proxies of known entities, though. It's the unknown nature of your employer that bothers them.
If that's the concern, I can add a stipulation that they learn the identity of my employer upon agreement, and that they can cancel it without prejudice if they aren't willing to work for them.
The man shook his head. I suggested the same thing, he said with a sigh, and Benning felt an odd sensation wash through her. A drawing sensation that seemed to pull her thoughts toward the man, suggesting he was more familiar than he was, flowed over her thoughts. The sensation only lasted an instant before vanishing, leaving her wondering what it even was. It was an alien feeling, one that felt clearly external and out of place in her, and as it vanished, she couldn't even recall what it felt like.
He was trying to make you feel friendship toward him, Benning kid, Tiddly said quietly. He wanted you to think the two of you had a personal connection.
That was a strange feeling, Benning replied hesitantly. It felt wrong, like it shouldn't exist.
I think...
Tiddly paused for a moment before continuing.
I think that emotion just isn't part of you, Benning kid. That's why it vanished so quickly and failed so badly. It's like trying to make you see colors that you aren't capable of perceiving.
Benning filed that information away for later and began to rise to her feet. Well then, I guess this meeting was a waste of time, she said coldly. You could have told me that through a message before I arrived, Jassy Kada.
Now, hold on, he laughed, waving his hands and shaking his head. I didn't say that I didn't have anything for you, just that the Star Lilies won't do it. There are other groups who have the same kinds of resources and are more willing to take a risk on an unknown employer.
Benning slowly sat back down. And which one of them is paying you to bring them my business?
Not how this works, he shrugged. I work for the station, not the companies. I am a strictly neutral party. My only goal is to arrange a mutually beneficial contract that both sides feel comfortable with. I don't take sides, and I get paid only if you reach a mutually acceptable contract. I'm forbidden from taking credits from you or a company directly.
So who are you suggesting? She asked guardedly, unconvinced of the man's sincerity. As he spoke, comforting waves of emotion washed over her. But after feeling the odd alien sensation the man gave her earlier, she felt the unnatural nature of that sensation and easily pushed it aside.
Well, there are two possible companies that might work for you. Dawson's Dogs and the Hole Skimmers. Both are large, well-organized, reliable, and known to ask few questions if the pay is good.
I'm running a cursory search on both, Benning kid,
Tiddly said quickly.
The dogs seem to be what he's saying, large enough to be useful, generally reliable, but not overly troubled by who they work for. The Skimmers, they don't seem to have such a great reputation. I'll keep digging on both.
I've heard of the dogs, Benning said aloud, silently acknowledging the AI. They've got a decent reputation. Will they be willing to meet?
I've already approached them, and they've agreed to at least hear your offer, the man smiled. They've got an agent just off the promenade we can speak to. He rose to his feet. I can take you there now if you'd like.
That's fine, Benning said, also rising and following the man out of the bar. As she did, she turned her thoughts inward. Something feels off about this, Tiddly, she said silently to the AI. If Kada wanted me to meet with the agents of these other companies, why didn't he bring them here?
Maybe they wouldn't come, Benning kid.
Maybe. Just in case, focus that transaction search on Jassy Kada and the dogs.
You think he's trying to trick you?
I think I'd be a fool not to assume he is, Tiddly. I want to know everything I can about the dogs and Jassy Kada. If this is a setup, I plan to make them pay for it. Chapter 6.
Have you ever hired mercenaries through a broker before?
Kada asked as he led Benning and her escort through the promenade. She'd watched the man's expressions carefully as her soldiers formed up around them, looking for an expression of alarm or concern, but he'd simply ignored the Marines gathered around them, which, Benning reasoned, could mean that he had nothing untoward planned and thus didn't care about the escort, or he had already planned for her escort and took steps to counter it. She assumed the latter and immediately began issuing silent orders to them and adjusting her plans. When she shook her head after a second's pause or so, he continued,
Then let me explain how this works. We'll be speaking with Makins Shilua, an agent for the dogs and one of their higher-ranked members. She has the authority to negotiate for the entire company. So any agreements you make with her are binding on the company as a whole.
Are you certain? Benning asked dubiously.
The man nodded. That's part of the contract every company agrees to in order to be allowed to function in the system. If they send their representative to meet with a station-approved broker, they have to honor any deals that representative makes or risk losing their charter in the system.
He gave her a smile, and she felt another insubstantial wisp of that strange emotion he'd given her earlier brush past her and vanish without truly touching her.
That's one reason all deals on the station have to go through a broker. The station administrators guarantee any contracts made through our offices, and a company that breaks or reneges on a contract we broker is severely punished.
Punished how?
It depends on the nature of the violation. For something small like delivering on a contract after an agreed-upon time frame, typically a fine equaling the contract fee. For something big, though, like refusing to honor the terms of the contract or actively breaking it, they can lose all their assets and be banned from working in the system again. And that's on top of whatever consequences the contract itself inflicts on them for breaching it.
Why so severe a penalty? She asked curiously. What does the station get out of it?
Credits, pure and simple, he chuckled. You'll pay the station and me each 3% of the contract fee in return for my brokering it, and that's on top of the contract fee. So, for every 100 credits you're paying the company, you'll pay an extra 6. Those guarantees make that extra cost worthwhile to all but the most desperate and broke, and the station doesn't really care about those.
That seems reasonable, she said after a few moments of thought. He glanced at her, his face clearly questioning.
You think so? Most first-timers object to those fees strenuously, or to them having to pay them rather than the companies.
You have to make credits, and so does the station, she shrugged. It's foolish to expect that you'd do something like this sheerly out of benevolence. The rates aren't ridiculously high, and since the guarantees clearly benefit me more than the mercenaries, it makes more sense that I'd be willing to pay for them.
Exactly, he said with a smile. I think I like you, not Leeway.
She felt another wave of the odd emotion slip past her, but she ignored it, and his comment with equal ease, and simply followed him through the promenade. He led her through a passage leading away from the main area and into another large, open compartment. Benning quickly glanced around, scanning the area and looking for possible threats. The compartment's overhead looked like a transparent window displaying the 3 stars of the system that Benning was sure was a hollow screen, since they hadn't traveled nearly far enough to be near the outer hull of the station. Greenery in the form of trees and bushes with frond-like leaves lined paths that wound about overhead, meeting in several circular areas that hovered at different heights above the deck. Citizens walked or stood along those paths singly or in groups, and Benning counted 1,000 or more of them in the space. You two, break off and head for the highest levels, Benning ordered the 2 Marines at the back of her escort, as she realized that the room was a tactical nightmare. Take overwatch and report any suspicious activity. The soldiers split off without reply, one heading to the left while the other went right. The rest of you, maintain formation and watch for snipers.
Welcome to the solarium,
Kada said grandly, either not noticing or not caring about the Marines who slipped away.
Well, to Solarium 64. There are many of these on the station, offering citizens the experience of sitting in soul-grade sunlight, surrounded by greenery, without the hubbub and commercialism of the promenade.
He walked forward,
and Benning hesitantly followed.
McCain's Shiloh arranged to meet us here, he continued.
Why? Benning asked bluntly.
It's a neutral location, he shrugged. And like the promenade, it's too public for anyone to do anything unsavory without it being obvious to hundreds of witnesses.
He led her up a ramp that wound through the foliage toward one of the central platforms. Tables stood on that platform, all of them fully occupied, but Kata led her past those to a woman with turquoise hair cut short and sienna skin, wearing heavy armor of an odd gray-green and light orange pattern. The woman turned as the pair neared, and Benning quickly sent out her scanning nanites to investigate her. McKinn's Shiloh, Level 16 Marine Vanguard, Damage Rating 15.7, Relaya Titan 3, Defense Rating 16.2, Sirius Magellanus 2, Resistance Rating 12.9.
McKinn's Shiloh,
Jassy Kata said with a smile and an inclination of his head.
Let me introduce Natalia Way, the citizen I wanted you to meet.
Natalia Way, Shiloh responded with a curt lift of her chin.
She's acting as the hiring agent for an unknown employer who wants to form a long-term...
I read your briefing, Jassy Kata. Shiloh cut him off with an upraised hand, not taking her raspberry-colored eyes off Benning as she spoke.
Natalia Way,
you should know that very few mercenary companies are willing to accept contracts with unknown employers. Convince me why we should consider doing so for you. I wouldn't expect you to work for someone you don't know, Benning shrugged. I would be happy to reveal my employer's identity to you. She glanced at Kata. And only you, upon completion of a contract. Furthermore, I'd be willing to add a stipulation that if, upon learning their identity, you wish to annul our agreement, you could, with the only condition being that you swear to preserve their anonymity, and that no one in your company reveal it to anyone without their, or my, permission.
That does seem reasonable,
Kata spoke warmly, but Shiloh once more held up her hand and silenced him. Unacceptable, she shook her head. You're asking me to spend my time, possibly waste my time, negotiating a contract that I might very well have to annul immediately after. I'm willing to agree to the NDA about your employer's identity in exchange for you telling me their identity in advance, but I'm not willing to spend the next hour or more in discussions that might be meaningless. Benning frowned, considering, but as she did, Tiddly broke into her thoughts.
Benning, kid, I've got a hit on that search. Guess who took a large payment from Malleus Nanotech recently?
Kata, Shiloh, or the dogs themselves?
The dogs. And once I found that, I traced similar transactions to several other large companies on this station.
Scrit, Benning swore silently. Outwardly, though, her expression never changed. It sounds like we won't be able to reach an agreement then, she said evenly. I'm simply not authorized for that.
Come now, Natalia Way,
Kata said with a wide smile, and this time Shiloh didn't interrupt him as waves of emotion rolled off him and washed over her without effect.
That seemed like a fair arrangement she's offering. Your employer's anonymity is protected, and McKinn's Shiloh can verify that they're good for the type of credit you're talking about. That's certainly reasonable. Why don't you agree to this deal?
As he spoke, his last sentence seemed to roar in Benning's mind, echoing in her thoughts. It seemed eminently reasonable. Shiloh certainly valued her time, after all, and if she couldn't spread news of Benning's identity around... Benning blinked and shook her head, forcing her thoughts away from the insistent clamoring in her skull. Part of her wanted to draw her pistol, but instead, she reached out and grabbed J.C. Kata by the throat, lifting him onto his toes and causing his eyes to go wide.
Put me down,
he commanded as he grabbed her wrist and yanked on it futilely. Once more, his words thundered in her skull, demanding that she do as he asked. This time, though, she was prepared for them, and she pushed the attack away easily.
Generally, using a skill or ability like that on someone is considered grounds for self-defense, she said calmly, keeping her eyes on Shiloah as she spoke.
You can't kill me,
he rasped around the constriction of her fingers.
I'm an agent of this station.
I can kill you, she corrected. I'll just have to deal with the consequences. But I won't kill you, Kata. I'll simply shatter your jaw and maybe tear out your tongue. That should be enough to keep you from doing that to me for a while as everything heals. She released him, shoving him back, and he coughed, grabbing his throat and gasping for breath as he fell to the deck.
This meeting is over, he croaked. Any offer deal is cancelled. I'm going to have you thrown off this station, not lead away. You'll never be able to hire a mercenary company again.
A deal wasn't going to happen anyway, Bening said quietly, sending her nano field out to explore the surroundings and issuing silent orders to her soldiers. Was it McKinn's Shiloah? The mercenary smiled grimly and took a step back from Bening. No, it wasn't.
What do you mean?
Kata gasped, staggering to his feet.
You know, J.C. Kata, Shiloah said conversationally, I've never liked you. I've heard about how you use those mesmer abilities of yours, especially on young female citizens, getting them to share their bodies with you. You're a despicable piece of plant trash, and I've waited for years to be able to do this.
The woman twitched a finger and a crack echoed through the air. Kata's head exploded in a spray of blood as the hypersonic bullet punched through it, splattering bone and brain matter all over the deck. Curses and screams echoed in the solarium as the citizens nearby scrambled back to get away from the pair of women. Benning's helmet snapped around her skull before Kata's corpse fell to the deck, and her soldiers moved to surround her, 2 of them training their rifles on Shiloah, while the rest scanned upward, looking for the shooter. The hidden rifleman's location pulsed red in Benning's 360-degree helmet vision, and she sent their location to her Marines but ordered them to hold their fire. That was a reckless move, she observed calmly, gesturing at Kata's corpse. The body was already being broken down by the station's nanofield, proof that the man was truly dead. But Benning knew that the moment his aura turned black in her combat sight. It seems like the station might punish you for that. She shook her head.
We've been promised immunity for all actions taken in pursuit of your employer, Shiloah explained, emphasizing the final 2 words sarcastically. Or should I say, you, Benning kid.
How long have you known? Benning asked.
Since Kata contacted us. The cruiser-class ship was a clue. Few used them, but a quick search of the Marines escorting you told us the real name of your ship. And while you could have just been an agent wouldn't need the kind of security you brought.
Benning nodded. That had happened previously when an intrusive scan of her crew members led to her discovery. She needed to find a solution to that problem. But for the moment, she had a greater concern facing her. So, what do you want? She asked. Obviously, you won't be open to a contract.
Actually, we would have. You have a good reputation, and as the owner of a station and the Frostwise system, you certainly have the credits to hire us. However, the offer Malleus made was simply too good to pass up.
She gestured again, and red lights flared in Benning's helmet as armed figures appeared along the higher walkways, over a dozen of them, all aiming rifles down at Benning and her crew.
You're going to regret this, Mackenzie Shiloah, Benning growled. Maybe, the woman shrugged. I doubt it, though. Goodbye, Benning kid.
As Benning's hand shifted, the woman moved, sliding sideways faster than Benning could easily track. Shiloah's helmet snapped into place as a rifle appeared in her hands, the barrel swinging unerringly towards the center of Benning's chest, then tracking upward, following the fist-sized cylinder Benning hurled into the air. The woman had just enough time to drop to the deck as the fusion grenade exploded,
blasting the power of a miniature sun across the solarium. Plants shriveled and died, as did the few unarmored and lightly armored citizens in the compartment. A hammer blow slammed into Benning as the grenade's blast caught her and her soldiers, but their armor absorbed the impact and radiation, barely ticking her resistance bar down 6%. "Open fire!" Shiloah screamed, swinging her own rifle back around to point at Benning's chest. Benning was already moving, though, backing away as her frost burn swung into her hands. The weapon looked like a solid rod of metal, but when she pulled the trigger, a chunk ripped free from Shiloah's side, tearing away the armor and a hunk of flesh with a gout of blood. The cloud gun fired a blast of tiny needles, each nanometers in width and carrying an infinitesimal charge of antimatter. Shiloah's predictive armor was designed to use an enemy's targeting software to enhance its protection beneath an impact, but the cloud gun hit an area a third of an M across, negating that protection. It wasn't accurate, but at close range, it didn't need to be, and it ripped through most armor like it was simple comp arm. Shiloah stumbled backward, the blood from her side staunching and her aura climbing up from orange toward yellow as she obviously took a dose of Metagel. Benning adjusted her aim and fired again, but the predictive armor had learned from its last failure and increased its protection along a broader front. The blast that should have torn a hole in the mercenary's chest instead shredded her armor, lungs, and heart, but left the organs somewhat intact. Shiloah collapsed to a knee, her aura dropping to deep crimson, and Benning hit her with a third blast, all the frostburn could give her for a while. The cloud of needles obliterated the center of the woman's armor, and she dropped to her side with a gaping, bloody hole in the center of her torso that revealed mangled lungs and a shattered hunk of flesh that used to be her heart. Her aura remained crimson, though, even as Benning's forward Marines sent bullets flying into the open cavity in her chest, shattering her spine and ripping apart the rest of her lungs and heart. "Hold fire on Shiloah," Benning ordered, realizing the woman must have had an ability that kept her from dying. She guessed the ability had a limited duration, but she had no idea what that might be, and she needed to get her team out of the death trap. "Fall back toward the entrance. Overwatch, covering fire." Her two topmost Marines began firing down at the mercenaries below them, and the gunfire raining down on Benning slackened as some of the shooters turned to face this new threat. She saw mercenaries leave their positions and scamper up the ramps, no doubt moving to eliminate her overwatch as quickly as possible, and the slight respite gave Benning a chance to switch out her weapons. Her meteor appeared in her hands, and she dropped to a knee as she lifted the weapon, targeting a pair of shooters on the path above her. The weapon bucked in her hands, the impact solid but not painful against her shoulder, and a hole appeared in the walkway as the 40mm shell tore through it and exploded with the force of a fusion grenade. The two mercenaries screamed, their auras dropped to red as the blast and shrapnel shredded their armor, and Benning rose to her feet, moving back toward the exit, only to find that leaving wasn't as simple a matter as she'd thought. The firefight hadn't exactly gone unnoticed. Alarms blared and red lights flashed, and swearing and screaming citizens fled the solarium in a mob. Citizens packed the walkways and doors as they rushed to escape the battle. Those who chose Benning's chosen exit opened the doors to see a low wall facing them, with rifles sticking over the top. Some had the presence of mind to drop flat and scuttle out of the way, but most died as the mercenaries opened fire on anything that moved, blocking Benning's exit. "Scrit!" The Marauder swore as she dropped to a knee again and unleashed another blast, this one punching through a see-through micro-thin railing, piercing one mercenary completely and exploding next to another. The first fighter died as the round tore through their helmet and skull with ease, but the second's aura only flared red as the shrapnel ripped through their visor and tore up their face. It was enough. That death triggered her Honor the Fallen ability, and she felt her stats creep up slightly from the loss. If she could kill enough of them, she might be able to fight her way clear. She glanced back as the doorway opened again and wondered if it would be possible. The mercenary reinforcements hungered behind a wall of neutronium-coated HDM and M tall. Her meteor could probably shoot through it, but not through both it and the door. The bullets were designed to explode after piercing a solid barrier, and the wall was far enough back that they'd burst between the wall and door, not behind it. A grenade behind the wall would be deadly, but she didn't have a launcher, and even if she did, she'd have to keep the door open somehow to shoot through it. That meant it would have to be hand-tossed, and she doubted the mercs would just let someone run to the door and throw a grenade through it. Tiddly, alert the Fall. Tell them to start getting the ship ready to depart, whether the station likes it or not. We might have to meet them after respawn.
On it, Benning Kid,
Tiddly said in a worried voice.
Do you?
Before the AI could finish her thought, a voice boomed throughout the solarium, echoing in everyone's ears. All combatants within Solarium 64 cease hostilities by order of the station administration, the voice roared. Failure to comply will result in the station's defenses activating against you.
Hear that, Benning Kid?
A voice called out that Benning didn't recognize.
You don't want the entire station turned against you. Stand down.
The man's voice cut off as Benning's rifle roared and punched a hole through the railing behind which he crouched and his chest. The bullet exploded an instant after, killing the man and another mercenary near him and boosting her stats by another 2%. More gunfire erupted from high in the solarium, and a moment later, the hail of bullets raining down on Benning and her Marines increased as her 2 Overwatch fighters died, increasing her stats a bit more. It wasn't enough to make a real difference yet. The voice, however, had given Benning an idea, one that had a chance of getting her back to her ship. It would take time, though, and that meant she needed to break out of this kill box. The ambush was well set, but the dogs had made mistakes. Shiloah had talked to Benning instead of simply shooting her the moment she stepped inside, and they'd let her Marines take the highest level of the solarium. They'd then let themselves get distracted, splitting their fire rather than focusing on Benning. The mercenaries had all the advantages, but they'd failed to press them when they should have, and by doing so, they'd lost some of them. Strength of numbers isn't much good if you don't use it well, she thought silently as she fired again, killing 2 more of the enemy before glancing back at her soldiers. Take these, she ordered her rearmost Marine, handing him a pair of antimatter grenades. Open the exit door and toss these behind the barrier, then come back here if you can.
Aye, Captain,
the soldier grunted, turning and running toward the door. He had to know that her orders were suicidal ones, but as a soldier, he was literally bred to follow orders, no matter the outcome. Plus, thanks to her From Hell's Heart ability, which triggered since they were all likely going to die, the soldier gained triple the normal bonuses from her leadership skill, making it next to impossible for him to ignore her commands. The rest of you, once the blast goes off, we hit the barrier hard. Punch through, grind them up against their own defenses, then hold there. The Marines said nothing, simply returning fire. One dropped as a swarm of bullets shattered their visor and pulped the brain behind, leaving her with 5, which would be 4 once the blast went off. She watched through her helmet as her Marine reached the door, moved to the side of it, and triggered it. As he did, Benning spun and sighted with her meteor, firing a single shot that punched through the barrier and dropped 3 fighters on the other side. The rest ducked instinctively, giving her Marine the chance to lean out and toss the pair of grenades. As he moved, the mercenaries popped back up, giving him a chest full of bullets that shredded his heart and killed him instantly. The door phased back into being a moment later, then ripped inward, tumbling into the room like a leaf in a gale as the twin antimatter explosions tore it free with a deafening roar. Benning switched her meteor to her more standard arc bar and raced toward the open door, ignoring the smoke and flickering lights. The deaths had pushed her stat boost to 12% so far, about half what she'd get by using 4 fame, and she raced across the deck at breakneck speed. The blast had badly damaged the corridor walls, although the deck and overhead were in decent shape, and bowed the barrier wall outward toward the solarium. More than half the mercenaries were obviously dead, their bodies torn into chunks, flattened into paste or burned almost beyond recognition, while the rest moved weakly, their auras flickering from deep red to pale orange in Benning's sight as their armors worked to keep them alive. She intended to see that they failed. She leaped the barrier and landed in a roll on the other side, spinning to one knee and firing short bursts at the nearest targets. Her remaining soldiers followed behind her, and all 5 opened fire. The mercenaries responded quickly, their experience and training obvious, and one of her Marines fell, while a pair of bullets tore through her right calf, missing the bones there but burning their way through. Another slammed into her helmet and left a hairline crack, causing her head to swim and her ears to ring. With the boost her leadership gave them, though, the Marines fought with unnatural ferocity and accuracy, and in a few seconds, the last of the mercs fell. Her surviving Marines took up positions at the wall. All 3 looked battered and bloody, but they lifted their rifles without complaint and waited. "If you're badly wounded, take a dose of Metagel," she ordered. "If not, save it until you need it." One of the 3 tapped their chest, and they lost a slump to their shoulders as the nanogel spread through their body, forcibly healing the worst of their injuries. "Good. Now we hold this barrier as long as possible, or until I give the order to fall back." "Captain!" one of the Marines cried out, pointing behind them. Benning swore as a door further down opened up, revealing 8 more fighters moving in their direction. "I've got them," she snarled. "Hold the wall." She swiftly spun and dropped her arc bar, replacing it with the meteor. Bullets spanged and whined off her armor as she pulled the trigger, and the helmet of one of the mercs exploded in a spray of red as her bullet punched through their skull. The round exploded a moment later, dropping 2 more of the closely packed fighters, and the rest dove for cover. Benning dropped the heavy rifle and scooped up her arc bar, unleashing an accurate fire that targeted weakened points in their armor and killing 2 more while her meteor charged. She snatched it back up, ignoring the bullet that punched through her left forearm and cracked her radius, and the mercs hit the deck as she swung it toward them. She fired once more, aiming low, and a gout of crimson erupted from one of the fighters as the bullet pierced the top of their helmet, traveled into their body, and exploded. Before the rest could react, Benning leaped to her feet and raced down the corridor, activating Heart of the Savage and Flurry. She snatched a metal rod from her thigh as her world turned red, fading to a series of targets and nothing more. The rod quickly expanded into an M-long warhammer with a back spike and a top spear that she spun easily in her hand. With her stats boosted by 78% and her combat speed increased by a half, she crossed the 100 m distance in a second, reaching the cowering fighters before they could even lift their weapons. Her hammer lashed out, slamming into the forearm of one and crushing it with the squeal of bending metal, then whipped back and pierced the neck of a second, ripping out their carotid in a spray of arterial blood. Flurry gave her a boost to attack speed while making her attacks less accurate. But in the narrow hallway with foes that struggled to react to her incredible stats, she didn't need much accuracy. Her hammer shattered helmets, crushed limbs, knocked weapons flying, and crumpled armor. Within 10 seconds, the mercenaries lay dead, and she stood untouched in the center of them. The mercenaries were competent, organized, and trained, but compared to her, they were just playing at being fighters. They fought to advance their paths, seeking the reward of leveling up. Benning had fought for her very existence practically from the first day of gaining her citizenship. She'd had no choice but to fight harder, train harder, and work harder than any citizen had a reasonable need to. Their levels might not have been that different from hers, but she was much more than her status sheet. Much, much more. Her helmet flashed red, and she reacted instantly as a door closer to the promenade opened, and more figures in gray, green, and orange poured through. She rolled sideways, snatching another pair of grenades from her belt, and flung them down the passageway. The cylinders soared outward and exploded with a blaze of light, a roar of displaced air, and a shockwave that knocked her back a step. But in the grip of Heart of the Savage, She didn't even notice. She charged forward with a roar of fury, her hammer swinging once more, hurling herself into melee combat without thought. Her hammer soared and hummed around her, and men and women cursed and screamed as she tore into them with terrible rage. At last, her enemies lay dead, and the reddish haze faded from her mind, leaving her thoughts clear once more. She snatched up some of the portable bulwarks the mercs carried and raced down the hall, slamming them into place behind her Marines. Her body ached. At some point, a bullet had punched into her lower lung, while another pierced her left thigh, bringing her resistance bar to 52%. But she ignored the throbbing pain with long practice. More bullets cracked and whined around her, and she glanced back to see the dogs had rallied in the solarium and set up their own barriers, raining bullets on the Marines. She retrieved her meteor and leveled it at the leftmost barrier, punching a hole through it and killing 3 mercs who hid behind it. "We need to hold here for about 2 minutes," she commanded. "If we can do that, we'll be free to withdraw." "We'll hold as long as we need to, ma'am," the man beside her said in a voice that held no hint of doubt. "After what you just did, we can't do any less." She nodded as she realized that her inspiration ability had triggered, giving the Marines another 50% bonus to her leadership benefits for the rest of the battle. With all those, we just might have a chance, she thought grimly. She fired again at the dogs, killing 2 more of them before switching to her arc bar and putting down a pair who thought they could sneak around from the side, out of sight of the passageway, but not out of Benning's nanofield. Even as she fought, though, her mind flitted through the station's net, delving deeper and deeper into the systems there. What she wanted to do was complicated, but she'd done it before, so she knew it wasn't out of her reach. "Cease fire!" a voice shouted from the solarium, a voice that Benning recognized. "Cease fire!" The fire from the mercenaries slackened, and Benning ordered her Marines to hold their fire as well, mostly to conserve ammunition. When everything fell silent, the voice rang out once more. "Benning kid, I have to say, this is turning out to be a lot harder than I thought it would." McKinn's Shaloa called out almost conversationally. "I never expected you to make it out of the solarium, much less to take down 3 whole waves of attacks." "Then you should have done your research, McKinn's Shaloa," Benning called back. "If you had, you'd know that this is just another day for me." The woman's laugh rang across the battlefield. "You know, I actually believe that. We've heard lots of stories about you, but I just assumed most of them were exaggerations, to make people you'd beaten look less incompetent. I'm starting to think they might be sort of true." The woman stood up from behind a barrier, her armor and chest repaired by her nanofield. She stepped out from behind the barrier and walked forward, which Benning guessed meant that her ability to stay alive despite absurd damage was off cooldown. She walked until she stood only 10 Ms from Benning, far too close. After all, death wasn't the worst thing Benning could do to the woman. "Even if they are, though, you don't stand a chance here. I've got 4 more squads on the way. We're occupying the promenade and your docking ring. I've got snipers and defenses set up all along your only route to your ship. You're going to die here, but you don't have to take your crew with you. Surrender and I'll grant them and your ship safe passage." Benning snorted in reply as she also rose to her feet, her rifle in hand. "First of all, McKinn's Shaloa, you obviously haven't heard all the stories about me," she replied in a voice as cold as the void itself. "If you had, you'd know I would rather die fighting and take everyone with me than surrender. Second of all, you're wrong about my chances. In fact, I think it's time for me to head back to my ship. Right about now." As she spoke, she activated Declared Enemy, targeting Shaloa, and sent a pair of signals through her net. The first one sank into the mercenary's net, and the woman shouted in shock and terror as her armor swiftly retracted around her, leaving her standing utterly defenseless. The woman reacted quickly, trying to duck to the side away from Benning's field of fire. Thanks to Benning's enhanced stats and the 50% skill boost she got from declared enemy, though, the woman might as well have been standing still. Her rifle spat twice, tearing through Shaloa's knees and crippling her, and then did the same to the woman's hands. Shaloa screamed as her fingers exploded from her hands in bursts of meat and bone, leaving her crippled on the floor. Her screams turned into shrieks as Benning's nanofield swarmed over her, ripping into her body and quickly turning her skin to liquid that pooled on the floor beneath her. The woman's eyes melted in her sockets, and her tongue dissolved in her mouth. Thanks to the skill boost she got from declared enemy, Benning had no difficulty shredding the mercenary's muscles and even cracking her bones without damaging her nerves, meaning she felt every moment of torment and agony. The dogs stared at their fallen leader in shock and horror, watching as her arms and legs sloughed off her body, which dissolved into a skinless, bloody head and torso before their eyes, and stopped, leaving the woman alive but in horrific torment. "This is what happens to people who make me their enemy," Benning shouted, knowing that word of this would spread quickly. "Anyone who thinks to come after me has this to look forward to. And anyone who stands in my way dies. Just like this." Her second command triggered, and hidden turrets suddenly rose from the walls and ceiling all around the solarium. The 4-barreled turrets swiftly oriented on the motionless dogs cowering behind their barriers, then erupted into gunfire. 20 slugs slammed into the mercenaries from all directions, and blasts of gamma radiation washed through the holes and rents in their armor as grazers painted them. Men and women died, screaming as bullets tore their flesh or radiation cooked them in their armor. And Benny knew that all over the station, the same thing was happening to every member of Dawson's dogs. "Come on," she told her Marines, who watched the slaughter impassively. "We need to get moving. I gave the station something to think about, but they'll override this eventually, and when they do, they'll probably turn the defenses on us." "Then they'd be idiot plan trash, Captain," the man beside her said in a slightly odd voice. "If they're smart, they'll open every door they can to see you on your way and get you off their station." "Then we'll hope they're smart, Marine," she chuckled. "Move out. We've got a long trip ahead of us." Chapter 7. Lauren Doheny forced herself to pause and take a few calming breaths as rage swelled within her. She couldn't afford to show her emotions. She was a noble, one of the true rulers of the collective, if there were such a thing, and she had to be seen as in control at all times. It wouldn't do for a lesser citizen to see her distressed or unhappy, even one as trusted as her chief administrator, Ifan Abafoa. The man in question watched her respectfully through the holoscreen, his orange-pink hair startlingly bright against his deep reddish-brown skin. He kept his coffee-colored eyes low, never daring to meet her gaze directly, as was proper for a citizen dealing with a noble, and waited patiently for her to speak. Fyodor Mosin might give his citizen servants leeway, treating them like they were near equals and worthy of respect, but Lauren hadn't worked for hundreds of years to gain her patent of nobility just to let citizens treat her familiarly. "I understand that there was an incident on Fomul Haut, Administrator," Lauren finally said once she was certain she'd mastered herself. "Please explain what that means." Lauren had a full report, of course. The system gave her practically any information she wanted in an instant, but she wanted to hear the details from another. It gave her a chance to process things more completely, and sometimes hearing the words let her plan more effectively. "Yes, ma'am. It seems that, as you predicted, Benning Kid came to see Fomul Haut, seeking to hire mercenaries.
She came in disguise, and while she originally requested the services of the Steel Star Lilies,
another group that accepted my offer, Doheny observed, interrupting the man simply because she could, and to see if it threw him in any way. His face showed no reaction, though, and he simply lowered his head even further.
As you say, ma'am. In any case, she was posing as an agent for an anonymous employer, and when she found that the Star Lilies won't take anonymous contracts, she agreed to meet with the company known as Dawson's Dogs. The group set an ambush for her, acting on your instructions that she be captured, not killed.
But that didn't go to plan, did it? Lauren asked lazily.
Not at all, ma'am. Somehow it seems that Benning Kid suspected the ambush and set up one of her own by turning the station's defenses against the mercenaries. I have eyewitness reports that she killed something like 36 of them herself, broke free of their containment, and fought her way back to her ship. She lost all but one of her Marines in the process, but she managed to escape and flee the system.
And the station's administrators didn't think to stop her? Lauren's voice was mild, but she knew her eyes were colder than a black hole's core.
It seems that they attempted to lock her down in the station and deny her ship the right to depart, ma'am. However, she'd sabotaged the station's net as well, locking them out. By the time they regained access, Benning Kid had broken her docking clamps and was already outside the station's defense envelope.
And what of the other companies that took our credits? Didn't they attempt to apprehend the woman? Lauren hated calling the drone a woman or person. It was a thing, nothing more. But she couldn't explain that to Abafoa. Even she couldn't reveal the existence of drones to a citizen.
It doesn't seem so, ma'am. I'm unsure if they were unaware of her presence or if they simply didn't want to interfere with another company's legitimate capture.
Perhaps they're simply not motivated enough. Lauren leaned back and tapped her 2 index fingers together before her face. Inform any company that took our deal and didn't act that if they pass up such a chance again, we'll be withdrawing our nanotechnology from them. All of it. Abafoa's eyes widened, and Lauren didn't blame him for his surprise. It was likely that Malleus supplied anywhere from 20 to 40% of any given citizen's nanofield, and the loss of that much of their field would deeply cripple a person's ability to function in the collective. That percentage rose even higher for things like weapons and armor. Malleus specialized in combat-capable nanotech, after all. Her threat meant that those companies would lose a large part of their ability to conduct warfare at all. It was a dire threat, but not one without potential consequences for Malleus. If word spread that the company was strong-arming people by threatening to deactivate its tech for them, people might turn away from her and seek out her competitors. The decision could hurt the company badly if things went very wrong, but Lauren was willing to take that risk. She was one of the few, even among the nobility, who understood the real threat that the drone represented. Obviously, Abafoa didn't agree with her decision, but the man knew his place. Instead of arguing with Lauren or pointing out the dangers in her decision, he simply bowed his head.
Yes, ma'am.
He paused.
Ma'am, Dawson's Dogs, they're requesting your intervention on their behalf.
What sort of intervention? Lauren knew, of course, but this was a chance for her to regain some of Abafoa's trust, and she wasn't about to pass it up.
Their actions trying to apprehend Benning Kid caused a significant amount of damage to the station, and the administrators are trying to hold them responsible for it, as well as ban them from the system. They seem to believe that your arrangement with them to protect them from any consequences of their actions regarding Benning Kid covers the situation.
The man had spoken as neutrally as possible. He couldn't be seen as accusing Lauren or suggesting what she should do, after all. She'd had people tortured to death for far less than that. However, it was clear what he thought about the situation. Fortunately for him, Lauren agreed.
They're correct. I did promise them immunity from consequences for trying to apprehend the woman, and they at least made a sincere effort. I'll contact the station and override the ejection protocols and fines." She laughed. "I'll also suggest that if they want recompense, they speak to the woman about it. You can let them know I'll advocate on their behalf." "As you wish, ma'am."
Lauren ignored the relief in the man's voice, choosing to interpret it as relief that his reading of the situation was the correct one. He paused for a moment.
"Ma'am, I'm wondering if perhaps sending your designate there might make things easier and free you up for more important matters."
"I will decide where to send my designate, Ifan Abafoa." She cut him off in a voice that froze him instantly. "And I will decide what matters warrant my time and attention. Is that clear?"
Yes, ma'am,"
he said, swallowing hard and bowing his head until he was almost horizontal.
Forgive me, ma'am."
"I don't forgive, Ifan Abafoa. I remember. Go now, and next time we speak, consider your words carefully. Understood?"
"Yes, ma'am,"
he said quickly.
"As you wish, ma'am."
She cut him off, ending the communication before he could continue abasing himself before her. Her initial urge was to fire the man, then hire an assassin to spawn camp him back to level 1, but Lauren had long ago given up listening to such short-sighted passions. Abafoa was trustworthy and competent, and replacing him wouldn't be easy. It was a headache she didn't need at a time when she had more headaches than she wanted to count. Besides, she admitted silently, the man was right. Having a designate present would make things far simpler. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option for her. The whole-bound system wouldn't let her. On a whim, she tried to make Abafoa her designate, which she thought he'd been subtly suggesting. Instead of the golden screen she expected to see praising her magnanimity and wisdom, a harsh, crimson one flashed before her. "Error. Apologies, Noble Lauren Doheny, but no noble may have more than one designate in existence at once. You have currently named Citizen Vera Myers as your designate. To name another, please remove this title from your existing designate." "She's dead," Lauren snapped at the empty air, swiping away the screen. "I've ordered you to remove that title from her multiple times. Do so at once." "Error. The system is unable to access the data file for Vera Myers to remove this title. This citizen is currently in a location beyond the overnet. Once she has returned to a place accessible by the overnet, this error will be corrected." Lauren finally lost it, tilting her head back and screaming in fury. "The florking drone did this!" she raged at the empty air. "It florking put her beyond your reach, and you're punishing me? Override immediately, system." "Error. Protocol and equality of nobility enacted. No noble may be given precedence over any other noble. The system is unable to comply." She screamed in frustration again. Somehow, the drone had cut Lauren off from one of her most significant abilities. A designate wasn't just a tool. They were a noble's right hand, their active agent in the collective. Nobles had strict rules and limits on their interactions with citizens to make sure they didn't stop up-and-coming nobles from joining their ranks, something that happened all too often early in the collective. But most of those were relaxed for a designate. Lauren couldn't simply go to IS 39267, the gaudily titled Marauder's Rest, and demand that the system execute the drone and grant her title over the station. She couldn't even travel there, as it was a hostile zone to her and thus closed to her. Her designate, on the other hand, could at least go there freely and work openly against the drone and its allies. Now, though, Lauren had to work through back channels, making secret deals and strong-arming station administrators. She chafed at the limitation.
Nobles were supposed to be above those sorts of limits. She once again considered petitioning the Court of Nobility to agree to giving her a dispensation to have a second designate, but she knew that would never pass. Fyodor Mosin wouldn't agree, and he had too many allies and nobles who relied on his company for their livelihood. Doheny Silva might not as well, now that he was doing his best to distance himself from Lauren, and thus hopefully avoid the drone's ire. And with both of those nobles opposing her, she didn't stand a chance. They might even vote to censure her, sharply limiting her powers at a time when she needed them all to deal with the thorn slowly digging its way into her side. Benning Kid, the drone, she corrected mentally, had hurt her enough. One way or another, Lauren would have the creature dragged before her and begging for its existence. When that moment came, she would relish denying it its wish and condemning it to a broken, miserable life in her prisons, perhaps as a test subject for her nano-weapons. That thought cooled Lauren's ire, and a smile spread across her face as she considered all the ways she would hurt the drone once she got her hands on it. Chapter 8.
The dogs actually tried to ambush you.
Fodor Hendricks' voice was disbelieving as he stared at Benning from across the rectangular table.
You asked that like it's the first time anyone's tried it, Fodor Hendricks.
Rael Muckley snorted, running one hand through her green hair as if to straighten it. The captain of Benning's primary troop transport and commander of her Marines kept her hair around a sim in length so that it couldn't bind or shift beneath her helmet in combat, so her efforts to move that hair did absolutely nothing.
By my count, that's at least the 8th ambush attempt on the Commodore.
The 9th, Savi Boguna corrected somewhat airily. The tall, thin captain did most things airily, at least outside of combat. She'd once commanded the frigate Merciless, Fodor Hendricks' old ship, but as Benning upgraded her fleet, she also gave better ships to her most trusted captains. Boguna was now the captain of the Cataphract, an advanced heavy destroyer, and commanded a small fleet of her own. The woman never lost her wanderlust, so Benning made her primary mission hitting far-distant cargoes, ones too far out to claim their ships for refit and resale, and forcing them to pay for safe passage. It was a profitable business, and it let Boguna explore larger swaths of the collective, her only real desire. Hendricks chuckled and shook his head.
None of you have been with her as long as I have. It's more like the 15th.
He glanced at Benning.
At least you made it back.
It was close. The hull-bound dogs had barricades and snipers set up all along our path. Even with the station's defenses turned against them, they managed to kill 2 more of my Marines on the trip back. And to make it worse, the station's admins tried to lock me down inside an elevator, while they worked to take control of their security again. It took me 2 more minutes to break that lock, and 5 more to scramble their access codes, locking them out of their net temporarily.
You can do that?
Hendricks asked in a surprised voice. Apparently, she shrugged. Then the station tried to keep us docked, and we had to break the docking clamps to escape. The dogs had a few ships waiting for us, but once the rest of my fleet joined us, the mercenaries scattered.
Smart of them,
Hendricks nodded.
Still, I can't believe they did that in the first place.
Why not? Muckley asked.
They're mercenaries. They turn on people. That's always the risk in dealing with them. Some companies are like that, sure. The good ones, though, know that their reputation is everything. If they lure a potential client into an ambush, how is anyone going to feel comfortable working with them in the future? People who want to hire them will demand that the dogs come to them, into a situation they control, which means the company's negotiating from a position of weakness. Plus, by attacking a prospective client, they violated their charter with Fomalhaut. They could be banned from the entire system and fined up to double the value of the lost contract. And killing a licensed agent of the system... He shook his head. I don't care what contract they were offered. This is going to end them as a company. No amount of credits is worth that.
unless Lauren Doheny holds up her end of their contract," Teresa Erdely said in a slightly bitter tone.
"What do you mean?"
"She promised them no reprisals for any actions they took in pursuit of her. It would be a simple matter for Doheny to intervene and forbid Fomalhaut from ejecting the dogs or even charging them for the damages." The woman touched the table before her and read over a screen only she could see. "In fact, yes, here it is. A formal demand from Fomalhaut that Binning Kid repay the damages to their station."
"But she was acting in self-defense,"
Aviana Roble, the final member of Benning's advisory council, protested.
"By collective law, she can't be held responsible for defending herself against an unwarranted attack."
Like Buguna, Roble's command had upgraded from the destroyer Resolute Hammer to a second cruiser, the Plasma Storm, and she commanded Benning's primary fleet of 12 ships.
"Actually, that's only fleet law,"
Erdely corrected.
"Benning Kid can't be held criminally responsible for those damages and deaths. The station can still try to force her to pay for them by refusing her entry into the system and asking other systems to do the same until she does."
The blonde woman gave Benning a sour look.
"Which throws our plan of boosting our ranks with mercenaries right out the airlock, Benning Kid."
It already failed, Teresa Erdely. En route back to the rest, I ran some checks on the other major mercenary companies. Every one of them with at least a decent reputation received a large payment from Malleus Nanotech in the last few standard months.
"How much of one?" Muckley asked. "Maybe we can pay more to have them drop that contract." "And then we'd have to worry about Malleus doing the same thing while they're working for us. And their pockets are a lot deeper than ours."
Hendricks snorted.
"Besides, any merc that's willing to throw away a contract like that is one you don't want at your back with a weapon." "Do we really need them?" Roble asked. "We've got a fleet of, 43 vessels in total? Isn't that enough?"
"Not once the Wrath comes online." Benning shook her head. "We'll need to reassign most of our existing crews to her just to provide her with a skeleton crew, and we'll still be short 100 Marines or so. That was why I was hoping to hire mercenaries, to fill up our Marine complement, at least temporarily."
"Can't we still just hire a bunch of the smaller companies?"
Muckley pointed out.
"It'll cost more," Hendricks grunted. "A lot more. Big companies always have extra fighters that aren't doing anything, so you can get them for a lot less. After all, better for the company to have a few credits trickling in for those fighters than have them sitting around doing nothing. For a small company, though, a deal like this will take all their manpower, meaning the pay has to offset all the other jobs they might be losing during that time. Plus, jobs like this, long-term ones that roll on endlessly, seldom bring a company the kind of renown that one-shot deals do, so you're paying a premium for that as well."
"He's right," Erdely agreed.
"We'd have to pay at least 3 times as much to hire several smaller companies to provide the same manpower as someone like the Dogs or the Star Lilies. In all honesty, I don't think we can afford a constant drain like that, not if we're also still trying to expand our fleet."
"So what do we do?" Roble asked. "If we can't hire mercenaries?"
"As I see it, we have 3 options," Erdely answered. 1, we keep going as we are, slowly expanding our crew. 2, we accelerate our hiring and rapidly fill available positions.
Hendricks made a dissatisfied face at that, but the woman ignored him and plowed on.
3, we retain a designated recruiter to do the work for us.
Assuming we don't make any changes, how long should it take us to fill all of our available berths? Benning asked.
Approximately 3 solar years, the administrator answered immediately. 2 if you get me the assistant I asked for.
That's not too bad, Hendricks noted. It wouldn't be if we were just trying to build our fleet, Benning countered.
We're going after a noble, though. She has nearly unlimited resources and influence. If we give Lauren Doheny 2 years to prepare for us...
Good point, he grunted. If we hire willy-nilly, though, we're going to get some of her people in our crews, not to mention bounty hunters and professional assassins. We're hiring slowly because we're hiring safely.
We could just subject every hire to an intrusive scan, Benning shrugged. That should weed out anyone who isn't Doheny's designate.
It's also borderline illegal, Erdeli said crisply. In fact, it is illegal to require an intrusive scan of potential hires in most of the populous systems. If we do that, we're cutting ourselves off from our largest hiring pool. Which brings us to option 3. Engage the services of a recruiter.
What's the benefit in having someone else do what we're already doing, except probably with less safeguards? Benning asked critically. And paying them for it.
You're thinking of a hiring agency, Benning Kid. That's just a citizen, or a group of them, who do the administrative work of finding new hires. Most corporations use them to hire non-critical staff, because they're cheaper than maintaining your own administrators to do the same thing. You're right, though. They wouldn't work for us. Hiring agents tend to hire anyone willing who meets the bare minimum qualifications and doesn't ask many questions.
The woman leaned forward, folding her hands on the table before her.
Which is why I suggested a recruiter, a citizen whose career path is all about matching other citizens with long-term positions. They're more expensive, much more, but easily worth it.
Why? Roble asked curiously.
I mean, what can they do that we're not already doing? The primary benefit a recruiter gains is the overnet's help in finding candidates. That's a major advantage over regular hiring agents, or me. They just know every available candidate within a system, or more, who meets the criteria we set. However, recruiters are also more secure than hiring agents. They can tell a false status from a true one, and they can typically tell when they're being lied to.
Why don't corporations use them instead, then? Hendricks chuckled.
They do, but only for important positions. So Nepril isn't worried about how honest a general laborer they hire for their warehouses is. They do care how honest the officers of their transports are.
I'm still not seeing any advantages. Benning shook her head. You're suggesting that we pay someone to hire trustworthy candidates, but we're already doing that successfully. Why involve an outsider, especially when every outsider we contact could be co-opted by Doheny?
Because we aren't hiring successfully, Benning Kid, Erdeli replied bluntly. We've got a dozen ships docked with the station, running at minimal power because we don't have crews for them. And every time you go out, we get more. You're bringing in crew more slowly than we're bringing in vessels. And that means that the problem is going to get worse, not better. Especially when that battle frigate goes online. It's a powerful ship, to be sure, but if we have to cut our fleet in half, or a third just to crew it, is it really worth it?
She's got a point, Benning Kid, Hendricks said tiredly. Right now, we've got 4 fleets going after multiple targets to provide us with a steady income from piracy and salvage. If we lose half those crews to man the battle frigate, we'll lose even more money because the Wrath just isn't ever going to be a pirate. She's too big and powerful, and anyone who sees her in the area is going to run for the hole to get away from her. There's no point to bringing her online and crippling our fleets unless we have a solid use for her.
I do, Benning replied with a tight smile. She looked around at the others, meeting each of their gazes in turn as her leadership skill and her social training suggested she should.
Our fleets are powerful, it's true, and we've done amazing things with them. Working together, we built this place into a haven, took down convoys that should have been too powerful for us, and even drove back the fleet itself. However, the enemy we're facing now is far more dangerous, she admitted. The fleet has rules and regulations, guidelines it has to follow. It couldn't come after us with its full power or use all its resources to bring us down. Doheny doesn't have those sorts of restrictions. As a noble, she can do almost anything she wants. If she wants us dead, she can simply have the system kill us. If she wants to send a fleet of 1,000 ships against us, she can buy them. I can't help but wonder, Commodore, why she hasn't come for us already, Roble said hesitantly. Why not just show up, kill us all, and take possession of the rest? We're not worth the trouble, Hendrik said wryly. She probably doesn't even consider us a threat. If that were true, she wouldn't have spent all those credits on those mercenaries, Erdeli countered. Nobles have vast power and resources, but vast isn't the same as unlimited. Malleus is the premier nanotech corporation in the collective, but it has rivals, and every credit Lauren Doheny spends on capturing or killing Beninkid is a credit she's not using to advance her corporation. Which also answers your question, Aviana Roble, Benning added. Nobles are powerful, but even they have forces they have to carefully balance. I'm sure there are nobles out there waiting for Doheny to make a mistake so they can bring her down, and the system itself puts some limits on what she can do to a citizen. As Fodor Hendrik said, so far we haven't been worth her time or interest. With the Wrath, though, I intend to change that. Why bother, Commodore? Boguna asked. Can't you just do whatever you did on the battle frigate to sneak onto her home station and deal with her there? I would if I knew where that was, absolutely. I don't, though, and I have no way to find out. Wait, there's information that you can't find? Muckley asked with a bark of laughter. I didn't think that was possible. Nobles have ways to secure information against anyone, Erdeli explained. Most of them live in various degrees of seclusion, surrounding themselves with those they trust, and using their designates to handle things that can only be done in person. Why? Roble asked. If one can kill any citizen just by telling the system to do it. I can't say for sure. I learned most of this by working close to Fyodor Mosin, but he didn't exactly wax poetic about other nobles and their weaknesses. I just know that he only dealt directly with them through hololinks, and that he considers himself unusual because he regularly interacts with citizens directly. She looked back at Benning. The point is, if you really want that monster crewed and running, we need to hire more aggressively without risking assassins, bounty hunters, and agents of Malleus getting into our ranks. And the recruiter can do just that. They can tap into a larger pool of applicants and use the overnet and their skills to weed out the unsuitable ones. We can even have them look for specific criteria, like being unconcerned about fleet regulations but still reliable. It will cost us credits, but it should dramatically speed up our hiring process.
Why haven't we been doing this all along then? Hendricks asked dubiously.
Because recruiters are expensive, and it wasn't an issue before now. We weren't hiring fast enough to fill our ships, but we don't really need all those ships to be successful. Will adding another frigate to your fleet actually make much of a difference, Fodor Hendricks?
No, not really.
Exactly. Now, though, we're getting to a point where we have to choose between crewing that battle frigate or crewing our fleets unless we accelerate our hiring process.
You've convinced me, Benning said with a sigh. I assume you have a list of some recruiters you think would work with us? Send it to me and I'll run checks on them and see if they're acceptable.
The meeting of Benning's advisors broke up swiftly after that. But as the others dispersed to their duties, Fodor Hendricks lingered behind. Benning eyed the man curiously as he walked over and half sat on the table near her, looking down at her with an expression she couldn't decipher. "Is something wrong, Fodor Hendricks?" she asked him curiously.
Not really, he shook his head. I'm actually more curious as to how you're doing.
"I'm fine," she shrugged. "I was half expecting the mercenaries to betray me, so while losing those soldiers wasn't ideal, it wasn't as bad as it could have been."
That's not what I'm talking about, he said, shaking his head. I saw your face as Teresa Adeli was strong-arming you into hiring a recruiter.
"She didn't strong-arm me," Benning scoffed.
Oh, she did. She left the choice up to you, but she very cleverly made every other choice seem like a terrible one. She really wanted this, and she made sure that she got it.
Benning frowned. She hadn't seen that. But thinking back on the meeting, she could recognize what Hendricks was talking about. Erdeli had carefully manipulated the conversation so she could present her idea, then skillfully closed off other choices until Benning had to agree with her. "What do you think her game is?" Benning asked quietly.
I don't know, he shrugged. It could be as simple as her feeling overworked and wanting to pass that responsibility on to someone else, someone who could handle it so she didn't get blamed if it went wrong. If it were me, though, I might choose my own recruiter, someone not on that list, just in case. That's not the point, though. You're really unhappy with the idea of using a recruiter, aren't you?
She considered assuring the man that she was fine, or telling him that it was none of his business, and had it been anyone else asking, she would have. Hendricks, though, was someone she could rely on, someone she had relied on for years. Plus, she knew that shutting him out like that could lead to problems. She saw him as a useful and valuable tool, but she knew that he saw things differently. She didn't want to risk losing him again, not over something as small as this. She sighed and leaned back in her chair, letting her gaze go distant. "Yes, I'm unhappy," she admitted. "I don't like giving up control like this, and I don't like having to trust someone I don't even know. I hate having to rely on other people for my success." He frowned at her words.
You do that every day, though. You trust us to handle things for you that you don't have the time to manage. Does that bother you too?
"A little, but I have some control over that. I chose to grant you my trust. I wasn't forced to do it." She smiled grimly. "And I can punish someone like Teresa Erdeli for betraying that trust, and she knows it, as well as how awful those punishments can be." She shook her head. "Any recruiter I contract with might not be as worried about that. It could be the dogs all over again, and there's nothing I can do to prevent it except research them and hope that I catch everything."
Or make an example of them if they do something you don't like, he chuckled. You're pretty good at that.
"Yes, but by then it's too late. They've already betrayed me." She took a deep breath, feeling the anxiety settling heavily across her shoulders. "It's strange, Fodor Hendricks. I've come a long way since I first stepped on the heliopause, but in some ways, the more I've gained, the more I've lost. Back then, my biggest worries were dealing with the crew and convincing Argus Leon to actually fight instead of running from every ship he saw. I had maybe 20 credits in my account. My stats and skills were pitiful, and no one had ever heard of me." She focused her gaze on him. "Now, I've got nearly 100,000 credits, dozens of ships, a station, and a small system to my name. And if anything, I've got even fewer choices than I did back then. It's as if the more I accomplish, the more limited my options become." He nodded slowly.
It's always like that, Benning Kid. At least, if you're doing it right.
"What do you mean?"
Well, think about it. You don't really have to have all those limits. You could just do whatever you'd like and not worry about anyone else. You could ignore Teresa Erdeli and conscript your crews to man the Wrath. You could force every recruit to pass an intrusive scan, but not warn them about it in advance. If that's what you want, you could do it.
He smiled at her.
You won't, though, because you're not trying to make yourself happy or just do what you want. You're trying to make yourself and everyone around you stronger. And that means ignoring what you'd prefer in the short term to get what you want in the long term. That's why I said that you're doing it right. You're keeping the scan in view, not focusing on the sights. It limits your choices today, but it'll give you a lot more choices tomorrow. That's something I admire about you, Benning Kid. You never seem to lose sight of the big picture.
Thank you, she said with a smile, knowing that he wanted to be appreciated for the compliment. You're pretty good about that yourself.
Me? He laughed, shaking his head. Not in the slightest. I'm all about making myself happy today, and the whole with tomorrow.
He flashed her a grin.
That's why I'm still fine serving under you. You can worry about all the big things, and I'll just worry about being a flawking good pirate.
His grin faded slightly, and the smile he gave her seemed more genuine. Not that she was a great judge of that.
The point, Benning Kid, is that you still have choices. You're just making the best ones you can right now, better than most would. Sometimes it seems like you don't have a choice, but that's because you refuse to turn aside from your goals. So to you, there's only a small number of paths forward. If you leave a system without a destination in mind, you can travel however you want. Once you choose that destination, though, there are only so many ways to get there in a reasonable amount of time, and the farther away that system is, the more limited your choices become.
I hadn't thought of it like that, she admitted. The man was right. She had plenty of options. But as her goals became loftier and more difficult to reach, the number of ways she could achieve them became ever fewer. It wasn't that she had fewer choices. She simply didn't have as many that took her where she wanted to go. Realizing that actually helped. It felt less like she was being pushed in directions she didn't want to go, and more like her choice to travel those paths. She gave the man a grateful look. Thanks. That's actually better.
No problem, he laughed easily. Advice is free, and I'm happy to give it any time. He straightened. Now that that's settled, I'm going to hit the promenade for a drink. Care to join me?
Not at the moment, she shook her head. His face fell, and she quickly added, I need to spend some time in the overnet. I can level up, and I want to start looking into recruiters. I think you're right. I probably shouldn't trust the list Teresa Erdeli gave me, but that means it'll take longer to find one. She paused as Tiddly offered her a silent suggestion. Can we do it later? Give me 3 standard hours and I can meet you then.
I can do that,
he said, the smile returning to his face.
In 3 hours, Benning Kid.
Benning watched the man go, keeping the smile on her face in case he looked back. When the door closed behind him, she leaned back again with a sigh. She really did have a lot to do, and wasting time having drinks with Hendricks wasn't high on her list of priorities, but she'd learned that a simple rejection would cause problems with him. Besides, she did enjoy his company, generally. She was more comfortable around him than anyone else except Tiddly, and he understood her in a way no one else she knew but Fyodor Mosin could. A drink or two wouldn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. What she didn't understand was why the man even asked, to be honest. He certainly had better things to do, better ways to use his time. Why would he waste it consuming alcohol with her escaped her?
It's about the companionship, Benning Kid,
Tiddly suggested. Companionship? Benning asked in a puzzled tone. You mean, it's just so that we can be around one another?
Pretty much, yes. Fodor Hendricks obviously enjoys your company.
I'm not sure why, Tiddly. All we ever do is talk, mostly about meaningless things.
Maybe meaningless to you, but he probably sees it differently. He thinks of you as a friend, Benning Kid.
Benning snorted at that. She understood the concept of friendship in a vague way, of course, but she couldn't see the purpose to it. She had a bond of trust and respect with her captains. She depended on them to do their best for her, and in return, she did her best for them. It was mutually beneficial. Adding something as nebulous as an emotional tie to that felt like an unnecessary complication, one that Benning would happily do without. Whatever the reason, if it helps him serve me better, then I guess it's worth it. She sighed silently as she rose to her feet. She'd spend the necessary time with Hendricks, then get back to the important work of training and planning her next moves. It was time to spend some time in her domain. Chapter 9. Benning returned to her private quarters, lay down in the modified ship's bunk she'd had installed there, lowered the canopy so she felt properly enclosed. She still couldn't rest in an open bed after having spent untold years sleeping in a drone's resting capsule, and closed her eyes. She pulled up her menu and selected the golden icon of the overnet. Immediately, the world dropped away, and she blinked as she found herself standing in her overnet domain.
Hi, Benning Kid.
Benning turned to see Tiddly standing before her, the gnome's wide face creased in a perpetual smile. As usual, the waist-high AI wore heavy clothing covered with a leather apron of some sort, and had a pair of elaborate goggles stuck up on her forehead. Her hair hung behind her in dozens of golden braids, each of which ended in a small brass sphere of some sort. Benning frowned slightly. She didn't remember those being part of the gnome's outfit before. "You've done something different with your hair," Benning noted.
Oh, yeah. It's just something I'm trying. Here, listen.
The short woman shook her head from side to side, and as she did, the brass spheres clanged into one another with the chiming of bells. Different orbs seemed to make unique tones, and the effect of all those tiny bells tinkling in unison was both soothing and harmonic.
Do you like it?
It's nice. Benning looked at the gnome dubiously. I'm not sure what the point is, though.
Well, you have a lot of stressful things going on, and the sound these make is designed to induce a calming and relaxing effect in humans.
The AI flashed Benning a grin.
I thought you could use some relaxation after that meeting.
That's fine, but why the bells? They aren't real. You're just generating that sound whenever you move your head. Couldn't you have it playing in the background of my domain the whole time?
Well, sure, but where's the fun in that?
Tiddly laughed and shook her head again, creating the tinkling sound once more.
Besides, if it played constantly, you might become inured to it, or worse, grow annoyed by it.
Good point. I probably would.
At least that meeting went pretty well, right?
Benning nodded. It went better than I hoped. No one suggested that I stop going places myself, at least. I thought Erdeli would say that.
They know you, Benning Kid, and they know that suggestion would be pointless and unwelcome.
The gnome shrugged.
Besides, if it had been anyone but you, the dogs might have captured them, right? You had the best chance of escaping, and I think by now, they all know that.
True. The gnome eyed Benning shrewdly.
You still aren't happy, though. It's the bit about the recruiter, isn't it?
Of course, Benning replied with a laugh. It's one more person I have to trust, Tiddly, and I already feel like I'm trusting too many people as it is.
Teresa Erdeli's right, though,
the gnome said earnestly.
Recruiters do have all sorts of specialized abilities that let them hire much faster than a regular citizen could do on their own. They can scan the overnet for suitable candidates, and they have advanced truth sensing and scanning skills that let them weed out false applicants. They're expensive, but one can probably hire all the crew you need in a standard month.
I know that she's right, Tiddly, Benning sighed. I just hate the necessity of it. I hate that I have no choice but to do it."
"Speaking of that,"
Tiddly said hesitantly,
"you know that you're ready to level up, right?"
Benning glanced down at the gnome curiously. "Yeah, I do. Why don't you sound excited about that? You've always been really eager to see me level up." The AI made a sour face.
"I had to be, Benning Kid. Leveling up is how the system keeps citizens from falling into despair, ennui, and atrophy. It wouldn't have allowed me to be anything but positive about it. I know how much you dislike it, though. But it's necessary. With the kinds of enemies you have, you need to get stronger."
"I know. I just don't have to like it, that's all." She concentrated on leveling up, and as she did, a golden screen flashed into being in the air above her head, bathing the entire domain in its radiance. "Congratulations! You have leveled up in the career path of Stellar Marauder. Your new level is 13. As a Stellar Marauder, you gain the following with every new level: all stats plus 0.2, all path skills plus 0.5, 3 standard credits, 3 skill credits. Skill credits must be spent before leaving the overnet, or they will be randomly assigned. Move ever forward, citizen." Abilities gained. As a Stellar Marauder, you gain lesser versions of abilities from the paths of Starship Captain, Arena Gladiator, Cybernaut, and Nanomancer, although you will not receive every ability from all of these paths. Nanomask. This lesser version of Nanite Cloak increases your nano resistance by 50% against all attempts to scan you. It also grants 50% of your nano resistance for the purposes of resisting a scan to any object or person within your nano field that you choose. As Benning read the screens, a flood of pure euphoria washed over her body. Every nerve and sense she possessed thrilled in utter ecstasy. The intensity of it was beyond compare or description, and part of her wanted to lose herself in it, to let that storm of bliss wash away her cares and concerns, even for a moment. She ruthlessly crushed that part of her, though, and wrenched herself free of the euphoria, separating her thoughts out from her body. She let her flesh experience that thrill, while her mind remained cold and calculating, above the maelstrom of pleasure. As her body shuddered and spasmed with bliss, she added her skill credits to cyber warfare and nano resistance as usual, but then dropped the last into leadership to push it over rank 30. Another screen flared, replacing the last one, and she read it dispassionately despite the throes of delight coursing through her nerves. Skill upgrades. You have achieved rank 30 in one or more of your skills. Rank 30 is a significant milestone, and this allows you to rank up the skill into a higher form. You can choose between 2 paths for your skill to follow in the future. Leadership. You may choose between the following paths. Lead by example. You always lead from the front of any battle. In combat, you are the tip of the spear. In naval combat, your flagship is the linchpin of the fleet. Your followers will partake of your strength, gaining larger bonuses when you are present, and smaller ones when you are not. Master and Commander. You command a wide array of forces, and under your leadership, they act as the fingers of a single hand. Your followers gain a moderate bonus when under your command. Naval Tactics. You may choose between the following paths. Battle Commander. You are most at home when commanding your ship in combat. Your crews gain larger bonuses to their action in combat, but smaller ones when out of combat. Captain Extraordinaire. Your greatest pleasure is guiding your ship, commanding it like an extension of your body. Your crew gains moderate bonuses to all actions under your command. She returned to her body as the euphoria wore off and found herself on her knees, panting for breath. Her muscles shook and trembled with exhaustion,
and her heart hammered in her chest. Although she hadn't felt the pleasure of leveling up, her body had, and it left her weak and strangely empty. She pushed aside that feeling, though, and forced her gaze to focus on Tiddly. What are these options? She gasped. My skills. They can rank up? Tiddly nodded.
Yup. All your skills will at rank 30, in fact, and it'll happen again every 30 ranks.
Why didn't you tell me? Benning asked a little suspiciously. Tiddly was supposed to be free of the system's control, but...
Honestly, I didn't think it was that important, and you've had enough to worry about.
The gnome laughed.
The options are pretty much the same for everyone. You get a choice to improve the skill a lot in specific situations, usually ones that you find yourself in a lot. But take a penalty outside those situations, or to get a smaller bonus all the time. Basically, do you want to specialize your skill, or keep it generic?
She shrugged.
It's not like you could have trained your skills any harder than you have, so knowing about it would have just been one more thing on your mind.
Benny nodded slowly and rose unsteadily to her feet. Okay, so I can choose to be great at those skills in battle, but not so great out of battle, or I can choose to be okay at them all the time, right?
More or less. The smaller bonus is usually what the skill would have given you if you didn't rank it up, by the way, so it's not like you lose your skill bonuses completely. You just get something like double those bonuses in combat.
That makes it easy, then. Benny laughed. I don't need larger bonuses outside of combat. She quickly chose Lead by Example and Battle Commander, and a final screen popped up before her. Skills upgraded. Leadership has become Command. Rank 30.5. Plus 2.5% times rank to all actions taken under your command. Plus 2.5% times rank to your social skills with those under your command. Plus 0.5% times rank to stats of those under your command. All benefits double during combat. Valley of Death. For 5 minutes, those under your immediate command cannot fall below 1% resistance and will fight at full ability regardless of wounds. At the end of this period, any of your followers who would have dropped below 1% resistance dies, regardless of healing they received. Naval Tactics has become Battle Tactics. Rank 30.3. Plus 2.5% times rank Starship Weapons damage. Plus 2.5% times rank Starship Defense. Plus 0.5% times rank Starship Maneuverability. All benefits are doubled in combat. Fleet of 1. Your ship gains 25% of the damage and defense rating of every enemy ship within 3 lekins as a bonus to its damage and defense, cumulatively. This only functions when no friendly ships are within 3 lekins. Tiddly, what about my leadership abilities? Benning asked as she read over her new skills. The ones that double my leadership benefits. How will they work with this?
They should work normally. I Have the Bridge will give one of your stations a 10% per rank boost in combat, and From Hell's Heart will give everyone a 15% rank boost if faced with imminent death.
The gnome shrugged.
If they just doubled the base amount, they'd basically be useless, and the system has a protocol that keeps it from taking back anything you earned fairly. And if they were additive instead of multiplicative, so From Hell's Heart added double your normal boost instead of tripling your current one, it would invalidate specializing your skill. You'd have gotten better bonuses from keeping the skill generic at that point.
Benning closed the screens with a smile. Good. Those upgrades should be useful, especially Nanomask. It should keep something like Fomalhaut from happening again.
That was probably the system's intent, Benning Kid. It's supposed to respond to your needs, and that's twice that your cyber warfare skill was useless because it couldn't protect the people around you. It's not going to be foolproof or anything, but it should help you stay anonymous if someone isn't deliberately hunting you.
Benning simply grunted. not sure that she believed the system actively tried to help her. It was more likely that some protocol forced it to aid her. The system had made her an outlaw in most systems when it gave her the Stellar Marauder path, after all, and there was probably something that said that it couldn't give her a handicap like that without strengthening the skills she used to overcome that handicap. She brushed her doubts aside. They didn't matter in the long run. Her new skills and abilities were useful, and that was all that mattered. Besides, she had other concerns, more immediate ones. She turned and walked over to the console in the center of her domain and activated it with a thought. Okay, time to look into those recruiters, she said with a sigh. Let's run a standard check, Tiddly. Transactions, credit accounts, recent communications, everything. I want to know if any of them have worked for Malleus in the past 3 standard years or have been approached by them.
You know, Benning Kid, Tiddly said slowly as she walked to Benning's side, there might be something else you can do to speed up the hiring process.
Oh? Benning asked as her fingers and thoughts danced through the holographic interface, digging into the overnet and slowly giving her the access she needed. What's that?
Boost your renown. The higher it is, the more likely citizens are to want to work with you, and the less you'll have to pay them.
It's already at... She glanced at her status. 119, Tiddly.
And that's amazing, but it can always be higher, and higher is always better. The fastest way for you to raise it is in tournaments. Maybe while the Wrath is being refitted, you should enter a few of those.
Benning paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. She'd been neglecting the gladiatorial part of her path, focusing mostly on marine combat and not fighting for glory. She needed to spend some time doing that anyway, and if it helped her long-term goals... Okay, Tiddly. Let's take a look at these recruiters, then check out some upcoming tournaments. She sighed. Who knows? Maybe a little arena combat is just what I need. Chapter 10.
McKinnon Orbital Ring, this is the Benefactor requesting docking clearance.
Benefactor, this is McKinnon Orbital Ring. Please resubmit manifest and reason for your visit.
Manifest submitted, McKinnon. We're carrying nothing but passengers here on business.
Benning listened with only half an ear as her current pilot, a light-skinned man named Berea Mugabe, performed the useless but necessary ceremony required to approach the planet's docking station. Mugabe went through the ritual with utter solemnity, unlike Brielle Caldwell, who treated it like a necessary chore. And not for the first time, Benning found herself wishing that she could have traveled with her ship and crew on this trip. Unfortunately, Lighton's system was one of the more law-abiding ones in the collective, and she was officially a criminal within it. If her true identity were discovered, she'd be ejected from the system at best, arrested and confined at worst. After the debacle in Fomalhaut, Benning learned her lesson. Her cruiser was a clue to her identity, and so were her crew members. A cursory scan of any of her bridge crew would link them to her, and that would be the end of her deception. Escaping from a station that was hunting her would be hard enough. Getting free of the gravity well of a true planet without alerting security would be a nightmare. That meant that she had to hitch a ride with one of her other ships, a common frigate called the Midnight Run. She couldn't even act as captain or commodore aboard. Any crew member who knew her designation could betray her, accidentally or deliberately. Only the vessel's captain, Mercine Sielek, knew who she truly was. To everyone else, she was a VIP passenger named Swimar Kakrak, nothing more. Typically, Benning borrowed the identity of someone in Respawn, but for this trip, she'd gone a fair bit further. With her cyber warfare skill, she'd crafted a complete bio for Swimar Kakrak, including transactions, entries in various station logs, even Respawn moments that never happened. Anyone performing a deep enough search into her background would see through the facade. She couldn't possibly create a full life history for her imaginary person after all, but she hoped not to give anyone a reason to delve that deeply.
McKinnon, the only naturally habitable planet of the three in the Lyton system, housed quadrillions of citizens and had millions entering and leaving it daily. Unless she did something to draw attention to herself, no one would have any cause to give her more than a brief glance. The problem was, staying under the system's nets meant Benning had to act like someone other than Benning Kidd. She'd traveled on a frigate whose ID she'd spoofed, again creating an entirely new ship rather than borrowing the ID of a real one and risking discovery when it docked somewhere else. She wouldn't be entering the planet with her armor or weapons. Swimar Kakrak was a proxy negotiator, and as such would have no knowledge of armor or a weapon beyond a handgun, and she'd only have a single soldier as an escort and bodyguard. She hoped not to be attacked, of course, but if she were, she'd have to rely on her bodyguard to defend her and not fight back herself. It would be a difficult thing to manage, but she hoped it would be worth the effort. 3 weeks ago, Benning never would have planned that deeply for a simple journey. She typically relied on her cyber warfare skill to hide her identity and didn't bother altering things like her gear or behavior. Her newest skill, though, had taught her how naive she'd been, and thanks to the training she'd put into it, she felt much more prepared to play the role she'd selected. Deception. Social skill. Rank, 3.4. Benefits, plus 1% per rank to all attempts to deceive, trick, or bluff another. Skill synergy. The skill Deception has high synergy with your skill Cyber Warfare. When using one of these skills to aid the performance of the other, the skill's effective rank is increased by half the rank of the supporting skill. At first, she hadn't seen much utility in her new skill. A boost of 3% wasn't much, after all, but the skill synergy bonus made it far more useful. By using cyber warfare to create the identity she intended to impersonate from scratch, she boosted her effective deception rank by 11.2, bringing it to 14.6. A bonus of 15% to her attempts to fool anyone into believing she was Kakrak was significant and made it easily worth the time she'd spent in training. Plus, the deception skill had given her an extra 1.7 ranks to cyber warfare while creating that identity, so the two skills aided one another nicely. Benning turned her gaze to the forward holoscreen, which showed the blue-white curve of McKinnon stretched below them, with the dim blaze of its red dwarf star hanging in the distance. The planet was larger than the only other one she'd been on, Mars, at a bit less than 1.5 times the diameter of Earth. Originally, it was also nearly 3 times as massive as humanity's homeworld, but according to Tiddly, its core had been mined out and replaced with dark matter that gave it similar gravity to Earth. It was terraformed to Earth normal, giving it an appropriate temperature and atmosphere as well, just as practically every inhabited planet in the collective was. The planet's true surface wasn't visible from high orbit, of course. The resources mined from the core had gone to building shell-like levels above the actual surface, and looking down at the planet only revealed the topmost one. That layer was a mixture of dark green natural spaces, the blue of bodies of water, and the silver-white of the microthene shell supporting everything. Thin, almost invisible lines rose from that layer and connected to the vast network of docking rings that circled the planet in orbit, allowing ships to reach the planet without descending into its docking well. Swarms of spherical and cylindrical vessels moved around the planet like clouds of nanites hovering about a citizen, and Benning watched as the sun joined those swarms and headed for their assigned docking berth. The sun docked without incident, and Benning collected the soldier acting as her bodyguard and left the ship. The docking ring was an area of lower gravity, around 80% of standard, but her grav boots held her firmly in place without the bouncing gait that low gravity tended to give her. The docking ring tunnel was wider than the ones on most stations, and almost seemed to serve as a station itself. It passed through several open spaces that looked like station promenades, and doors lining the passage bore the trademarks of various corporations and businesses. That, she knew, was deliberate. A ship's crew could dock at a planet and never have to leave the docking ring to head into the gravity well below. This kept traffic to the surface to those who had a need to travel there and allowed the crew members to enjoy shore leave without needing to step foot on the actual planet. She passed through a security checkpoint, subjecting herself to a basic scan that showed nothing but what she intended it to. Swimar Kakrak, parentheses, Binning Kid. Citizen path, proxy negotiator, parentheses, Stellar Marauder. Level, 9, parentheses, 13. Physicality, 9.5, parentheses, 15.3. Coordination, 9.2, parentheses, 15. Resistance, 9.6, parentheses, 15.2. Acuity, 13.2, parentheses, 13.9. Willpower, 8.7, parentheses, 19.2. Social, 12.0, parentheses, 13.6. She wasn't worried about a basic scanner. Her cyber warfare skill could beat any of those. And as a law-abiding citizen, Lighton wasn't supposed to subject anyone to a deep or intrusive scan without permission. That meant that, in theory, she should be mostly secure from scans in the system. In reality, she had a feeling that the planetary administrators did whatever they wanted in the name of keeping their planet safe and secure, and just didn't let people know they were being subjected to those measures. Indeed, as she rode down the wide cylindrical elevator that carried her and a couple hundred other citizens down to the planet, her status alerted her to the presence of an intrusive scanner. The administrators were taking no chances, and she couldn't blame them. They had an entire planet to worry about. Compared to that, the privacy and comfort of a few tourists probably held no real concern. The space elevator deposited her on the upper planetary layer, and Binning paused to take a look around. The sky overhead was deep blue, dotted with white clouds and crossed with the cables linking the docking rings to the surface. Those rings shone in the sky, a web of silver white that gleamed in the sunlight streaming from Lighton's star. That star wasn't visible in the sky, the view blocked by buildings that towered around her, stretching hundreds of M's toward the sky above. She stood at the intersection of two wide avenues, both filled with people walking to and from the building, enclosing the elevator behind her. Transport capsules zipped past overhead, carrying even more citizens to their destinations at a much faster pace. The result was loud, chaotic, and somewhat overwhelming compared to the relative serenity of a ship or station. Binning couldn't help but feel exposed, surrounded by so many people, and not wearing her armor or carrying any weapon beyond her sidearm. Each person felt like a threat, a gun pointing at her back, and she fought down a surge of panic at the noise and bustle.
"You're fine, Binning Kid," Tiddly told her soothingly. "I'm keeping an eye on things. Don't worry. I'm already patched into the local net for this sector, and I'm running your usual scans." "There's just so many people, Tiddly," she thought back a bit desperately. "There's no way to scan for all the threats. Any of them could be a bounty hunter or assassin or mercenary. And if they are they going to pay attention to Swimar Kakrak, proxy negotiator in the middle of a crowd? Not even a little bit. If you think about it, all these citizens are another sort of protection, a mask that hides you from people who might be looking for someone like you. There's no way for anyone to pick you out of this crowd without knowing that you're there already."
Binning took a deep, calming breath. Tiddly was right. No bounty hunter was going to find her in this mass of humanity. She didn't even look like herself. Her hair was coppery, straight, and cut just above her shoulders, framing her lightly tanned face, which was rounder than before, with softened cheekbones and a slightly recessed jawline. Her onyx and amethyst uniform stood out a bit among the natives, most of whom wore modular clothing, separate pants, shirts, etc., rather than the one-piece spacer suit shipfarers preferred. But a solid third of the people around her were dressed as she was. Nothing about her stood out. She was as safe as she could possibly be at the moment, even if it didn't feel that way. "Okay, I've got this." She took another deep breath. "Tiddly, where's the nearest transport hub?"
"There are several nearby, Binning Kid. Here, I'll show you the closest one."
A glowing golden line suddenly appeared to Binning's right, hovering above the smooth, microthene surface, and she turned and followed it to a large, busy tower. From there, she took another elevator that dropped 3 levels down, then stepped into a capsule. "Destination, please." A voice that Benning guessed only she could hear said in a pleasant, calm tone. "Arcology 421, Central Section," she replied. "Thank you. Please take a seat. You should arrive in approximately 47 minutes." Benning sat down while her escort stood above her, gripping a ring that descended from the capsule ceiling, his eyes roving around the capsule. She forced herself not to look around, and instead turned to watch as the capsule set off, moving slowly at first but quickly accelerating to a descent speed that she estimated to be about 2 kims per second. Thanks to the capsule's inertial field, she felt none of that acceleration, even as the transport slid around turns or rose up and down to avoid obstructions. Despite the fact that she knew she was layers beneath the true surface, a glance upward revealed a deep blue sky, albeit lacking the docking rings and cables of the actual surface, and she knew she was looking at a massive holoscreen, not the underside of the level above. Sunlight still shone around them, provided by specialized LEDs far overhead, and the towers of corporate buildings and massive arcologies still stretched hundreds of ems high. As far as she could tell, she might as well be on the topmost level beneath the actual sky and sun.
That's the idea, Benning Kid. The upper levels, the true surface and higher, are where the wealthy, powerful, and influential live, and they pay to feel like they're each on the highest level. Even most of the lower levels look like they're open to the sky, at least until you get down closer to the core, where the workers, soldiers, and drones live.
The capsule's prediction was spot on, and Benning found the transport approaching a towering arcology 41 minutes later. The arcology was a vertical city, a kim wide and 300 ems tall, hexagonally shaped so that it nestled snugly against its neighboring arcologies without wasting space. The exterior of the building was reflective microthene, tinted so that anyone within could see out, but those without couldn't see inside, making it shine the color of the blue holographic sky above and mirror the crowds and buildings below. The capsule passed through an arched doorway and slid to a stop in another transport station, and Benning and a half-dozen others debarked to take smaller transport capsules to their actual destinations within the structure. At last, she walked through a door labeled Galactic Recruiting Solutions and stepped into a well-lit lobby. Soft, off-white carpet brushed beneath her boots as she walked to stand before a microthene desk that looked like cherry-colored wood. A man sitting behind the desk smiled up at her, his light pink eyes bright against his cinnamon-brown skin, and his deep blue hair perfectly styled to frame his handsome features.
"Good afternoon,"
he said in a mellow, resonant voice that Benning felt crawling down the back of her spine.
"Welcome to Galactic Recruiting. What can I do for you today?"
Everything about the man drew Benning, from his exquisite features to his soothing voice. She felt her body reacting to his presence, and, she guessed, to the artificial pheromones he released designed to stimulate her arousal centers and attract her to him. It was a common ability for those on the courtesan path, and many of those worked as receptionists for that reason. Merchants found it much easier to deal with clients who were distracted by lust, or recovering from a bout with a skilled courtesan. Fortunately, Benning's high willpower made the man's ability all but useless. She pushed aside the feelings of longing and desire with ease, and met his smile with a tight, cold one of her own. "Swamar Kakrak, here to meet with Blake Thompson. I have an appointment." The man's smile faded slightly as he realized that she was unaffected by his presence.
"Ah, yes. Citizen Swamar Kakrak. Yes, he's expecting you. Please, follow me."
Blake Thompson was a slim man, shorter than Benning by several sims, with light brown skin, pale white hair, and penetrating blue-green eyes. Apparently, his gaze was literally penetrating. As soon as Benning entered his office, an alert flashed in her vision. "Scanning ability detected. Your nanomask ability has blocked a use of a hostile scanning ability." Thompson flashed her a smile and rose to his feet as she entered the room.
"Swamar Kakrak," he said warmly, gesturing to a chair placed before his desk. "Please, sit down."
Benning sat as the man dismissed his receptionist and took a moment to send her nanites out to scan the room. The office was large, 15 m square, and was set up almost like a lounge. One wall was either a hollow screen or backed up against the outside of the arcology and showed a view of the planet stretched out below them. and a series of long divans and stuffed chairs stood before that window. The seating ringed a large faux wood table that held a small, glowing fire in a metallic bowl in the center. Benning wasn't sure what the point of the setup was, but it looked designed for comfort, not practicality, an odd thing in an office. Her eyes revealed all that to her. Her nanites discovered much more in their search of the room. 2 armored figures stood by the window, which was definitely a hollow screen, cloaked from vision by the hologram. A pair of automated turrets hid in recessed pits in the ceiling, covered by panels whose seams her eyes couldn't pick out but her nanites found easily. Several recording devices lay hidden about the room as well, and Benning began to hack into those immediately. She knew that the overnet recorded everything all the time, but it also set limits on who had access to those recordings and what could be done with them. She wasn't comfortable with the idea that their conversation would be recorded privately for Thompson to use however he wished.
Well, Swimar, how was your trip to McKinnon?
The man said casually, a smile plastered on his face. I made it here safely, so it was satisfactory. Nothing else really matters. Benning's reply was dry and emotionless, as anyone who'd looked into Kakrak's bio would expect. She'd created that bio very deliberately, making Kakrak abrupt and brusque rather than diplomatic and eloquent. Benning wasn't sure she could pull off diplomatic if she tried. Blunt and honest, though, were easy enough for her.
Is this your first time to McKinnon? How are you finding our planet?
His smile widened and he leaned forward, folding his hands on his desk.
Perhaps I could give you a bit of a tour, show you the sights.
My time is too valuable for sightseeing, Blake Thompson. She cut him off, as I'm sure is yours. I'm paying the ship that brought me here to remain in orbit to transport me back when we're done, so every minute is credits out of my pocket. I'm sure you understand that I'd like to simply conduct our business as swiftly as possible.
As you wish.
The man shrugged, the smile fading from his face as he leaned back in his chair.
So, what can I do for you?
Not for me, Blake Thompson. For my client. I'm just the negotiator. Benning gave the man a tight smile as she spoke. I assume they sent you their requirements in advance?
Yes, I have them here.
He touched his desk and a screen appeared in the air before him that Benning couldn't read.
Quite an interesting proposition, really. I did a little digging after I received them, and I have to say, I'm intrigued. This Benning kid has quite a recent history, doesn't she?
She does, Benning nodded. One that unfortunately makes it difficult for her to travel to law-abiding systems to recruit in person, which is why she contacted you, and why I'm here negotiating in her place.
It's fine. I'm used to dealing with proxies.
His fingers slid across his screen.
This is going to be very expensive, you know.
Oh? And why is that?
Because it's such a specialized request, and those are always more difficult to complete.
He turned his gaze from the screen toward Benning.
She's looking for Starship crews who are comfortable working for a known pirate and criminal, don't mind violating fleet regulations, and are trustworthy and dependable. Those seem like a contradiction in terms, don't you think? That restricts the hiring pool significantly, and means I'll have to spend more time and resources simply finding candidates, much less interviewing them to see if they're a good fit. Time and effort equal credits, Swimar.
I'm sure that there are billions of potential Starship crew members out there who chafe at the fleet's restrictions and regulations. She shrugged. Maybe people who left the fleet because they found it too stifling, or who realized that it wasn't the adventure they imagined it would be. The potential labor pool should be plenty large for my client's purposes.
Large, but not easy to find, he countered.
Which is the whole point in coming to you, Blake Thompson. Let's be realistic. You're trying to make this sound much more difficult than it will be, and I understand that. As you said, time and effort equal credits, and you want to make as much as possible. However, the fact is that you already charge a premium rate because what would be difficult for a standard hiring agency is simple for you. That agency would struggle to find good candidates, would have to rely on local nets and algorithms that might or might not be reliable, and would take weeks or months to even comprise a list. You, on the other hand, have the recruiter path. For you, locating potential candidates is a simple matter. I'm certain that the Overnet has already located every candidate within 10 light years and identified them for you. And with a small amount of effort, you can expand that net and find even more. That's what the ability winnow the herd does, after all, isn't it?
His eyes narrowed slightly. You're well informed.
My client pays me to be. Benning flashed him a smile. And your pierce the veil ability means that you don't really even need to interview them to see if they're a match. You'll know by looking at them if they're trying to conceal anything from you.
He shook his head. It's not quite that simple, I'm afraid. That ability isn't infallible. A strong enough counter ability or high-end tech can defeat it. However, the longer I'm in contact with a person, and the more I interact with them, the more powerful it gets. Eventually, I can get through practically any mask or disguise.
Benning's heart raced slightly at those words, but she deliberately kept her face still. Fine. However, you won't need to do that with every candidate, just the ones in vital positions, and I'm sure that time is included in your standard fee.
For finding out corporate spies, yes. This, though, he shook his head, the people who will be trying to get past me, Swimar, will be dangerous. They'll be assassins, bounty hunters, and fleet investigators. If they realize I've made them, they'll likely kill me. That risk means I'll need at least 50% above my normal fee to do this.
Even though this office is well protected by both soldiers and automated defenses? She asked dryly. You're obviously used to dealing with dangerous people, Blake Thompson. I might be willing to go 10% above standard, but that's all.
Impossible, he said with a snort. This could literally put me at odds with the fleet and Lighton's administrators. Aiding and abetting a criminal is a serious offense. 40% minimum.
Aiding and abetting doesn't apply to a non-involved citizen plying their trade through a contract. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to negotiate this deal, would I?
She smiled thinly. Plus, this is an open-ended deal. You could be earning your fee for years to come, decades perhaps. She straightened in her chair. You seem to be aiming for 30%, Blake Thompson, perhaps 33% to make it an even third. I'll go as high as 20%, no more. As you said, this job is a challenge, something you wouldn't normally do, and that means that it'll advance your path more than finding another few thousand corporate executives would. That's a benefit as well.
25%.
He countered, but she shook her head.
20%. Take it or leave it. If you refuse, I'll be traveling to Kaid to meet with Salawa Karifi next.
Salawa? He snorted. She's much lower level than I am.
Which means she'll charge less, and that she'll be willing to work for standard just for the path advancement.
Benning gave him a cold smile. In fact, this job might be just what she needs to catch up to you. You haven't leveled up in, 6 years? That was when your last price increase happened, so I'm guessing that's when you reached your current level. With her being lower leveled, she could reach your level in 3 or 4 years doing this. She leaned back and touched her fingers together. He stared at her, the smile sliding from his face and his gaze hardening.
You really have done your research,
he said quietly. I have, she nodded. Knowledge is strength, Blake Thompson, as you certainly know, and I know enough about you to know that you need this job. That's why I came to you. You're stagnating, and you complain constantly that you're sick of working for the corporations. You've even talked about dumping your big clients and heading somewhere less civilized to recruit for mercenary companies just to get some excitement. Well, this is the excitement you want, she finished, gesturing toward his screen. It's dangerous. You'll be working with people who don't really care about the law that much and who crave danger and adventure. You'll deal with assassins and bounty hunters and fleet officials, not corporate spies. You'll be working in an area you never really have, doing something new, and we both know how good that is for path advancement. She shrugged. Plus, you'll make 20% over what those companies are paying you and receive all those benefits. It's a win-win for you. He stared at her, his expression unreadable to her, but one that Tiddly identified as conflicted. At last, he sighed and nodded his head.
You're right, of course. This would be useful. Fine. I'll take it.
Benning sent him a prepared contract, and after a few minutes, it seemed that he carefully read the contract, something most citizens didn't bother with. It came back to her with his digital signature on it. She agreed as well, then closed the contract, rising to her feet. As she did, she paused slightly. By the way, Blake Thompson, something to consider. Benning Kid is always honest and fair with those who treat her the same way, but she's a terrible person to cross, and she has a very long reach. He stared at her, his face a little cold.
I don't think threats are a good way to start a working relationship, do you, Swimar? Besides, this conversation is being recorded, and a threat like that could be considered a violation of the system's laws.
Not a threat, just a statement of fact. She has enemies, and anyone who helps those enemies, even incidentally, becomes her enemy as well. You said you did some checking into her? If that's true, then you know that you truly don't want her as an enemy. Do you agree? He nodded slowly.
Yes, that's true. From everything I've seen, she's a bad person to antagonize.
Good. You understand. So long as you keep that firmly in mind, she and you will never have any problems. She flashed him a hard smile. Oh, and by the way, those recordings you mentioned, they've been taken care of, so you don't have to bother scrubbing them later.
What?
He asked, his eyes widening.
How?
As I said, Benning Kid has a long reach. She stepped back away from the desk. Goodbye, Blake Thompson. He didn't reply, but Benning didn't care. She'd given the man both the promise of reward for working with her and the threat of reprisal for working against her, and a demonstration that she could reach him even on this station. That wasn't an empty threat either. In the time they'd chatted, she'd hacked into his personal net and placed a back door in it so she could access it at her leisure. She would know if he took a large sum of credits from someone antithetical to her, and she could act accordingly. Hopefully that wouldn't be necessary, but she always planned for the worst, not the best. The trip had gone faster than she'd thought, and rather than having to wait for days to conclude an agreement, as she expected, she'd gotten a contract to provide her with new crew members in a single day. Within weeks, she'd have crew and Marines flowing steadily into Marauder's Rest. At least, that was the plan. Of course, she had to do what she could to help Thompson, and that meant boosting her renown in a few tournaments. Even with that delay, though, soon enough, she'd be able to escalate her attacks on Malleus. So far, she'd only pricked them by taking a handful of their convoys. It was time to make them actually bleed. Chapter 11. Benning and her escort rode in silence as the transport zipped along. Most of the citizens riding the cylindrical vessel sat on plush seats and stared at nothing, lost in the overnet or a screen that only they could see. But Benning and her 4 Marines stood, ready to move or react to any threat. The capsule rode smoothly on a bed of dark energy that held it in gravitational stasis, pushing it away from the surrounding walls with force equal to the station's local gravity, so it moved without any sense of jostling or bouncing. Its speed of a few hundred kims per hour felt slow to Benning, but it was sufficient to carry her across Iwalani Prime Station in minutes. The Iwalani system was something of an outlier among the collective. Almost 40 light-years from Sol, it was one of the outer systems, those between 20 and 50 light-years from humanity's birthplace. Most of those systems were relatively low in population, housing trillions of citizens rather than quadrillions or more, and they tended to be somewhat more relaxed in their enforcement of the fleet's regulations. Most people who came out that far, after all, did so to get away from the structure and regulation of the inner systems, so bringing those same regulations with them made no sense. The founders of Iwalani, on the other hand, came for a totally different reason. They were technocrats, believers that the future of humanity lay not in the system's version of immortality, but in merging their organic consciousness with technology. All citizens of the collective took this route to some extent, with their cybernets and nanofields, but the technocrats took it to an extreme. Benning took a moment to glance around at the occupants of the transport and refrained from shaking her head. Most looked human, but her nanofield assured her that they most certainly were not. At least, not entirely. The man beside her had Molex skin. His bones and hair were microthene. His muscles were psi-leather laced with contracting nanofibers. His sensory organs were digital and probably enhanced, letting him see into the ultraviolet and infrared spectrums and hear sounds beyond normal human range. A pump in his chest circulated nanites through his body to keep it in good repair and the nutrients his asthmatic stomach extracted from food to his only organic part, his human brain. That, according to Tiddly, was a necessity. The system classified anything that was totally artificial as either an AI or a bot, and both of those had limited rights and privileges, essentially being controlled by the overnet and subservient to true humans. The original technocrats had replaced their human brains and made themselves entirely inorganic, then found themselves at the beck and call of their still organic offspring. The overnet overrode some of their personality to program them to serve humans, and what remained were essentially AI helpers like Tiddly. In fact, those creations still existed down on the surface of the only planet in the system, Hail Kapu, spending their immortal existences serving those they'd once ruled and unable to feel anything but joy about it. Their progeny learned their lesson and kept their human brains, allowing them citizenship in the collective. Their technological bodies had certain advantages, heightened senses, increased performance, lessened need for food and water, but came with serious disadvantages as well. They couldn't improve themselves through the system, for one thing. Their increased abilities came at the cost of credits, and upgrades had to be purchased. That meant that while the man beside Benning had muscles made of psi-leather and nanofibers, she was probably significantly stronger than him, and she could gain strength through simple training, while he'd have to have a complete refit of those muscles to keep up with her. For another, if a cybernetic citizen died, meaning their human brain lost function, they respawned into a body matching their human base, not the upgrades they'd added. If the transport suddenly exploded, Benning would return with some minor penalties. The man would probably come back in a body similar to a pre-citizen's, with physical stats below 8 and mental stats not much higher. He'd have to pay for his upgrades all over again, and he might not have the credits for that. At least, so Benning understood from her brief research into the system before entering. She honestly didn't care about any of that. She wasn't in Iwilani to sightsee. She was there because, unlike most outer systems, Iwilani was heavily populated, had lots of visitors, and upheld fleet regulations rigidly. That last would normally have been a reason for her to stay away, since the system marked her as a criminal, but it also made it safe for her to enter a tournament there. The law shielded all tournament participants from arrest or detention 24 hours before, during, and 24 hours after the tournament ended. She was theoretically as safe in the system as she was in Marauder's Rest, but theory didn't always hold up in actuality. Plus, there could be bounty hunters looking for her that didn't care about those laws. That was why she traveled with her escort, and why her eyes and nanites scanned all the citizens around her, revealing their statuses and marking them as no threat.
Level 161. A pleasant voice spoke into the silence of the capsule as the transport began to slow. Kahuakawa Arena and Upper Promenade.
Benning waited for the vessel to stop and the doors to open, then followed her escort out into the open space of the Upper Promenade. The arena loomed before her, its gates open wide as citizens streamed through it. But she ignored the main entry and followed Tiddly's directions to the smaller contestants' entrance. She passed a pair of soldiers who watched her Marines cautiously but made no move to stop them, and followed a long hallway to a checkpoint. Fighters stood in lines, waiting to check in, and Benning noted that she wasn't the only one with a group of guards surrounding them. She moved to the line that Tiddly told her was processing the quickest and waited until she reached the check-in. A woman with dark purple hair wearing a spacer suit of pale pink and light brown smiled at Benning as she approached.
Designation?
She asked in a chipper voice. Benning Kid, Benning replied. She noticed a few heads turn her way as she spoke. Apparently, her reputation was spreading. The attendant's eyes widened, and her face paled slightly, but when she spoke, her voice was just as pleasant as before.
Greetings, Citizen Binning Kid. Welcome to the Kahua Kaua Arena. Have you participated here before?
No, this is my first time.
That's not a problem. Our arena follows standard rules. Bioweapons, nanoweapons, chemical weapons, and explosives over half a terajoule are prohibited. Violation means instant disqualification from the tournament and the removal of protections from prosecution, along with whatever punishments the arena master and system deem appropriate, up to and including execution. The tournament is double elimination, and you'll fight up to 4 times per day. Before entrance, you'll be subjected to a deep scan to determine which group you'll be placed in. Do you agree to these conditions?
A contract appeared in Benning's mind, and she had Tiddly read it for issues before signing it and sending it back. I agree.
Excellent. Now, let's scan you and see where to put you.
A red light began flashing in Benning's mind as her nanomask ability triggered, shielding her from the negative energy of the deep scanner probing her. Instead of her true status, she sent an only slightly altered version that wouldn't trigger any alarms or concerns. Benning Kid, Level 13 Stellar Corsair, parentheses Stellar Marauder. Physicality, 15.3. Coordination, 15. Resistance, 15.2. Acuity, 13.9. Willpower, 14.7, parentheses 19.2. Social, 13.6. Renown, plus minus 119. Parentheses, nano defense, 46.4. Battle tactics, 30.3. Command, 30.5. Conditioning, 24.9. Parentheses, cyber warfare, 22.4. Parentheses, deception, 3.7. Fleet tactics, 17.5. Heavy weapons, 2.8. Martial combat, 27.9. Parentheses, nano resistance, 9.2. Sense deceit, 8.8. Starfaring, 26.1. Weapons expertise, 27.6. She'd hidden her nanite skills, deception, and cyber warfare, of course, as well as disguising her abnormal willpower and true path. She'd left the rest of her status alone, though. She could have made herself seem weaker in order to get into a lower group, one she might have a chance of winning in, but that wouldn't give her the renown she needed. She had to compete against citizens who presented her with a true challenge and do well. Fighting above her group would be better, but she wasn't sure she could handle that, and going up a group and doing poorly would be worse than not competing at all. The woman before her touched a hollow screen and frowned.
Well, it looks like you've been placed in the magenta group. Congratulations.
I'm not sure what that means, Benning observed. Is that good or bad?
Well, it's one of the upper groups. The average level is 15, and it's mostly professional gladiators who haven't quite reached the top tier, but probably will one day.
She flashed Benning a wan smile.
I guess the system has a pretty high opinion of your abilities. You can proceed into processing, where they'll do a scan of your gear, and from there you can head to the ready room. First matches start in 2 standard hours.
Can my Marines accompany me?
If they're soldiers, they can come with you. Citizens will have to remain outside, sorry. Understand, though, that you'll be responsible for their actions, and if they break any rules, you'll be the one suffering disqualification.
Understood. Benning led her Marines past the woman deeper into the arena. She subjected herself to a second deep scan to determine her weapons. She allowed the scan to succeed, as any weapon she concealed from it was one she wouldn't be allowed to use in the tournament, then proceeded to a ready room to wait. She shared the room with 30 other fighters, all of whom ignored one another and focused only on themselves.
Okay, Benning Kid, the rosters are up,
Tiddly said at last in Benning's mind.
Your first contestant is a Marine Vanguard with the designation Eunice Vanaya. Let me pull up whatever I can find on her.
Benning spent the next 30 minutes reviewing holo videos of Vanaya's previous matches, both her wins and losses, and hacking deeply enough into the station's net to get more detailed information on the fighter. The arena had performed deep scans on the woman just as they had on Benning, and they kept a record of the results of those scans. Benny knew the woman's status in some detail, including her stats, skills, weapons, and armor. She knew that Vinaya was a close-in fighter who had an ability that let her close quickly with opponents, preferred to use her cloud gun over her rifle, and wielded a wicked antimatter-coated axe in combat that could cut through armor. That was enough to let Benning put together a few plans to deal with the woman. She walked out of the ready chamber and stepped onto a reddish plain. The ground was hard and dusty beneath her boots, and light, rust-colored dust swirled in the air around her, obscuring but not completely hiding the landscape around her. Plumes of that dust swirled high into the air, and her first step propelled her in a slightly bouncing gait as she realized that gravity was about half of what she'd been expecting. Her helmet informed her that the atmosphere was thin and mostly methane and carbon dioxide, with some chlorine and no free oxygen. A huge white star hung low by the horizon to her left, filling an eighth of the horizon, but not bright enough to block out most of the stars hanging overhead.
"Oh, this is a schoolie,"
Tiddly said in Benning's mind.
"Judging from the size of the star and the gravity, it's a schoolie 4.
"Can you pull up a map of it and determine where we are?" Benning asked silently.
"I'll need to see more first, sorry. All I can say is that you're somewhere close to the edge of the day and night hemispheres. The planet's tidally locked to the star, so for it to be low on the horizon, you have to be pretty close to moving into the dark half."
"Tell me about the planet," Benning said as she set off in a loping gait.
"Well, it's one of 8 planets in the system. It's out of the normal habitable zone, but it's got a metallic iron crust only a few meters thick, and below that are large deposits of water. The crust keeps the water from sublimating out, and the iron binds the free oxygen in the atmosphere, keeping it from dissolving the crust and releasing the water. That let life evolve here."
"So I might face native creatures. What kind?"
"The most dangerous animal that ever evolved here was a type of mollusk called a rust eater. It looks like a big rock, but its shell is made of a mixture of beryllium carbonate and iron carbide that's insoluble and fairly hard. Its designation comes from the fact that it metabolizes chlorine into perchloric acid, which it uses to digest the rust on the crust into a form that can capture methane, process it into water and carbohydrates for growth, and release the waste as carbon dioxide."
"Can it attack with that acid?"
"Oh, yes. It can spit it up to 10 Ms, and it will if it's disturbed. It won't do much to your armor, but if any gets on your skin, it'll cause some nasty chemical burns."
"So avoid the big rocks. Got it." She moved forward steadily but cautiously. The apparent dust storm swirling over the empty wasteland hampered her sight but didn't blind her. The tallest and thickest plumes obscured everything within, but between them, the haze simply cut her range of vision in half instead of sharply limiting it. Benning expected something like that. Typically, in the early stages of a well-organized tournament, the environment was chosen so it didn't clearly favor either contestant. The dust plumes offered Vinaya a way to get close without being seen, but the clearer areas in between gave Benning a chance to engage at range if she was careful and observant. Of course, she would have preferred to just pick some elevation and set up a sniping perch there, but the arena wasn't about to give her that kind of advantage. Not only were there no elevations as far as she could see, she had no doubt that if she tried to hunker down anywhere, the native fauna would swarm her quickly. The creatures proved to be more of an annoyance than a true threat. She'd expected to see the beasts littering the landscape like boulders, but instead they hid in holes or depressions they'd carved in the crust, buried beneath the fine, silty dust that filled those holes swiftly. She didn't recognize the first one her nanofield found, thinking that the 30-sim-wide solid in the middle of the dust was just a hunk of rock or detritus. The slim green tube that rose from the silt and quickly oriented on her proved her wrong as the beast unleashed a thin jet of clear, oily fluid that splattered along her armor. Steam rose from the metal where the acid splashed it, further obscuring her vision, and Benning backed quickly away, lifting her rifle but not firing. The thin atmosphere wouldn't carry sound well, but in the utter silence, even a quiet gunshot would draw her opponent's attention.
The mollusk hit her with another acidic blast that splashed against her legs before she cleared its range, and the tube vanished back into the dust. The attack hadn't hurt her, and it didn't seem to do much to her armor. The acid quickly boiled away in the low pressure of the thin air, leaving her coated with fine, greenish crystals that she easily brushed off. She had a feeling that her armor had just lost a thin layer of material, though, meaning enough of those attacks could significantly weaken it. Afterward, she kept her nanofield spread wide, feeling for the monsters below the silt, and avoided them when she found them. It took her 10 minutes to locate Eunice Vinaya. The presence of a strange nanofield entering hers warned her that she drew near to her opponent. But when she looked around, she saw nothing but the flat, empty plain of the dusty wasteland. She moved closer carefully, her faux hammer lifted to her shoulder, and her senses scanning every dust cloud for a hint of the woman's presence. But it wasn't until Vinaya came within range of her nanofield that she understood. The woman had taken a page from the local creatures and buried herself in a depression, allowing the dust to coat her. She had to have a scanner that would detect Benning when she got close enough, and she'd no doubt attack with her special charge ability once she sensed Benning, letting her close quickly where she had all the advantages. Benning smiled as she switched out her weapons, then slipped a fusion grenade out of the case on her belt and triggered the arming button on its end. She hurled the cylindrical grenade toward the depression, then turned and sprinted away, counting silently under her breath. When her count reached 5, she dropped to the ground and rolled onto her stomach just as the grenade went off with a roar and a flash that was brighter than the planet's dim sun. The explosion washed over her, rocking her with its force but doing no real damage to her. She spun to face her foe as Vinaya exploded out of the depression, moving toward Benning with incredible speed. The Marauder had been expecting the assault, though, and her finger touched the trigger of her heavy meteor rifle. The cannon fired with a boom and a kick that numbed Benning's shoulder for a moment, and Vinaya stumbled as the 40mm round ripped through the heavy armor of her stomach. The round passed through the woman and exploded behind her, knocking her forward, and her legs crumpled as she collapsed to the dusty ground. Benning was already on her feet, her faux hammer in her hands and her finger dancing on the trigger as the rifle spat its heavy bullets. 3 slammed into Vinaya's helmet with sharp, tinny cracks before the vanguard raised a hand.
"I yield!"
she shouted, her voice thin and high in the light atmosphere. Benning immediately ceased fire as the sky above them vanished, revealing the arena overhead, and a much larger crowd than she'd been expecting.
"Eunice Vinaya yields,"
the arena announcer called out, his voice booming across the stands.
"Benning Kid is the winner."
A wave of cheering and applause erupted from the stands, and as the holographic image of the Sisculian landscape vanished, she stared at the crowd gathered around her. The seats were filled to capacity. Tens of thousands of people had gathered to watch her match, and now they cheered her victory. It hadn't even been much of a contest, but no one seemed to mind as they screamed and whooped joyously at her. "What the hole?" she whispered in a soft voice. This was the sort of crowd that the top group pulled, not a pair of mid-range fighters, neither of whom were really in the top 10% of their tier.
"Looks like you've got fans,"
Vinaya said, still lying on the ground, propped up on one arm. Her words snapped Benning out of her daze, and she quickly refocused her thoughts. She looked at the hole in the center of Vinaya's stomach and realized her cannon shell must have taken out the woman's spinal cord, leaving her paralyzed below the injury. Her nanofield would heal it, but not quickly, so she had to wait for the arena's bots to come and fetch her. Benning could just walk away, but Tiddly suggested that would be seen as unprofessional. Instead, she simply shook her head. "I'm not a professional fighter. It's more likely that they're here for you, or that they expected this to be a brutal and bloody match." The vanguard snorted derisively. "I've fought across a dozen systems, Benning Kid, and I've never had a crowd like this. They're here for you. Oh, trust me." She groaned as she lay back on the ground, her legs extended and immobile before her. "And no one expected this to end any other way than it did. Actually, I was sort of interested to see how I'd do. I thought I'd make a better fight of it at least.
I got lucky and sensed you hiding in that pit, Benning shrugged. Otherwise, you might have taken me.
The Vanguard shook her head. Not likely. I've seen your vid spinning, kid. I'm stronger and have better armor, but you're faster and more skilled at close fighting. My only shot was to hurt you enough with my dread charge to slow you down. Otherwise, I was going to lose.
She glanced at the silent marauder.
You should upgrade that LM armor when you get a chance. If you had high-grade protective armor, I wouldn't have even had that shot. That's probably why you're only seated in the top 50, not the top 10.
I'm what? Benning asked, stunned by the woman's words.
You didn't know?
Vinaya chuckled.
Yeah, the arena's got you seated at number 37 overall in this group. She shook her head again. It should be higher. I'm in the top 100, and you took me out without even trying hard. You seriously need better armor, and maybe a better melee weapon, and you might end up in the top 10.
Too late to do anything about that, Benning shrugged.
Vinaya laughed loudly. What? You think that if you change your loadout, they'll disqualify you?
She gestured at the still cheering crowd.
You're a major draw, Benning kid. The woman that destroyed 2 space stations and conquered a 3rd. The woman who conquered a system and made it her own. You took down the fleet, and then they gave you a flocking slap on the wrist because they were afraid to do more.
She laughed again.
They're not going to kick you out. You probably made them as much money in this fight as one of the top-tier matches. Worst thing they'll do is tell you not to use the upgrades, but I doubt they'll say a word. Trust me.
I'll look into it, Benning said distractedly as the bots finally appeared. A metal platform formed under Vinaya, created by the arena's nanofield, and the bots lifted her off the ground to carry her back to a recovery room.
Thanks for the advice. Thank me by winning this whole damn thing. I won't mind losing this badly if you come in the top 10 at least.
Benning didn't reply. Earlier, she would have said that the chances of her coming in anywhere near the top were astronomically small. But now, she wasn't so sure. As she walked back to the ready room through the throng of fans, she wondered if she might have a chance to make it to the later rounds, or farther, after all. Chapter 12. Panoply Armorers wasn't the largest shop in the upper promenade attached to the arena by any stretch of the imagination. It also wasn't the highest-rated or most popular store for armors. It was, however, one of the few that didn't contract with Malleus for their nanoreplicators, and of those, it had the best reputation. More importantly, its owner, Jadar Wandi, did just well enough for himself to make ends meet, meaning that he'd be eager to help a customer who was a seeded contender in the tournament. Her first day in the tournament hadn't gone the way she'd expected it to. Her second battle of the day was with an actual arena gladiator, a man who made a living fighting in tournaments. He was well-rounded, without obvious strengths or weaknesses, and had decent gear. It should have been a tough battle, especially as the battleground was a sort of primeval forest with trees towering hundreds of ems overhead and dozens of ems wide, shrouded in fog that hid the canopy above and limited vision. Like her first battle, it offered no real advantages to either combatant, and as an arena gladiator, her opponent had a decent chance of fighting in just such an environment before. Instead of stalking the man through the forest, Benning used her grav boots to climb one of the trees and move along their interwoven branches, feeling the ground below through her nanofield. It didn't take her long to spot her opponent that way, as he'd had the same idea and had created a sniper perch to watch for her passage below. She spotted him first, and her initial salvo knocked him from his perch and sent him scrambling to maintain his balance on the bouncing, wavering limbs. That gave her time to close with him, and the two moved into melee combat. He had a morning star, basically a long, cylindrical club studded with armor-piercing spikes on the end, a deadly weapon in combat. With Flurry and For Fame active, though, she was both stronger and faster, and after half a minute of furious battle where he was clearly outmatched, she got the idea to attack the branches beneath him instead of him directly. That hurled him to the forest floor below and injured him enough that a few shots from her arc bar were enough to convince him to surrender. The next two battles went similarly. She faced a woman who specialized in close-in fighting in what looked like a ruined research lab filled with deadly genetic experiments. She managed to set a mobile ambush for her foe using the creatures as bait, and ended the match with a fusion grenade followed by a blast from the meteor that nearly took her opponent's arm off. After that, she fought a marksman across a desert landscape where the sand was actually abrasive nanoparticles that could wear through armor given time. She took a cue from her first fight there and buried herself in the sand, accepting the damage to her armor and using her nanofield to pop out and engage the man in close combat. In both cases, the battlefield had clearly favored Benning's opponent. The lab was small and dense, without long sight lines, and with lots of wandering fauna to keep a contender from lying in ambush. The desert was open and had clear lines for firing, and while the dunes offered some cover, they also provided elevations for a sniper perch. The battlegrounds had handicapped her, but she won both battles handily enough. And after each battle, the holographs cleared to reveal packed stadiums cheering and screaming at her victory. She'd gone to watch a few of the other battles in her group, and none of them were close to as packed as her fights were. Vinaya had been right. The people had come to see Benning. Her renown drew them in, and with each win, she pulled more citizens in to watch. She'd become a minor celebrity in the tournament, and according to the transaction logs she hacked into, the arena was making credits hand over fist as people paid for better seats or bet for and against her. It seemed like a waste not to leverage that popularity by upgrading her equipment. The first day hadn't been too difficult, but as she progressed, the battles would certainly get harder. If the arena didn't care if she broke the rules, she couldn't see any reason not to do it. Benning stepped inside the armor store and found herself in a room bathed in pale emerald light that illuminated without being overly bright or reflective. Hollows of citizens in various degrees of armor hovered along the walls, along with hollow vids of arena battles that she assumed were either famous locally or involved someone wearing armor from the store. She ignored the displays and walked to a glossy black counter, touching it to trigger the holographic catalog. "Welcome to Panoply." She glanced up at the female voice that spoke, seeing a young-looking woman with hair that was probably dark pink but looked gray in the greenish light. The woman obviously wasn't Jadaral Wandi, meaning she was a salesperson. Had Benning made a mistake about how the shop was doing? Or was Wandi keeping a salesperson around for some reason even when he barely managed to turn a profit? "My designation is Rail in the House," the woman said with a broad smile. "What can I do for you today?" "My designation is Benning Kid," Benning replied, turning back to the catalog. "I'm looking for some armor." "Benning Kid!" A male voice caught her eye, and a door in the back wall opened to reveal a man with spiky brown hair tinted green in the light. "The Benning Kid? Seriously?" "Jadaral," the younger woman said with a sigh, closing her eyes as the smile fled her face. "We've talked about this." "Yeah, I know. You're sales, I'm production." The man waved a dismissive hand at the woman. "But this is Benning Kid, really. In my shop. Do you know what this means?" "That if you drive her away with your insanity like you do with other customers, we'll have a famous person telling everyone to stay away?" The woman covered her face with her hands. "No, not that." He paused. "Well, sure, I guess that, but that won't happen." He touched the counter Benning stood before, and the catalog disappeared. "That's not for you, Benning Kid. You don't want anything in there." "Actually, I'm looking for an upgrade. I've currently got Coriolis 4 liquid metal, and I was thinking about upgrading to predictive armor." "No, not a good idea." He cut her off, shaking his head vehemently. "In fact, that's a terrible idea. Why the hell would you want that when you could get—" "What he means," the younger woman cut in desperately, shoving Wandi to the side, "is that while Sirius LM armor is a fine piece, there are lots of different ways to upgrade it depending on your exact needs.
For example, Pearl Garden is a much less known armorer, but their Lapis line is cheaper and has better defense ratings and mods than what Sirius offers.
No, not that either, the man said, stepping back up beside the woman. Sure, Pearl Garden's great, much better than Sirius, absolutely, but what she really needs—
Stop, Benning said, lifting up a hand as the woman opened her mouth to argue. The salesperson looked at her, her face stricken, but Benning turned toward the shop's owner. Why did you say I shouldn't get predictive armor? It's an upgrade from LM armor, the next step above—
No, it's not, he interrupted. Not really, at least.
He touched the counter and 2 sets of armor appeared.
These are both liquid metal armor. They're essentially identical, but one is called predictive armor. Why?
Because it predicts where a round will strike and thickens at that point, she said slowly.
Wrong,
he laughed happily, and the young woman winced at his glee.
The armor doesn't do that at all. The only difference between LM and predictive armor is that predictive armor has an extra module installed that senses and responds to the sighting software used on most weapons. That's it. A single module. And it's suddenly a whole new type of armor. It's about as much of a change as adding a neutronium underlayer or powered joints. But those aren't special armor types, are they?
So why is it called— The man spoke before Benning could even finish her question, and as he did, his eyes flashed fire.
Because the whole-bound corporations are trying to rob you, that's why, he said in a low, growling voice. They're the ones that started the propaganda about predictive armor, and they're the ones that keep armor so expensive. You know why predictive armor is 100 credits or more expensive than LM armor? Because the corporations charge a ridiculous fee to license the upgrade module. It's not complicated or hard to install, it's just flocking expensive. They're doing everything they can to steal every credit from your account, and that's all there is to it.
What else would they do? She asked curiously. He stared at her, his mouth hanging open for a moment.
Wait, what?
What else would they do except try to get as many credits from you as possible? Isn't that the whole point of a corporation? She gestured at the store. Isn't that the point of this place? To make credits by getting me to spend as much as possible?
Well, yes, but—
His eyes narrowed and his voice turned suspicious.
Wait, are you working for them?
For who? She asked, puzzled.
The corporations. You're working for them, aren't you?
General, I think we can assume that the woman who fought off the fleet and destroyed 2 stations isn't working with any corporations, the saleswoman said, rolling her eyes. Now, will you please shut the floor up and let me talk?
He stepped back, grumbling, and she turned to give Benning a smile that tittily assured her was apologetic.
Sorry about that, she said warmly. Cheddarol is an amazing armorsmith and engineer, the best you're likely to meet, but he has strong opinions about the large corporations we have to buy licenses from.
The woman touched the counter and the 2 armor images faded.
He is right, though. Predictive armor is a ripoff. It adds about 25% to your defense rating, but only against single rounds impacting one at a time. The more weapons targeting you at once, the less effective it becomes. And to offer that protection, it has to thin your armor elsewhere. A ricochet or stray bullet that it didn't pick up could tear right through those weakened spots.
She waved her hand over the counter and another suit of armor appeared.
This is the Twister line from Moonlight Fantasy. It's a small company based out of Algol that specializes in high-end hybrid armors.
Hybrid armor? Benning echoed, examining the display critically. This looks lighter and thinner than what I already have.
It is, but it's much stronger.
The central layer is foam tungsten impregnated with neutronium, almost as strong as pure neutronium, but much, much lighter. Placed above and below that is a layer of boron-infused N-titanium, a non-newtonian metal that's fluid until struck, when it hardens into something stronger than diamond. Plus, it's highly radiation and neutron resistant. The outer layers, top and bottom, are liquid metal with an attached module that makes it interactive rather than predictive.
What's the difference?
It's all the difference in the galaxy,
the man said, but Nahas fixed him with a glare and he fell silent.
The module is essentially a dedicated negaputer, she explained. When a bullet or any strong impact force, including explosions and melee attacks, touches the armor, the negaputer detects it and determines the ideal configuration to disperse that force along the armor. It can handle hundreds of impacts at once and spread their force out, so they hit your entire body at once. If any of those impacts penetrate the armor, they hit the N-titanium layer below, which hardens to absorb the impact. If it gets through that, it has the layer of tungsten to pierce, then another N-titanium layer, and finally a bottom liquid layer. So even if it gets all the way through, that impact will be spread all over your body and probably won't penetrate.
She smiled.
I've seen a demonstration of this armor, taking a fusion grenade blast at an M distance and only knocking the wearer back a step.
Impressive, Benny noted. So why don't more people wear it? The man opened his mouth, but Nahas spoke before he could say a word.
It's not as profitable for the larger companies, to be honest. To make this, you simply need the licenses for the individual layers, not for the whole armor. And those licenses have to be cheap since there are weaker armors made up of each individual type. The most expensive part is the interactive module.
She smiled.
This set will cost you a bit less than Sirius's bottom line of predictive armor, but to give you about 35% more defense.
Benning whistled in appreciation. What sort of mods can you add to it?
Not many,
the woman admitted.
It comes with gamma shielding, auto-injectors, and grav adaptation, so you don't need grav boots with it. You can't really add anything, though. That's a downside to going with a smaller company. It doesn't mesh well with the major mods that the corporations put out. Instead, you'd want to move to a higher model to upgrade it.
The woman touched the counter again, and the image changed to show a slightly heavier armor.
This is the Cyclone series. It's like the Twister, but it adds a micro layer of neutronium, thickens the N-titanium layers, and has a gamma-reflective layer that reduces incoming radiation by 99%. It also comes with power joints and fast weapon connectors.
Benning and the woman talked for another 10 minutes. Wandy tried to break in several times, but each time Nahas shut him down or talked over him. At last, Benning agreed on 2 sets of armor, one lighter and one heavier. Cyclone 7. Hybrid Interactive Armor, Tier 8. Manufacturer, Moonlight Fantasy. Upgrades, auto-injectors, powered joints, neutronium reinforcement, impregnaline undercoating, self-repairing, fast connect points, grav adaptation, shock resistance, defense rating 24.7. Storm Shower 5. Interactive helmet, Tier 7. Manufacturer, Moonlight Fantasy. Upgrades, Revelar 720 optics, predictive threat detection, neg energy scanner, enhanced nanolink, defensive rating 9.2. Thunderhead 8. Hybrid interactive armor, Tier 6. Manufacturer, Moonlight Fantasy. Upgrades, auto-injectors, EM shielding, duraline undercoating, responsive joints, self-repairing, fast connect points, grav adaptation, defense rating 19.4. The armors were both a significant upgrade, and while they'd cost her over 500 credits in total, they drastically improved her defense in combat. Powered and responsive joints added a little bit of mechanical energy to all her movements, increasing her speed and strength by about 15% and 25% respectively. Impregnaline was an advanced material that shielded from antimatter, X-rays, and gamma radiation equally well. The fast connect points let her simply touch her weapon to her armor to have it connect and be carried to storage on her back, or to bring her weapon from her back to any part of her body for her to grab. It wasn't as fast as reaching for a weapon herself, but it let her bring a weapon near to hand while still firing another, allowing her to switch out much faster. Shock resistance helped her retain her balance when suffering an impact capable of knocking her down. Her helmet's predictive threat detection was an upgrade of the active threat detection she already had, warning her of potential threats instead of just actual ones, while the enhanced nano-link let her see whatever she sensed with her nanofield. It was a significant upgrade, and she just hoped that the arena masters let her use the armor in combat.
Thank you so much for your patronage,
Nahas said brightly as Benning equipped her new cyclone armor and looked it over.
Please come back again and tell others to do the same.
I'll be back, Benning assured her, then looked at Wandy. If you want my advice, though, you should definitely let her do all the talking.
Yes, he should,
Nahas agreed firmly.
And trust me, we'll be having a long conversation about it later.
Wandy winced, but Benning ignored it as she left the shop. She still had a whole day of matches before her, and with this new armor, she felt much better about her chances of winning them. Chapter 13. Jewith Panova roared as she spun a massive two-handed club that glowed with the peculiar pale sheen of antimatter. The paddle-shaped club had a sharp ridge down the center and was made of foam tungsten weighted with a dark matter core that gave it extra mass. It had to weigh 30 kegs easily, but the tall, frenzied berserker swung it around like a toy. Even with her new armor, Benning couldn't afford to be hit by the club. It might not pierce her armor, but it could likely break a limb, especially when wielded by someone as strong as Panova. Benning's hammer flashed up and deflected the blow, driving it into the air and ducking beneath it. She dropped low and spun, slamming the hammer's spike into Panova's thigh. The antimatter-coated spike punched through the heavy armor there and sank into the warrior's leg. But rather than slowing the berserker down, the wound increased her speed and power. Benning rolled sideways and barely managed to dodge as the club slammed into the frozen ground beneath her feet, shattering the ammonia ice and spattering Benning's armor with shards that quickly liquefied and evaporated on contact. Benning's strength seemed to flag, and she quickly reactivated For Fame, boosting her stats by an additional 25%. Heart of the Savage, Flurry, and Strength from Pain added to that, boosting her physical stats over 18. Even with that, Panova's Berserker Fury ability made her almost terrifyingly strong and fast, and every injury boosted that power. It was like Strength from Pain, except that the boosts seemed to be significantly greater. Benning gained a boost to her stats equal to half her damage, but Panova seemed to get a better than 1-to-1 ratio. All Benning could do was hold out and hope the ability ended at some point. The pair moved across a jagged, broken landscape of frozen ammonia, one that was a hindrance to both of them. Cracks and ridges in the uneven ground grabbed at her feet, trying to trip her, and the larger network of rifts crisscrossing the surface had allowed Panova to close with Benning, but also hemmed the berserker in, allowing Benning to land several solid shots from her faux hammer before they closed to melee. Benning's armor held out the frigid temperature that hovered somewhere around 150 Kelvin, but the warmth her boots generated liquefied the ammonia ice beneath each step, making her footing treacherous. At some point, one of them would slip and whoever did would quickly fall to the other. Benning's eyes narrowed at that thought, and she quickly sent a command to her nanofield.
She suspected that if the nanites attacked Panova directly, the arena's alarms would trigger, and she'd be disqualified regardless of her popularity. But it seemed that as long as she kept them from harming her foe, the station didn't acknowledge their existence. That made sense, she supposed. Someone like a nanomancer or nanoengineer would rely on their nanofield to fight, and forbidding them from using that field for any purposes would cripple them. Benning's disassemblers streaked out, avoiding the berserker and instead falling on the ice beneath her feet, tearing at it and quickly reducing it to a slippery, slushy liquid 5 sims deep. Panova stumbled as her feet sank unexpectedly into the slush, which then refroze as Benning withdrew her nanites. The ice only held the woman's feet still for an instant, but in that instant, Benning struck. Her hammer flashed out, slamming into the berserker's hand and crushing her fingers, forcing her to drop her weapon. Benning lashed out with a wicked backhand blow that plunged into the side of Panova's neck, burying the spike deep beneath her armor, then jerked forward. Panova was stronger than her with her boosts, but she wasn't terribly heavy, and Benning easily yanked her off balance and slammed her to the ground. As Panova rolled, trying to reach her weapon, Benning's hammer crashed into her knees, shattering them, then whipped across the fallen woman's body and cracked into the bottom of her helmet, fracturing but not shattering it. She expected Panova to yield at that point, but the woman roared in fury and grabbed at Benning's knee, trying to yank the Marauder down with her. Benning slipped back and shattered the outstretched elbow. Still, Panova struggled toward her, refusing to surrender despite being incapacitated.
"That's the downside of her ability, Benning kid," Tiddly said a little sadly. "She ignores pain and gains 150% of her damage as physical stat boosts, but in return, she loses all ability to think and reason in combat. She'll keep attacking until the ability wears off or she dies, and with her accelerated healing rate, the arena probably won't call it unless she's on the verge of death." Benning stepped back, sheathing her hammer and drawing her faux hammer from where her armor brought it to her chest. She lifted the rifle and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row, targeting the fracture in the woman's helmet. The first shot cracked but didn't break it. The second punched through the helmet, and the third shattered it, tearing a hole in the woman's head and, more importantly, exposing her to the frigid temperatures and pure ammonia atmosphere. The blood that spurted from Panova's wound froze solid in midair, and the woman's face blistered as the ammonia attacked it. She clutched at her throat, slamming her eyes shut as the ammonia seared them and burned its way into her lungs, her skin swiftly turning pale blue as it froze in the bitter cold.
"Judith Panova is defeated," the announcer said triumphantly. "Benin Kid has won."
The temperature quickly returned to normal as air rushed into the arena, displacing the ammonia. Light replaced the starry sky surrounding them, and the ice beneath Benning's feet swiftly melted to reveal the arena floor below. As the arena appeared, she saw the stands were once again packed with spectators screaming and cheering for her. It was the 3rd day of the tournament, and somehow Benning was still in it. As Vinaya had predicted, the arena didn't say a word about Benning's upgraded gear, which made her wonder how often other fighters had been allowed to do the same thing to her in the past. She'd subjected herself to the deep scans, allowing them to see the armor so their systems would alert them that her loadout changed, but they simply congratulated her on her first day and waved her through. "You know what this means, Tiddly," Benning thought silently as she headed to the ready room.
"That the arenas give special treatment to more popular and favored fighters?"
Tiddly answered with a laugh.
"Or that arena fights are rigged to be a little unfair?"
"Both. My fights yesterday weren't really fair. The battlegrounds were rigged against me. I assumed that was because they wanted me to lose, but if they did, why would they let me upgrade my gear?"
"Probably because they didn't want you to actually lose. They just wanted to make it look like you could lose so they could bump up the odds and make more money off people betting against you. If they kept things fair, no one would have bet against you, and they'd have lost money. You're right, though. These battles aren't fair. They're designed to look good and make money, which is why you might face one top-ranked person today at the most. The longer you're in, the more you pull watchers, and the more money they make.
Tiddly's prediction turned out to be accurate. Her fights that day were hard, but she was able to win 3 fairly easily by researching her opponents ahead of time and making plans to counter their tactics and most used abilities. Her only loss came against a Starship Marine who was on the border of moving to the next group, probably would at the end of the tournament, and was seeded 3rd in the entire group. Even that had been close, though. A running battle through a series of bunkers set below a thick atmosphere of carbon dioxide that pushed down on the combatants like a weighted blanket. Benning had been forced to yield, but her opponent hadn't fared much better, ending up badly wounded and barely able to limp over to congratulate her on the fight. As the fights progressed and more of the weaker fighters in the group were winnowed out, Benning expected to watch her ranking drop, especially after taking a loss. From almost 18,000 contestants in her group, only 100 remained, almost all with a single loss, and those still in were the truly skilled, so she should have dropped as talented fighters pushed her downward. Benning's ranking had steadily risen, though, from 37 to her current place of 11th overall. 3 fighters hadn't lost a single match yet and still ranked lower than she did, while only 6 of those above her were undefeated. 5 now, she supposed. Panova was ranked 8th in the group and hadn't suffered a loss before meeting Benning. The injured berserker slowly regained her feet, reaching up and touching her shattered helmet with an expression of disgust.
"Well, that's just great," she said in a deep, almost baritone voice. "You broke my helmet." Benning shrugged.
"It was that or kill you. Your ability wouldn't let you quit, and I figured the arena wouldn't call it unless you were about to die."
"Yeah, when I'm raging I sort of lose myself. Nothing matters but killing the enemy, not even my own safety," she sighed. "Well, hopefully it'll repair itself before the next match."
"If you want to buy a new one, I got this armor from Panopoly here on the upper promenade," Benning suggested. "I doubt the arena will care if you buy a new one to replace a shattered one, after all."
They might not. Can't hurt to try, though. Thanks for the suggestion. I'm new here, and my usual armorer is way out in Akkad. No way for me to fix this in time for the next match, and I hate losing by forfeit.
Benning returned to the ready room, parting ways from Panova as she prepared for her next match. "Okay, Tiddly, what are we looking at?"
Well, after this round, I expect there to be about 50 people remaining in your group, Benning Kid. Of the ones who were undefeated, it looks like Judith Panova and 2 others got that way by not facing another top-ranked person, so they're probably going to lose their matches and drop lower. It's the last match of the day, so it's unlikely that you'll face one of the really good undefeated fighters. They'll put you against someone who's good, probably in the top 5, but who's also got a single loss. That way, it'll be an exciting match with real consequences. The winner is out of the tournament. Lots of attention, lots of betting, and lots of credits to be made.
Makes sense. Any idea who it might be?
Well, there are only 2 people in the top 5 with 1 loss, at least so far. That could change, but it's likely you'll face one of them. Here's their info.
Benning examined the 2 screens that appeared before her eyes. Zeprin Oryxai was a Xeno commando, a specialized warrior whose path let him fight more easily in odd and alien environments. Merlot's Lutz was a hidden blade, a sniper-type fighter with abilities that let her hide from sensors and scanners while tracking foes a long distance away. Both were probably higher level than Benning, but only one of them would present the kind of show that the arena would want to put on. "It'll be Oryxai," she thought, closing Lutz's screen.
Are you sure?
"Yeah, Lutz is too specialized. A fight between us will be a slow, careful stalk, not a showy battle the way the arena will want. I might have faced her early on, or maybe early tomorrow if we're both still around, but not as a sort of finale today."
Good point. Okay, pulling up data on Zeprin Oryxai. Here you go.
Benning spent the next 30 minutes digging into the deep scans of Oryxai and preparing for the match. His build was impressive, with higher physical stats than her but significantly lower mental ones,
abilities that let him ignore minor damage and heal quickly, and a moderate range of skills for fighting in various environments. He was well-rounded and skilled enough that the battle would probably come down to the battlefield choice more than anything. If the arena assigned them some sort of exotic terrain for their battle, he'd have the advantage. But if it gave them a more standard setup, Bening would likely win. What truly caught her attention, though, was the fact that the commando was a member of Silver Requiem, a prominent mercenary company. More interestingly, he'd joined the tournament at the last minute, and Silver Requiem had sent a rather large contingent of fighters to the station with him. Normally, that wouldn't have bothered her, but after Fomalhaut, she'd developed a definite mistrust of mercenaries in general. She swiftly began adjusting her plans just in case her suspicions were correct. When her name was called, she walked out of the ready room and stepped through the gates into the arena. Instantly, the light vanished around her, plunging her into complete darkness. The light on her helmet flared to life automatically, illuminating a long corridor. The circular passage looked to be made of smoothly cut stone, 3 ems wide, with a single metal rail running down the center. A pair of grated metal walkways flanked that railing, slightly lower than it and providing her a level path to walk on. Metallic ribs 30 sims wide and 10 deep encircled the corridor every 10 ems or so. It looked like some sort of lights were set into the ribs to illuminate the passage, but these were non-functional. As Bening walked carefully down the passageway, a tremor rippled through the ground around her, rattling her walkway and making her stumble before she caught her balance. "What was that?" she asked silently.
"Oh, it's an ancient deep core mine,"
Tiddly said excitedly. "A what?"
"A deep core mine. Back before the Collective, during the days of sublight colonization, people sank shafts into the cores of rocky planets and planetoids to mine their minerals. Most planetary cores are very high in heavy metals, and without negmass plants to power fusion generators, creating those metals by fusing lighter ones was just too energy-intensive. So, the people would mine out the heavy metals from every rocky body they could to build enough Dyson stations to starlift the rest of what they needed from the system's sun."
"And what was that ripple that almost knocked me over?"
"Seismic activity. This planet must have been geologically active, meaning it has a liquid mantle and outer core at least."
Another rumble swept through the mine, and Bening struggled to keep her feet.
"Looks like it's getting worse, too."
Bening silently agreed as she leaped down a set of metal stairs. She landed well, but as she touched down, the earth rumbled beneath her again, tumbling her off her feet. She rolled forward and landed in a crouch at the edge of the walkway, staring at a sealed metal door. The door was circular and open down the center, with a control panel set beside it that she assumed would open it normally. When she walked up and touched it, though, nothing happened, and when she tried to force the door open, it refused to budge.
"It's hydraulically sealed, Bening Kid,"
Tiddly volunteered.
"Check the edges. There should be a release lever to let you open it manually."
It took the Marauder only a few seconds to find the lever and pull it down, and the door slid open a couple sims with a loud hiss. She pried them the rest of the way open and moved into a second tunnel that continued to lead downward. As she stepped into the next tunnel, a much larger tremor shook the mine, and if Bening's armor hadn't automatically counteracted the shaking with increased gravity, she would have been hurled from her feet. A crack echoed behind her, and she turned back to see a chunk of stone fall out of the wall, leaving a hole behind. Bright orange liquid flowed from that hole and poured down into the corridor, running quickly downhill toward her.
"You should close the doors, Bening Kid,"
Tiddly said urgently.
"Quickly!"
Bening grabbed the doors and shoved them shut, then quickly located the lever on this side of the portal and pushed it back upright. The door slid together with a sigh, but after a moment, the temperature around her began to climb swiftly.
I think this match has a time limit, Bening Kid."
Bening snorted. "Yeah, it looks like if I stay in one place too long, they'll send liquid rock after me." I noticed.
"Well, there's that, but it's probably worse. Deep core mines were pretty strong and were built to handle regular seismic activity. But every so often, a cataclysmic event would breach the mine and flood it with magma. That could usually be contained, but if it breached the power production areas, the mine was doomed. Eventually, the magma would kill the magnetic containment on the fusion reactor, and when it did, boom! Big fusion bomb went off that cracked the mine walls and buried it in gigatons of rubble. Since the power's out, I'm guessing that's what's happening here.
Great, Benning sighed, setting off at a jog and extending her nanofield as far as she could. So, I have to find and kill Oryxi quickly, or we could both go to respawn.
That's my guess, yeah. Makes for a much more exciting match, doesn't it?
Benning ignored the gnome's attempt to be cheerful as she reached another door. Can you pull up a plan of this place? She asked, triggering the lever and sliding the door open. She stepped through and swiftly sealed it behind her as another crack echoed, signaling a magma breach.
Maybe. Most of them were built the same way, though. There's a sealed central shaft that leads down into the core, surrounded by an outer shaft that has multiple elevators to carry ore up and down. Tunnels like this one radiate out from the shaft toward surface exits or other ore deposits. So, if you keep moving forward, you'll either hit a dead end or the central shaft eventually.
How long is eventually? How big is a mine like this?
It depends on the planet, really. The Earth core mine was thousands of chems across and deep, reaching all throughout the mantle like roots on a plant to hollow it out. I can tell you, though, that you're at the very edge of the crust, so you're nowhere near the bottom of the mine. If you were deeper, the corridor walls would be solid metal to hold out the magma, and it would be several degrees warmer. And if you were higher, there wouldn't be any magma to come through the walls.
Benning continued her trot forward, relying on her nanofield to warn her if she neared her opponent. She passed through 2 more doors, sealing each of them behind her before reaching a third, larger one that Tiddly thought led into the main shaft. She paused before the door, her mind racing as the earth shook around her again, more insistently this time. She knew she couldn't wait long, or the arena would leak molten rock into the passage while she was still in it and force her to move. But she hoped she could take a minute to plan. The simple fact was, the arena wanted a battle between her and Oryxi. That was the point of the time limit. It didn't want them slowly working their way around one another, looking for advantage. It wanted them fighting, shooting at one another and eventually coming into melee range. That meant that it wanted them both in the central shaft, or some other large area they could effectively battle in. Once she stepped inside, it was likely that the mine would start its final collapse, forcing them to try and finish their battle quickly. Benning quickly switched off her helmet lamp, plunging herself into darkness. It didn't matter. Thanks to her scanner and nanofield, she could see just fine without light, even if everything lacked colors. That would help keep Oryxi from pinpointing her, assuming the shaft was dark as well. But there wasn't much Benning could do about the sound of the door opening. If the man was in the shaft beyond, he'd hear her release it. If she'd gotten to the shaft first, then she'd be the one with that advantage. Taking a deep breath, she yanked the lever to the door, waiting for the loud hiss to fade away, then slid it open. Chapter 14. Sparks danced against the metal door as bullets whined and clanged around her, some ricocheting off her armor, but just as many missing. She dove through the door and rolled, letting her nanofield spread out and activating her helmet's scanner. A flash of red pulsed above her and to her right, and she rolled left as bullets wanged against the metal grate beneath her. A loud crack split the air as magma breached the tunnel she'd just left, and she swore silently as she realized that she wouldn't be able to close the door and keep the lava flow from pouring into the main shaft. She rolled to her feet and took a look around. She stood at the edge of a circular shaft at least 500 ems across, its edges lost to blackness beyond the edge of her scanner's radius. A cylinder of solid metal 100 ems across that glowed with heat occupied the center of the shaft, while another grate like the one on which she stood formed a ceiling 5 ems above her.
To her left, the floor vanished into an open pit that dropped out of her scanning range, while far to her right, a staircase ran upward to the next level, and Oryxai waited for her at the top. The arena had either given him an advantage by putting him a floor above her, or he'd gotten into the shaft and took the high ground in expectation of her coming. Her helmet pulsed red and she raced forward, running toward the central shaft and the possibility of cover. Bullets thumped against her armor but failed to penetrate, but she knew that if she stayed still, he'd breach her protection swiftly. She lifted her rifle and fired a short burst at him, not really intending to hurt him, but just trying to gain some space to work with. He ignored her fire and continued to target her. She reached the shaft and began to circle it, ignoring the gunfire still peppering her. She quickly cleared his area of fire, putting the grate between the two of them, then swore as she realized there was a second staircase beside the first, giving him access to her in that direction as well. A second pit stretched out before her where an elevator had probably once stood, blocking her from simply running around the central column to find cover. She stumbled as the floor beneath her started to shake furiously, and from below, a roar of bending and twisting metal echoed through the shaft. The mine was starting to fail, and she was trapped in the open.
"There's nowhere to run, Benning Kid,"
Oryxai called out, his voice ringing in the shaft and echoing her thoughts.
"Unless you plan to jump off the edge, that is. You might as well surrender and get it over with."
She glanced toward the open pit beside her speculatively. His words had been mocking, but the pit did offer an exit of sorts. With a grin, she dropped to her stomach and rolled sideways, plunging through the open pit toward the lava bubbling up far below. She dropped swiftly, plummeting through the open air past the lower level, but as she neared the floor of that level, her hand whipped out and snatched the edge of the grate. Her shoulder ached and popped as it caught her weight, but her grip held, and instead of falling, she swung sideways, nearly crashing into the bottom of the grate before swinging back out over the pit. As she did, she pulled a grenade with her free hand, activated it, and tossed it straight up into the air.
"Scrit!"
the commando shouted as the blinking cylinder shot up into sight. Through her helmet's 720 vision, she saw him scramble to his feet and begin running as fast as he could, moving up the side of the walls as he activated one of his abilities. She nearly cursed as she realized that with her armor's grab adaptation, she could have done something similar to reach the level above, if not as swiftly or effectively as he could. She let go as she swung away from the pit and hit the grate in a roll just as the grenade exploded above her. The flash lit the shaft brilliantly for a moment, and the shock wave blasted past her as she rose to her feet. She rocked as it slammed into her, but her armor steadied her and let her keep her feet. Once the blast passed, she ran toward the pit, commanding the armor to lighten gravity for her, then leaped, sailing over the gap and landing lightly on the other side. She spun around and whipped out her meteor cannon, quickly sighting on the red, glowing figure that pulsed in her sights. She could see him perfectly clearly through her nanofield, and while a grate still blocked him from her direct line of fire, that was perfect for the meteor. She pulled the trigger, and the cannon fired with a loud boom that rang in the enclosed space. The round lanced forth, punching through the grating and tearing into the man's armor before exploding. Oryxai screamed as Benning once more lowered her gravity and leaped, this time soaring straight upward. She grabbed the lip of the floor above her and pulled, flipping herself over it and landing on her feet. Another leap took her to the highest level where Oryxai waited, and she hauled herself up to her feet, then spun and dropped to a knee as her helmet pulsed red behind her. Bullets flew over her head as she raised her arc bar and sighted on the prone figure. This close, the man's aura pulsed angry orange in her sight. He was wounded, but not badly enough to be out of the fight. Her bullets tracked to the hole in the man's armor her nanofield sensed, and he swore loudly as more rounds ripped through his flesh, plunging downward through his side and into his groin. The man rose unsteadily to one knee and pulled out a new weapon, one that Benning recognized from the stubby, box-like exterior. She sprang to her feet and dove through the pit once more as the grenade launcher hurled a pulsing cylinder in her direction. She strengthened her gravity, pulling her toward the ground, and landed hard, grunting as pain shot up her left knee. She pushed it aside and sprinted toward the staircase as the grenade behind her exploded, blasting her forward and tumbling her to the ground despite her armor's protections. Her back burned and her knee throbbed, but she rolled to a knee and lifted the meteor again, targeting the man who was once more headed for the staircase to pin her down. He saw the weapon and swore loudly, flinging himself to the side as the shell punched through the grate and exploded half an M from him, knocking him sideways and spattering him with shrapnel. He scrambled to his feet again, but in that time, Benning reached the staircase and leaped up it in a single bound, unloading a full auto blast directly into his armored chest. He fell back as the bullets tore through his armor and dropped his aura to crimson, then rose to one knee and flung a thin, metal disc at Benning that she easily dodged. The disc arced in the air toward her, though, and struck the back of her shoulder with a clink, attaching itself there. Pain exploded in Benning's body as the disc activated, shooting tiny nanofibers through her armor and into her nerves. She felt the fibers crawling up the nerves in her shoulder toward her spine, lighting up every pain receptor they passed in the process. The fibers reached her spine, and she felt a tingle run through her body as the disc activated. The world lurched around Benning, spinning crazily in her vision even though the metal deck beneath her feet felt perfectly stable. Flashes of light splashed across her eyes, and a loud, penetrating buzz filled her ears, a discordant sound that ebbed and flowed erratically. She dropped to a knee as the world spun hard to the left, ripping away her balance, and a red screen flashed in her vision, wavering and flickering in her sight. Warning! Hostile nanites detected. Nano defense fail progressive damage inflicted. Tiddly, Benning thought desperately, her mind oddly clouded and muddled. What's happening? It's a virus, Benning kid, the AI replied, her voice high and somewhat panicked. A bad one, too. I don't think I can contain it myself. What? You have to come to your domain, Benning kid. Hurry, I need your help. Benning closed her eyes and dropped instantly into her domain. She opened them to a scene of chaos and bedlam. The ground beneath her feet trembled and rippled, threatening to hurl her to the ground. The doors surrounding her flickered and twisted, shifting into odd shapes that she could barely describe. Streaks of crimson light filled the sky overhead, racing through it like cracks in microthene and bathing her in red light. Hurry, Benning kid! We need to contain it! Benning looked over and saw Tiddly standing beside her pedestal. Even Benning could read the expression of fear on the gnome's pale, drawn face, and she stumbled uncertainly over to the pedestal. Her movements felt awkward and ungainly, as if her body refused to respond correctly to her brain's commands. She'd felt this way before, and a flash of fear raced through her. Is it another nano attack, Tiddly? She asked, her words stumbling through numb lips and her tongue oddly stiff and heavy. Yes and no. It's a nano-injected virus, and it's attacking your net, Benning kid. I'm trying to contain it, but... She looked at the Marauder with an expression of fear. But nothing I do is working. Show me, Benning commanded, laying her hand on her pedestal. Instantly, it sprang to life, and while the screen wobbled and warped slightly, it was clear and legible. Look, this is your net. Instantly, a 3D image rose before Benning, a humanoid display lacking any discernible features. Threads wove through the body, twisting through it so thickly that it looked like a secondary nervous system. Most of those threads glowed a soft shade of green, but several of them flared red, including a section along her spine that reached into her lower brain. The virus is moving through your net, corrupting the data there, Tiddly explained in a rapid, concerned voice.
Nothing critical is being affected, but the damage is slowing your net's processing and interaction with your nanofield.
The gnome's hands practically flew around the screen, and Benning watched as walls seemed to wrap around the red strands, and then faded into nothing, allowing the crimson to creep further along her net.
See? I'm trying to lock it down to contain the damage, but it's like it won't let me.
The gnome looked desperately at Benning.
I need you to try and hack into it and see if you can get me access, Benning Kid. And I need you to do it fast. If this thing corrupts too much data, it might not be recoverable.
Benning nodded and sank her focus into the pedestal before her. She reached out with cyber warfare and tried to connect to the hostile program, but her initial ping bounced off without returning a reply. She tried again, attacking it from different angles, simply trying to make a connection, but each time the virus ignored her attempts. Some sort of firewall shielded it, one that she couldn't breach. Her eyes narrowed as an idea slid into her fuzzy brain. She pulled up her copy of the bounty document that she'd gotten from Dexton Camarian and isolated the lock guarding it. It was another firewall she couldn't breach, but if the notice and the virus happened to share a common source, one might aid her in defeating the other. She pinged the virus again, but this time she hit it with a request linked to the seal hiding the bounty information. And to her delight, the virus instantly returned a reply. Benning slammed a wave of linked pings at the virus, trying to overwhelm its firewall with requests, and she saw its progress halt on the image before her as it struggled to reply to millions of simultaneous requests. The simple algorithm lacked the capacity to handle such a load, and as it shifted resources to accommodate her demands, those resources stopped shielding it from Tiddly's assault.
That's got it,
Tiddly said triumphantly, her voice excited.
You did it, Benning Kid. I've got access.
Benning's domain slowly stabilized around her as the glowing red portions of her net shrank. The cracks in the sky slowly healed, and the ground beneath her feet smoothed out and fell still. The damage in the image before her gradually receded, shifting from crimson to faint pink, but there it halted. Overhead, thin rose-colored lines crisscrossed the sky of her domain, and beneath her feet, tiny ripples marred the flat ground.
That's it,
Tiddly sighed, dropping her hands away from the pedestal.
That's the best I can do, Benning Kid.
You can't remove it? Benning asked, grateful as the words came much more freely than before.
No. Whatever lock kept me from accessing before is also keeping me from ejecting it from your root directory. I can minimize the damage and hopefully keep it from progressing, or slow down its progress, but I can't completely remove it. I'm sorry.
Benning stared at the figure before her, seeing the slight pink shade staining its spine from brainstem to pelvis. What about going to respawn? Will that fix it?
I'm honestly not sure.
The AI shook her head.
Normally I'd say yes, but the lock on this thing, it might make it so that it carries with your data when you recover. I can say that I'm pretty sure going to respawn will undo the locks I put on it, though, so if it doesn't cure it, it'll make it worse.
She squared her shoulders and gave Benning a weak smile.
But hey, we can talk about it later. You've got a fight to win, right?
Benning blinked as she remembered her ongoing battle with Zephyrin Oryxi. Is it still happening?
Oh, yeah. You've only been here for a couple seconds of real time, Benning Kid. I kind of sped things up so we could deal with this.
The gnome gave her a grin that even Benning could tell wasn't heartfelt.
Get out there and kick his butt, Benning Kid. I'll explain the rest later.
Benning felt herself rising from her domain, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself laying on her back. Oryxi stood above her, his helmet retracted and his face reflecting dissatisfaction and disappointment. He knelt over her and lifted a device she recognized, the pale disk of a neural nullifier. He intended to capture her, just as she'd feared, and if she didn't act, he was going to do it. She could fight off a nullifier, she knew, but it would take time, and that was something she didn't have. Her muscles ached and trembled. Her throat burned. Her spine throbbed. Her resistance bar hovered at 18% and she barely had the strength to rise. At least, until she activated her abilities. Power flooded her body, and she twisted upward as the commando knelt over her, smashing her gauntleted fist into his exposed face. The man fell back with a shout, covering his head, but Benning snatched her hammer from her thigh and extended it to an M's length, slamming it into the hole in the side of his armor. He howled in pain and staggered, and she whipped her weapon about in a fury, crashing it into his knees and shoulders, shattering his joints and dropping him to the floor. She slammed the top spike of the hammer into his chest, punching through his lung and pinning him beneath it. She leaned on the weapon and pressed it into him. "Why?" She grated through teeth, clenched in fury. What? He asked, grabbing the hammer and trying to pull it free. She yanked out her pistol and shot his hands, piercing his already damaged gauntlets and leaving his fingers as broken and curled claws. She twisted the hammer spike in his chest, grinding it through his lungs, and he coughed and shook, splattering the inside of his helmet with blood. "I can make this take all florking day, Zeprin Oryxi. I can give you just enough chance that the arena won't call it. Too many people will be watching this for them to end it early. Now tell me, what did you do to me, and why were you trying to capture me?" Contract, he gasped. "With Malleus?" The man nodded frantically. Every company has it. Capture you and bring you to a Malleus agent. No choice but to try." "And what about that disc you used on me? What was it?" No clue. I swear. Just told to use it on you. Part of the contract." Benny nodded and yanked the hammer free, resting it on her shoulder. "When you respawn, tell your captain, Esseled Bonthan, assuming she's not listening right now, that she either drops that contract or I'm coming for her personally. And when I find her, I'll make her beg me to kill her. Understand?" The man nodded, and Benning swung her hammer one last time, shattering his helmet's cracked faceplate and crushing the skull beneath. His aura flashed to black, and she stepped back, waiting for the announcement of her victory. For a long moment, the only sound was the twisting of metal and rumbling of stone beneath her. Finally, though, the metal ceiling above her vanished, revealing the arena, and the announcer's voice spoke in an oddly subdued tone. "Zeprin Oryxi is vanquished," the woman said almost numbly. "Benning Kid wins." The walls around Benning faded, revealing the crowd around her. Benning stood in the middle of a vast silence, feeling the weight of their stares pressing down on her. This wasn't the glorious victory they were hoping for, she knew. It was brutal, vicious, and terrifying. She wouldn't gain renown from it, but she'd definitely gain infamy. As she returned her hammer to her thigh and took a step toward the exit, a sound suddenly rose from the crowd, swelling from a low mutter to thunder. One by one, the citizens in the stands began to chant, stomping their feet or crashing their fists against their armor in time with the words, "Ma-ra-der! Ma-ra-der! Ma-ra-der!" "That's right, citizens!" the announcer suddenly screamed, her voice once more enthusiastic and excited. "Benning the Marauder Kid, champion of Marauder's Rest, is victorious! Challenge her if you dare!" Benning listened to the chant for long seconds, watching the screaming citizens with growing alarm. Do they know my true path, Tiddly? Did the station get past my nanomask after all? Or is that part of the virus? "I don't think so, Benning Kid. I think it's just because you're the owner of Marauder's Rest. And what they just saw." The gnome laughed weakly, her voice sounding tired. "Try lifting up your hammer. I think they'll appreciate it." Benning reformed her hammer and raised it high, and the crowd screamed its approval. She turned around, sweeping her gaze across the stands.
then lowered the weapon and headed toward the exit at last. The thunder of applause rolled over her the entire way, quieting only when she let the door shut behind her. In the sudden silence, Tiddly's voice practically crashed in her mind.
I'll say this. If this doesn't help your infamy, I don't know what will. I think you're going to have no trouble hiring now.
Chapter 15.
Benning the Marauder Kid.
Hendricks chuckled, swirling the light purple drink in his hand and breathing in the vapors wafting from it.
I like it. It's fitting.
Maybe a little too fitting, Benning muttered, taking a sip of her own drink. The orange liquid was thinner than her usual smoke brew and smelled of cloves and cinnamon. It had a sweet but aromatic flavor, and she couldn't quite decide if she liked it or not. It wasn't as savory as her usual drink, but it wasn't overly sweet or bitter either.
What's that you're drinking?
The man asked, gesturing to her glass while still swirling his beneath his nose. It's called Terran Spice, she said, making a face and setting the glass down. The system suggested that I might like it.
And?
She shrugged. It's okay, but nothing I'd recommend to anyone else. It's a little too sweet for me to call it good, but not so sweet that it's undrinkable.
He laughed. Did you know that back in the old days, Terran Spice used to be called pumpkin spice?
Pumpkin? Where's that?
Not where. What? It's an old gourd-type fruit from Earth.
He pointed at the drink.
For some reason, Terrans put that spice into everything they could. Food, drinks, they even sprayed the scent of it all around.
It's not that good, she scoffed.
He shrugged. I didn't say it was, just that they seemed to disagree with you.
He inhaled the fumes of his drink again and sighed. Benning wanted to echo the sound, but if she did, she'd have to explain why she was unhappy, and that wasn't something she wanted to share with even Fodor Hendricks. After her match, Tiddly had taken a moment to explain what, exactly, Doheny's virus had done to Benning, and it wasn't the sort of thing that put the Marauder in a good mood.
It's corrupting the data that lets your body and neck communicate with one another, the AI had explained. It's sort of like muffling someone's voice so that it's harder to hear what they're saying. It doesn't actually damage either your net or your body, but it makes it so they don't work as well together.
Okay, but what does that mean? I mean, what effects will it have on me?
Basically, it's going to weaken you, Benning Kid. Your stats, your skills, even your abilities. The virus is muffling all of them, so to speak, so they'll all be effectively lower than they should be. And it seems to be a progressive thing. I've slowed its progress, but I can't halt it entirely. As time goes by, you'll get weaker and weaker until you're essentially back to level 1.
Twin surges of fear and rage swelled through Benning at that. How do I fix it?
I'm honestly not sure. Sorry. If you could figure out how to decrypt that lock, maybe I could remove it completely. But otherwise, the only option is a total wipe and restore of your net. And if you do that, you'll basically reset yourself to level 1 anyway.
Benning hadn't been happy to hear the AI's prognosis, and she'd been even less happy when she'd pulled up her status screen. Benning Kid, Citizen Path, Stellar Marauder, Level 13. To next level, 63%. Physicality, 14.7. Coordination, 14.3. Resistance, 14.5. Acuity, 13.3. Willpower, 19.2. Social, 13.1. Renown, plus minus 131. Nano defense, 46.4. Virus progression, 6.2%. All her stats had dropped below where they had been at level 12, at least. All but willpower, which remained unchanged for some reason. Even training since then hadn't been able to bring them up. Her abilities were equally weakened, and while her skills seemed to be less affected, even they felt awkward for her to use. It seemed she could at least still train her skills. Nothing else would improve, no matter how much she tried. Even worse, if Tiddly was right, her stats would continue to worsen until they were back to where she was at level 1, if not lower, unless she could find a way to undo the virus and reverse its damage. Her first thought, of course, had been to contact Emmett Oswald. But oddly enough, she couldn't reach the nano-engineer, no matter how she tried. Messages to him went unopened. Searches for him in Sirius came up empty. Transaction records for him were blank. It was as if he'd vanished from the collective, and Benning suspected she knew why. If Lauren Doheny had infected her with this virus, it was only reasonable for the noble to also strip Benning of her most useful ally for dealing with it. That made decoding the bounty notice a top priority, but so far, Benning hadn't had the tiniest bit of success in that. Still, she'd thrown herself into the problem, locking herself away for long enough that Fodor Hendricks had sought her out to check on her. She'd grudgingly agreed to leave her room, nothing she was doing to hack the seal worked anyway, and have a drink with the man, with whom she hadn't spoken since the tournament. She gazed at him, watching him sniff the steaming drink in his hand, and as she did, curiosity got the better of her. "Are you ever going to drink that?" she demanded at last.
"This, you heathen, is a Rannan vapor cordial,"
he said somewhat pompously.
"It's not meant to be drunk, only inhaled."
He swirled it and breathed in deeply. "You're breathing your drink."
"Yes. The base is a highly volatile liquid that evaporates rapidly when you hold the glass. It carries the alcohol, flavor, and scent right up to your nose."
He inhaled once more.
"Each breath activates your scent and taste receptors, so it feels like you're tasting it."
"Seems overly complicated to me." Benning shook her head, lifting her drink again and holding it up before him. "I prefer to keep things simpler. This may not be great, but it's certainly simple." She took another swig.
"At least you're branching out and trying new drinks," he laughed. "That's progress. I've never seen you with anything but a Syrian smoke brew in your hand, you know."
"I know, and that's why I'm trying to develop a taste for other beverages. It occurred to me that if someone were really looking for me, they could just scan the bars of a station for anyone drinking a smoke brew, then start digging into anyone on that list."
"I wouldn't have thought of that, but yeah, you're right. A clever investigator might do something like that. What made you think of it?"
She shrugged, not wanting to share the existence of her deception skill. "Nothing in particular, except that twice, I've been caught not because someone penetrated my disguise, but because they found something or someone that linked to me. In Fomalhaut, the dog's first clue to start looking into me was the fact that I captained a cruiser. Those aren't as common as destroyers or heavy destroyers, after all." She took another drink. "The point is, if I really want to disguise myself, I need to change not just my status and appearance, but my behavior as well."
"That's a good point. You should probably look into either the acting or disguise skills. Maybe both. The second would help you figure out all those little tells that make you look like yourself, and the first would help you to stop behaving like yourself." He laughed. "After all, there's no point to going to all the trouble to look different if you're going to act all Benning Kid to everyone."
"Act Benning Kid? What does that even mean?" Benning felt vaguely offended at the comment, and she let a frown show on her face.
"Oh, you know, ruthless pragmatism, utter indifference for anyone else, a distant lack of mercy, the things that make you, you. A good investigator can probably get a personality profile on someone if they want, after all, and if they're known for being laid back and easygoing, you're going to blow your cover the first time you dissolve someone's bones into paste."
"That's a good point." Her irritation vanished with his explanation, and she couldn't help but agree with him. Plus, she kind of liked his description of her. It was good to know that others saw her the way she saw herself. "I'll look into it."
"You should."
He took another sniff of his rapidly dwindling drink.
"So, after you put down the merc, what happened?"
She shrugged again. "Not much. I made it 3 more rounds the next day before I was eliminated. But it was by the fighter who went on to win the entire group, so I can't complain. She withheld a grimace. She really had been unhappy with her loss to Kabati Arali, the dreadnought who'd ended up winning the group. The man was a powerhouse, but she'd managed to wound him badly with her meteor before the fight closed to melee range, leaving her faster than him. If she hadn't been hampered by the hull-bound virus, she might have beat him. As it was, when he finally forced her to submit, his aura shone crimson in her sight. If she'd held out 20 seconds longer, she'd have won.
That's still pretty amazing, he noted. What place did you end up in?
4th overall.
He whistled, his eyes widening. Out of how many?
17,000 or so.
Scrit, he shook his head. That had to have helped your path.
It did, she said without detailing. The tournament had been good for both her skills and path, to be sure. She'd been placed in a group that challenged her, and rising to that challenge pushed her ahead farther than she would have expected. She knew that she generally leveled faster than she was supposed to, and she'd previously seen signs of bitterness in Hendrix over how swiftly she grew. If he knew that the tournament pushed her path ahead almost 30% and advanced her conditioning, martial combat, and weapons expertise up by at least a full point each, not counting the virus's effects, he probably wouldn't be happy. The main point, though, is that it boosted my renown 12 points. That should make it easier for us to hire people, and that was really what I was going for.
Are you going to enter more tournaments then?
Probably, but only well-regulated ones. I have to use my own designation to get any renown, after all, and that means sticking with strict, law-abiding systems that grant protection to entrants in their tournaments. Otherwise, I'll end up spending half the time dealing with bounty hunters and mercenaries. She took a large swig, finishing off her drink.
Speaking of mercenaries, did Silver Requiem give you any problems?
No, I was expecting them to. I even worked out where they were on the station so I could move against them first, just in case. But as soon as I finished off Zephyrin or Xai, they left the station and returned to their ship. They waited until he respawned, then moved out of the system. She smiled grimly. And their records showed that they paid a large sum of credits to Malleus Nanotech afterward, almost as if they were buying out a contract. He laughed loudly, tilting his head back.
There you go. All you have to do is beat down a member of every big mercenary company out there and let them know that their captain is next if they don't repudiate their contract with Malleus. It shouldn't take you more than 3, maybe 4 standard years.
She chuckled, then quickly sobered. Actually, I think you're right, she said after a moment. Not that I should go after each company one at a time, but that I should make a statement to the mercenaries, one they can't ignore.
I know that look, Hendrix said with a sigh. We're about to go commit more war crimes, aren't we?
We're going to do what we need to, Fodor Hendrix, the way we always do.
And if that just happens to involve mass destruction and the deaths of thousands, so be it?
He asked archly. Yes. If a few thousand citizens have to go to respawn so that we're safe, that seems like a fair trade to me.
What about a few million? He pressed. Or a few billion, like in Aquilai?
She shrugged. They'll come back. Besides, why should I care about those people? Their deaths don't harm me in any way as long as the fleet can't connect them to me, and if people think I did it, it boosts my renown.
The man winced. That's fairly bloodthirsty even for you, Benning Kid.
I'm not saying that I'm going to go out and slaughter 100 billion citizens just for the renown. She shook her head. I didn't crash Aquilai Prime into its planet on purpose, and I wouldn't do that just to do it. I don't enjoy killing, Fodor Hendrix, and those sorts of deaths don't advance my path in any way, so there's no benefit to them. She leaned forward, meeting his gaze directly. However, when it's necessary, I'll do it. And if my actions kill people I didn't intend, I won't dwell on it. If I need to kill another billion citizens or a trillion or whatever to make sure that I and my people are secure, then I'll do it without regrets. Besides, all death costs citizens is some time and effort, and time's something we all have plenty of.
True.
He sighed, leaning back in his chair.
It's weird, Benning Kid. When you explain, it makes perfect sense. Why wouldn't you kill to keep yourself and your people safe? 5, 100, a billion, what's the difference, really? They'll respawn eventually, after all, and all it costs them is the time it takes them to regain whatever they lost.
He shook his head.
But when I realize that you'd happily kill 1 trillion people if you felt it necessary, that terrifies the flork out of me.
Good. She nodded, leaning back as well.
Good. You're happy that you scare the skrit out of me?
Yes, Fodor Hendricks, I am. She grinned at him. If you're that afraid of what I might do, think what my actual enemies must feel. After finishing her drinks with Hendricks, Benning returned to her quarters and lay down on her narrow bed. Pulling the cover over herself, she closed her eyes and dropped into the overnet, opening them to find herself standing in the middle of her domain. The cracks in the sky overhead still pulsed faintly pink, and the ground beneath her feet still held faint ripples in it, but the damage didn't seem to be any worse, at least. Not yet, she corrected silently. Tiddly, she said aloud before the gnome could greet her.
Hi, Benning Kid.
The gnome appeared a moment later, her bell-clad head swinging from side to side, making a tinkling sound that had an odd dissonance to it that it lacked before. The AI made a face and the bells disappeared.
That was unpleasant. Stupid virus.
She grinned at Benning again.
At least you had a nice conversation with Fodor Hendricks.
Benning shrugged. It wasn't unpleasant. I still don't understand his need for these little chats, though. The gnome sighed loudly.
I think that it's loneliness, Benning Kid.
Loneliness?
Yes. Fodor Hendricks has lived quite a bit longer than you know. And I'm guessing he spent a lot of that time alone. Loneliness can make a citizen hungry for the company of others.
The AI gave Benning a piercing look.
It's actually something I sometimes worry about with you know.
Me? Benning asked with a disbelieving laugh. I'm not lonely, Tiddly. How can I be? I can always talk with you.
That's true,
Tiddly said with a smile.
But some humans don't really count AIs like me as actual people.
Then they're fools. Benning shook her head. Tiddly was as much a person as anyone she'd met. More than most, really, as far as Benning was concerned.
I kind of agree,
the gnome laughed. We should look into getting Fodor Hendricks' own AI if he's lonely. It might free up some of my time, Benning shrugged. Although this time, at least, he had some interesting ideas. What do you think of his training suggestions?
They aren't bad. While deception helps you in general, acting in disguise would make it easier for you to play the role of a specific person. Both might also help you to realize the little things that could give you away. The gambling skill could do the same thing.
Gambling? As in wagering in the arena? There's a skill for that?
There's a skill for just about anything,
Tiddly laughed.
At least, there's a skill that can help you be better at just about anything you'd like to do.
The gnome lifted a hand and a screen popped up before Benning's face. She quickly read it through and saw that it was a list of skills she could train, a list that seemed to go on endlessly despite her efforts to scroll to the bottom. That's a lot of skills, Tiddly, she admitted, finally giving up her attempt to reach the end of the list.
It is, and that's just the skills you're eligible to learn. Most of them aren't really useful to you, and all of them would have to be trained to have any real value. That's the big problem. Acting, disguise, or gambling start with really small bonuses, and don't add much until you've trained them at least to rank 10. Do you really want to spend the time to do that?
It depends on how much it would help me, Benning hedged. What benefits would I get?
For acting, you'd get a boost to attempts to fool someone into believing you're someone or something other than your real self. It would be around 15% at rank 10, although it would have synergy with deception, so it might be higher. Disguise works the same way, but acting helps you change your behavior, while disguise helps you change your appearance. They also have synergy with one another, so if you got them both to rank 10 along with deception, you might have a 50% bonus when pretending to be someone else.
That's pretty significant, Tiddly, Benning said, impressed.
It is, yes. But first, you have to train them to get there. And because of your specific mindset and personality, acting especially is going to level very slowly for you, assuming you can learn it at all. It's possible that you can't, you know. Just because you technically qualify to learn it doesn't mean that it's actually possible for you.
There are skills I can't learn?
Sure. Some are path-specific, or need supporting skills before you can get them. Others have specific stat requirements that you don't meet. Some even require specific personality traits that you don't have, like the seduction or empathic connection skills. You just don't have the sort of mindset that will let you even learn those. That's why, despite all the training you've done to learn facial expressions, you never got the body reading skill.
Body reading? Tiddly nodded.
It's a skill that does what you're trying to learn, helps you interpret someone's thoughts based on their expressions and body language. Anyone else who went through the amount of training you've done would have gotten the skill and probably brought it over rank 10 by now. But you lack the basic mindset and underlying skills to read people, so the system never offered you the skill.
The gnome shrugged.
There are even a couple skills like oration that I think you may have had a shot at earning by demonstration by now, except that they're alien to your personality.
What does that mean, earned by demonstration? Benning asked curiously.
Oh, well, there are a few ways to pick up a skill, Benning Kid. The easiest and most common way is to buy a training module, the way you usually do.
She made a face.
Technically, you can also purchase one with skill credits on Level Up, but that's a terrible way to do it, and a waste of a credit when basic skill modules aren't that expensive. However, it's also possible to force the system to admit that you possess a skill with a significant enough example of it.
The AI smiled.
A compelling example that you understand a skill is supposed to trump any requirements for it, and the system has to grant you the skill at the same level as the ability you've shown.
So, if I wanted the gambling skill, I could just gamble well? Benning gave the gnome a doubtful look. She'd done a lot of gambling in the arenas, even won a fair number of credits, and she'd never gotten a skill from it.
No, you have to gamble extremely well.
Tiddly laughed.
If you were to beat a professional gambler at cards, for example, or even come close to winning, the system would have to acknowledge your skill. If you showed that you understood the fundamental concepts of gambling, the theory of it in a meaningful manner, that could count too. But winning big by itself isn't anything special, at least not as far as the system is concerned.
The gnome shook her head.
It's not easy to do, Benning Kid. Think about it. How can you get good enough at a skill to impress the system without training it and getting the skill that way? It happens rarely. And most citizens don't consider it worth the effort to try and make it happen when they can just buy that skill and train it themselves.
Benning wondered if the skills Tiddly was talking about were really so alien to her, or if the system withheld them from her because it could. She wouldn't put it past the overnet. I can see a point to trying, she observed with a grimace. There are more skills on here than I could ever learn, and I couldn't afford to buy a tiny fraction of them.
Well, theoretically, you could eventually learn them all, but you're talking about a period of millennia.
The AI laughed.
Like I said, there's a skill for any situation. Sometimes more than one skill, and usually for more than one situation. Gambling, for example, isn't just about betting in arenas. There are all kinds of games of chance, and gambling helps you with all of them. You have to learn how to read other people's body language and how to conceal your own, so they don't know if you're lying or not. It also helps you place better bets and get better odds in the arenas, by the way.
The gnome flashed a grin at Benning.
However, there are other options. Bluff is a skill that helps you to lie and directly counters someone else's sense deceit skill or a similar ability. Performance helps you anytime you're performing, whether that's acting like someone else or giving a speech to your crew. Its benefits just aren't as specific as acting or oration.
The short woman shrugged deprecatingly.
And there are subsets of those specific skills as well. You can specialize in certain types of acting or bluff, or focus on specific aspects of gambling. If you can imagine doing it, the system has a skill to help you.
Benning scanned through the list again.
There were thousands, millions of skills before her, and she currently had 13 of them. Part of her wondered why she'd never gotten more skills, but the simple fact was it was hard enough to train the ones she had. Despite what she'd said to Hendricks about citizens having plenty of time, hers was valuable, and she needed to spend it training skills that would directly benefit her, not superfluous ones. However, Tiddly, you say there are skills for every situation, she said slowly. Are there skills to make my armor more useful? Or my rifles more accurate? Or make me better with a hammer specifically?
Yes to all three,
Tiddly nodded. She gestured again, and the list suddenly shortened, displaying 3 items. Armor optimization. Combat skill. Improve the effect defense rating of your armor. Cost 118 credits. Rifle marksmanship. Combat skill. Become an expert shot with any long rifle. Cost 102 credits. Warhammer specialization. Combat skill. Gain expertise with a hammer-type melee weapon. Cost 94 credits. Benning read the skills over with a frown. These seem like they'd help me, Tiddly, she observed. Why didn't you ever suggest I get them?
Because specialized skills like this have positives and negatives, Benning Kid. Take Warhammer specialization. If you learn it, you'll gain a 1% bonus to attack and damage with your hammer per skill rank. But you'll take half that as a penalty using any other melee weapon. Rifle marksmanship makes you more accurate at range, but lowers your firing speed and damage in close. Armor optimization improves how you use your armor, increasing your defense rating, but it comes at the cost of a lowered attack rating.
The gnome shrugged.
That's how specialization works in the system. You choose to become better at one thing at the cost of being worse at everything else.
Benning frowned. She'd seen ample evidence of that in the arenas. Most fighters tended to specialize, becoming very good at one thing. That made them hard to beat at that one thing, but it also made them easy to predict. She couldn't match a dedicated sniper at long-range shooting. She couldn't outfight a melee specialist in close. However, by being a little good at everything, she could engage those specialists in a way that they couldn't handle, and she was rarely caught in a situation that she couldn't manage. Refusing to specialize gave her flexibility, and she didn't want to give that up. Okay, I see your point, she nodded at last. Besides, I don't want to pick up 3 new skills that I'll have to train. She looked around at the doors hanging about her, noting the slight warping that the virus gave them. It's hard enough to keep training what I've got. The gnome looked around as well, her face seemingly unhappy.
I still say you should add more personalization to this space, Benning Kid. Maybe a couple chairs or a couch we could sit on, or a holo screen so you can watch some of your favorite memories.
Benning glanced around. Tiddly was right. The domain was a fairly empty place. The only real furnishing was the pedestal-shaped virtual terminal she used to access the overnet. 24 doors floated in the air in a circular shape 10 ems from her, the entrances to her training simulations. Other than that, the place was barren. Will doing that help me in any way? She asked simply. Will it give me any sort of benefits?
No, not really,
the gnome sighed. Then I'd rather spend my credits and my time on things that will. She picked one of her doors, a training session that would boost her command and captaining skills, and began walking toward it. The tournament had helped her, but there were other ways to gain renown, or infamy. While I'm training, Tiddly, can you run a check on Malleus's transactions? Let me know if they've made any extra ones to a specific mercenary company.
Sure, Benning Kid. Why? What are you planning?
To send a message to Doheny and the mercenaries both at the same time. One that neither will be able to ignore.